crowds here yet. So it does create a different type of atmosphere, but it's an imposing ring, this, and the big screen. There's a lot for them to take on. But a lovely clear round to get us underway.
Well, that is the way to start. The time allowed, 72 seconds. So we'll just make sure she was inside that time, but it's jumping clear all the way there for Aoife Clarke, setting the standard for Ireland. She'll go into tomorrow's cross-country phase on that good dressage score of 30.9. Just seeing their sports field freelance really just stretching to get over that, clear that last fence.
What a setting. Look at this. The birthplace of Winston Churchill, one of the most iconic palaces in this great country.
Yeah. 4 penalties for each rail lowered on
jumping
course.
on the lawn
Thanks a lot.
His
4
Grace the
penalties.
Duke of Marlborough. And,
Will prove quite costly in this.
Really does it. And
Show
coming
jumping
forward now
phase as we move
is
to
Gillian
the
Bill
USA
King
next,
of the United
with
States of
Gillian
America.
Bill
It's
King
the
coming
first of her
forward
2 rides
with
in this
RCA
89-year-old
Royal
class.
Summer.
This lovely 9-year-old gelding, RCA Royal Summer, owned by Mr. Richard Ames.
Posting the dressage score of 34.3.
34.3, 40th position overnight.
left her a little bit off the pace, but her rider note's really interesting. This is a rider who's made a big life decision. She had a big business in America, but got the
at this level at Mill Street
to come over
last month.
and be part of the Amos team in Ireland, and has grabbed the opportunity with both hands. She's got her first chance at a 4-star long later on this afternoon, and she's building up a really lovely team of horses, still representing America, but yeah, her notes say her life saw a plot twist. She left the business and went to Blenheim.
And it is a big, take my hat off to these riders when they sort of uplift their sort of life and move to a different country.
Just tight there, just adults are in front.
Her family steeped in equestrian history. Her grandfather, Captain Jeremy Bill, won Burghley back in 1965. Just rolling the 2 poles there for Gillian Bill King, RCA Royal Summer.
Adds 8 to that dressage score, taking forward to the cross country.
That will move them down the leaderboard at the moment. This class being led by Piggy March on Halo on that dressage score of 21.3. Second, heads up, Hayden Hankey, bidding to be only the 4th 8-year-old to win this class. He's not far behind on 24.3. And in third, Emily King in Posnant on 25.2.
So Tom Jackson, what a star.
Representing Great Britain with Newton Belief
runner-up at Burghley
for 29.2. So the line 10th place
He's
after
a rider
that.
we've been talking about for a long time. Pippa Funnell has been banging his drum over the years. She pinpointed him as a future talent, and this looks like a lovely, lovely young horse. It's based in Godalming.
Newton Believe's first step up to the 4-star short level.
Young rider teams.
Tom has represented Great Britain, and both junior and young riders will be
His
in
senior
team.
debut call up in the 2015 Europeans at Blair, but unfortunately a late injury to his horse, Wantham Fiddler's Find, meant he couldn't take that place, but I think it won't be long before he gets that senior call debut.
Absolutely, and what a lovely horse this is to be coming up behind the solid top string that he's got. Very classy, making it look very easy. Found that super rhythm that we're so used to seeing with Tom. He has this incredibly cool, relaxed way of riding. He doesn't look like he's doing anything, and that he makes it look so easy, doesn't he?
I saw him out walking this Chez Jumping track this morning with Jack Pinkney, who's also got a ride. They were discussing the lines and how they're going to take it, each fence, and they're saying it's a course that sort of you need a lot of accuracy, but you need to be quite bold and keep moving forward. Dai's really built a very clever track.
Yeah, it's a big cheer. Lovely clear round. It'd be interesting to see what his time's like, because he didn't look like he was rushing. Yeah, I think he might have.
I think
I just hear 1.6 time penalties.
Time.
I'm not surprised. He was giving the horse plenty of time, plenty of space in front of the fences, but he just looked like he needed to perhaps step up a gear to get that time.
And that's interesting, just looking Aoife Clarke, our first horse in on.
So we move next to number 204.
Time penalty,
Staying away, joining us
second
with
over that time allowed
Simba,
72 seconds.
8-year-old.
Now in into the arena. Benway, Ansfort, Simba, Bay Gelding, and just an 8-year-old by Simba. 39.8 in the dressage, leaving him in 63rd position yesterday. And really, if you're going to be competitive in this class, you've got to post this up there.
So Ben said this fence is interesting because it feels like they're jumping almost into the crowd. They run down that hill from that upright to the Oxer, and it was big old Oxer, and you do feel like these young horses jumping into the crowd.
Yeah, not too many crowds at this early time in the morning. It's the real keynotes here. But you're right, just down by the gate there, that is where All Connections watching nervously, those legs lifting up as they're trying to will their horses over the fences.
That wall, we haven't seen it come down yet, but that big imposing Oxer, the Jockey Club Oxer, then to the wall, riders need to get that balance. Ben does a great job.
That looks like it just could be the boat fence. That's the second time in the early rounds that Oxer's come. Just they come off the turn and then horses just losing their shoulders a little bit through the turn and having that front rail.
And that's got a water tray there under it, so they're maybe just looking down at that.
So Benway comes forward. We'll wait to give you his time, but adds 4 to the dressage score.
Wait
for that to be confirmed. Benway's score. So you have rolled the 2 poles and 2 time penalties
We
there.
move to New Zealand
That
next
is,
as
5
Samantha
seconds
Lissington
over
comes
the
forward.
time allowed.
Ricker Ridge and Ricochet.
Now coming forward, Samantha Lissington
Who
for New
owns,
Zealand. Ricker Ridge,
Sharon
Ricochet,
Hollis.
30.4
16th
their
place off
dressage.
third dressage.
First of 2 rides. So for Samantha.
A 9-year-old mare. This is a really attractive horse. Proud New Zealander, Samantha, and a good test, 30.4, leaving her in 17th place. Just need to move on these riders because it is very, very tight in this competition. As you said to me, Ben, between 4th and 25th position, just 1 pole separating. So a clear round really will see you climb, and coming out of the treble, annoyingly just tipped it in front there.
And I was just about to say, in her last 4 international runs, she hasn't rolled a pole on Ridge Ricochet.
You're about to give her the commentator's curse. You can see why lovely behind, and somehow when they flick their tail away like that, it almost accentuates even more. There's the water tray.
It is a big imposing arena for these young horses. A lot for them to look at. Early in the morning, you've got these shadows. The sun is out.
Yeah. It's very much up to height. Diebody really builds this at championship course. Gives them a nice pat. So 4 penalties. We'll wait to confirm on the time. Within the time allowed. Nice ride, because she didn't look like she was hassling him, but she just took those tight lines, and often you'll see those really experienced riders just nipping inside that inside line, not necessarily galloping round and flattening the horses out, but just not wasting
Australian rider Bill Levitt next to jump this morning with number 207,
It's
Sligo
more of a
Candy
penalty
Cane.
incurred.
Lying in
Now
12th.
we welcome into the arena. This is Bill Levitt. Bill coming forward on Sligo Candy Cane. Now this horse actually, Alice, when you were just looking through, I know before we came on air, sort of the top show jumpers in the field, and this is one of them.
Yeah, he's been highlighted as the second top show jumper in this class, and Bill, there's no one more experienced than Bill Levitt. He still loves the game. He's a rider who has had a good team of horses for so many years, 59 years young now. Over 100 4-star long starts in the last 10 years. And to say he's a professional rider is a complete understatement. He's from Australia, but he's based here in the UK since 1994. Moves up to that distance. And he's a really well-known face on the inventing circuit. Over 20 years of experience here in the UK. And this Sligo Candy Cane, a horse he thinks an awful lot of, and a good test. He's very good on the flat, Bill. He's renowned for that. Owned by Liz Murdoch and Bill himself. 29.9 left him in 13th place. And that was a great round. Really got up in the air there.
Really nice horse. Definitely one for the future. We're just waiting for the score to come in.
It's Roger Smith next
Bill
to jump
Levitt.
this morning.
Sligo Candy Cane.
Dasset Select.
Kate Rocher Smith, Dasset Select. The Dasset horse, prefix horses we're seeing really coming through. And representing Great Britain, owned by Leslie Rocher and Philip Rocher. It was so important. Kate runs Dasset Eventing. She's producing
Doesn't she do
lovely
a great?
Irish horses.
Yeah, lovely horses. I mean, just so many of them now, really progressing all over the world. That diminutive little dun that Sarah Way rides. Dasset coolly done, and Bill Levitt actually went clear inside the time.
So our first clear round for Bill Levitt, 29.9, and that will undoubtedly see him climb. He's currently in 13th, but there's no doubt we'll see Bill Levitt climb. Those clear rounds are going to be coming at a premium.
Clear inside the time they are, and interesting enough, only one horse has won this competition, adding anything in the show jumping arena, and that was when it was first run with Piggy March, or as she was then, Piggy French, on Flying Machine, that added 0.4 of a penalty in this show jumping arena.
That's a lovely horse, isn't he? He's got plenty of scope. Look at
Lots
that.
of scope. Wow.
Wow, that's a great super slow-mo. She'll be keeping that one for the Instagram. Really got some air there.
Score of
Lovely horse behind.
39.1.
Coming forward now, Emma Thomas coming forward on Icarus the 10th, 45.2. Their dressage
Emma
score.
Thomas next to join us in this 8 and 9-year-old show jumping phase.
Ballard by Talango van der Zuthhoff.
Well done. I'm glad you said that, not me. You said that with great conviction. These Dutch names. Just 23 years old, lives just down the road in Stratford, and she's been getting a lot of experience. She's supported by the Westco Foundation for Young Event Riders, which is such a fantastic programme, helping young riders become the complete package. Looking at not just, of course, what they're doing now, as we see here, but we always talk about event riders. Oh, he's properly smashed that out.
She's rolled her last international run at the Forster levels at Blair Castle. She rolled the 2 poles that day and picked up 0.8 with the penalty for time. Now this is difficult fence. They jump over that big oxter, and we can't really see on that angle, but it's a wall really upright. Lots of bricks to it.
Well done, just got the water tray out of the way. He's got a great expression, this little horse, isn't he? He's really with her. Very different from the horse we saw before, the Dasset Eventing horse.
And that's why eventing is so great. Horses come in all shapes and sizes, but I would say that although just rolling the 1 pole, I'd say Emma Thomas will be delighted with that round on Icarus the 10th. Is pricked.
But 45.2 and adding a further 4. She was 70th coming into the show jumping. Into the arena, another top professional, Aaron Miller, who spent so long based with the great Oliver Townend, learnt his trade there now.
Aaron Miller next to join us this morning with number 211, Cooley Exchange.
I know he's delighted to have actually got on the property ladder and brought a lovely yard just in Minety, just out of side Malmesbury in sort of Wiltshire.
We'll miss him in Dorset, but you can see his style of
Aaron
riding.
made the journey to the Mill
So
Street
much
International
of
Horse Trials in Ireland last month.
Balance that he finds on
Inside the top 15
Bonny
at
little
this
tap
level
this.
of competition.
Real scope, owned by Lara Reid. Shame we haven't got the breeding of this horse.
Yeah, breeding not recorded. It's obviously carrying that Cooley prefix. I mean, a horse that was sourced and produced by Richard Sheen. And this horse was produced up to the intermediate level by Kite Academy Moon, who is due to marry Team GB farrier Greg Elliott, who's out in Petone later on this year. Kite just had a baby boy, Oliver, so just taking a bit of time out from riding.
So this horse just stepping up to this level, did his first advance at Aston. And Aaron really building a team of horses. He's doing a great job with Tamarillo's clone, who he's getting up to just tip. We was wondering whether to bring him here. And I think the next couple of years we're going to see Aaron Miller right back up at the top of the sport.
You know, he rided the others. Taking a bit of time, but
Clear jumping,
good
0.8
string now.
of a time for
Those rewards.
by Aaron Miller
Rhiannon
and
Smith, Irene
Cooley
Eva come forward
exchange.
now. 41.2 their dressage. 65th place. Now this is a horse that actually went to Leon Danger in the 7-year-old World Championships in 2020. Was placed 25th out there. And why I always feel that's relevant, because there is such an atmosphere at Leon Danger for the show jumping, especially.
Green
So
Smith
this
next
horse will
to
experience
come
the
forward
arena
this morning.
with the atmosphere.
Her own
Unfortunately, she
Gary
was
Smith.
disappointed with that dressage score. Ooh, he had a real look at that, didn't he? Come
Did.
on, needs to get in front of her leg and get forward looking. And sorry, the mare.
It does. The track just requires some really forward riding, coming off that bend to the triple bar, then getting the balance to the upright, then curving to the dog leg. I mean, it's such a cleverly designed track by Body. The riders have really got to keep the horse in their hand and the balance, and keep them moving forward.
So 3 poles so far for Rhiannon. This is proving expensive round. Just gets a little bit overwhelming there, doesn't she?
She does. And around we'll just be thinking, because this class is all about sort of producing horses for the bigger stage. So now
She's starting to find her mojo.
trying to get that experience. Going down to the last line, this double on the one stride.
Last fence. Good girl. But just once she warmed up, there's a lot of potential in there, but that first half of that course proving very expensive for Rhiannon Smith, with 3 rails falling.
So that'll be added to her dressage score of 41.2.
So Caroline Harris comes into the arena. She made the podium in this class last year, and she is a very, very good rider. Based at Sam Griffiths' and now moved up to Zara Phillips's yard. Right in the thick of it, Tom McEwen up there. It's a real hub of competitive, talented riders.
Combination joining us.
It must be, I always think with racehorses, if you've got a good one to work against, you up their game, and I'm sure it's the same being in that environment where you've got so many good professionals all working together. Caroline, another rider who's worked really hard to build up a nice team of horses.
D-Day by Billy Mexico. This their second 4-star run. They were 21st at Bergam, while they show jumped a nice clear there in the first 4-star. Oh, just got a little bit under that Oxa. Taking the pole with them, so that'd be a frustrating 4 penalties.
Still just that one clear round for us with Bill Levitt.
Or 1 clear inside the time, yeah.
So 1 clear, really. I mean,
Yeah, keeping up. Yeah, no, totally.
and that is just showing just how tough this track's going to be, and you know, those clears are going to move you up, because as you said, 4th to 25th position after dressage, just 1 pole.
Yeah, we've had two riders leaving the poles up. That was Aoife Clark, Sportfield Freelance, and Newton Belize, Tom Jackson, but they did incur time penalties, as we see a nice shot there of Caroline Harris and D-Day.
Daisy Barkley.
So that brings
great
forward
to see
number
Daisy, 2 really
214.
nice horses at this level. She
Daisy
won at
Barkley
Milan,
joining
and
us.
then this lovely
With a
D8
D figure.
Yeah, 32.1 yesterday. We felt there was more to come from
Combination
this
line
horse on
in
the flat.
26th
She was out
position
walking
after
the course
the
this morning.
dressage.
I saw her and asked her thoughts, and she thought it was a very typical die-body track. You know, big and imposing, and lots to look at.
By Enzo, this horse, French-bred horse, 9 years old, owned by Daisy herself, Camilla Case, Martha Ivory, Penelope Makins, and her mum, Caroline Dick. Daisy, of course, whose dad, great Dave Dick, won the Grand National, and was such a great influence on her and her riding in the early years when she was representing Great Britain in the youth teams. Always gunning her to ride for the time. She's done a lot of show jumping as well.
I didn't realise back in the day she was actually part of Oxford University's rowing team.
Yes, she studied. I remember her studying at Oxford. She's on the out of the brain. Can you imagine that? She's making it happen here as well. This little horse answering every question. Great expression. She comes down to the last. Come on, Days. Lovely. She's chuffed to bits with that. Let's see how that time. I think she was inside the time. I think that could be our second clear.
Second clear inside the time there for Daisy Barkley and Dies de Figure.
So 32.1. And as we said, 28th place. I would say she will hopefully climb inside that
we
top.
welcome Declan Cullen, Ultimate Quality, joining us on a score of 37.7
at the end of the
dressage
competition,
phase.
representing Ireland in 51st position, Declan
Owned
Cullen.
by Becky Cullen, together with Martina O'Hara.
On Ultimate Quality. This bay gelding, only 8 years old, by Overs Quality.
Such an influential stallion this now in this sport.
He really is.
This is
The great
the Leon Danger.
Street. Won Burley in
2 years
2019
ago.
by Overs Quality.
And you're going to see in the long later on, sitting in second position in the 4-star long here. 4
Declan,
stars.
such an experienced rider, lives in Northern Ireland with his wife Becky and daughter Kitty.
Got that lovely coloured horse that we've seen so much on all the social media in the long.
Oh, Glen Hill Gold flagship.
There's an equine brand and feed consultant. Oh, annoying, that water tray comes down again. So frustrating. It's really easy to just tip it off the turn. That bounced and went back in, but unfortunately the second part of the double's gone. So 8 to add.
So that'll be 8 to add to that dressage of 37.7 for Declan. So as you say, Alice, just those 2 clears at the moment.
Daisy Barkley showing all her experience, and Bill Levitt. How many have we had?
13 horses and
2
clears. So that EC rating sat, it's about 1 in 3, isn't it? So yeah, we're sort of behind the average at the moment.
You expect this to be an influential part of this competition. There's no doubt about it. You have to jump a clear round if you're going to try and get on that podium. Michael O'Toole comes into the arena.
Top 10 placing.
Representing Ireland, experienced rider who manages working as a vet alongside.
Very quick footwork there with first Obama and Michael
Very
O'Toole.
green on him here, hasn't he? He's very overwhelmed by the arena. Michael's having to show all his experience.
Yeah, this horse.
Come on! He's having to hunt him round.
Well ridden there through that treble. Just slightly running up the hill. You jump in and then the 1 stride and have to be upright and move on to the 2 strides to a big oxer coming out. Horses, I think as we saw earlier with Irene Lever and Rihanna Smith, they're sort of warming to the task.
I think he'd like to probably review his studs going into the cross-country tomorrow, because he's just not been secure in his footing off the turn, and I think it's made him just get a bit anxious. A couple of times I've seen him slip. There is a lot of dew here this morning. It's a very cold morning here at Blenheim. He actually almost had a frost.
So just now.
And I just think this horse
We see him slip here a bit.
Slipped a bit and on the bend.
Yep.
And he looks like quite a careful chap's trying to do the right thing, but yeah, frustrating for Michael O'Toole. So Georgie Campbell comes into the arena, number 217.
So back to Great Britain we go with Georgie Campbell coming forward next with Darcy Adela Rose.
A fantastic performance in the dressage. Still
9-year-old
not established in
mare,
the changes,
owned
and that was
by
very
Wendy.
expensive for Georgie. But the trot work was exceptional.
Just taking that early pole for Georgie. Darcy
Really picked off as a
quite
teenager.
easy. Owned by Wendy and Johnny
Top
Watherston.
10 placing.
Forward in 11th
The
place.
3-star long at Houghton Hall back in May. It's their first step up to the 4-star level.
He's frustrated with that early upright, but it's hopefully now got him thinking about what he's doing. He's almost so good behind. He's kind of pushing himself over his front end a little bit. She is, sorry. God, I hate it when people do that. Cool mares geldings.
That's a tricky line here. This big oxer, this upright wall.
Almost the same as we said in the dressage. The movement at the moment is so big and the jump is so big with this horse. When it all comes together, it's going to be really special. But just at that stage at the moment where sometimes almost the jump's too big for her to cope with and the movement's almost too big to cope with the balance.
Containing, yeah, all about the balance. And
she's doing a lovely job here, though. Still just the 2 clear rounds, though. Di loves to test the riders, and she's certainly doing that here.
so just Georgie Campbell and Darcy De La Rose, they complete their round, and they will add 4 penalties to that dressage of 29.2. We await for their time.
So Nikki Hill comes into the arena. Balishan Bellissimo, 52nd after the dressage on 38.5. And that second fence falls again.
Yeah, Georgie Campbell, she did pick up 2.4 time penalties as well. So that was 6 seconds over that time allowed of 72 seconds.
Massive great beast, this.
It is.
And the uprights, he's finding difficult. He's just not coming off the uprights. He looks much better at the moment at the oxes, doesn't he? 2 uprights falling for him here.
And Nikki, very experienced rider, just
3
takes
now.
another pole. But ridden around Bavlington Burley on her flagship horse, MGH Bingo Boy. As you say, Alice, he's better over the oxes.
Whoa! Oh, and the wall's got. Oh my!
So that's 4. Just taking a stride out there, and that taking the wall.
Oh no! That's 5. Poor Nikki. This is a nightmare for her. Oh no! None other.
6 and 7. Well, 6 down, so 6 poles there for Nikki Hill and Balishan Blamissa.
That's a round she'll want to forget. How frustrating for her.
A round she's put down to her experience.
If you're feeling good, you're feeling positive.
Well, yeah, it's.
Perhaps he's not so keen on early morning jumping.
But as you say, Alex, it's his
Our arena party being kept busy here this morning in the Palace Arena. Many thanks to you all for your help. As we move to France next with number 219 coming forward is Arthur Dufour with Matterhorn Rising.
You don't see bad horses win this class. It's a fact, and you've got to sort them out. And Di has built a course today that an 8-9-year-old young horse has got to be.
They've got to be on their A game.
For the challenge, I'd say. So after
Another
Dufour comes forward,
combination,
34
making
years
the
old, and this is a really
step up.
exciting horse for him because it's his first ever homebred. Showed a lot of potential on the flat, but not the easiest ride. We felt that he'd be a lovely horse to gallop and jump across country, and as a model, he's absolutely gorgeous, isn't he? Just not the easiest in his mouth, and he's showing it again here in the show jumping. That's exactly what he was doing to Arthur in the dressage, just very inconsistent in the contact, very difficult to keep in a shape and a balance.
But Arthur learnt his trade from no better man, just taking the rails coming out of the ox there, other than spent 4 years with Andrew Nicholson.
I know, and he's been such a huge influence on Arthur. He's incredibly grateful for the opportunity to have spent such a formative time with the maestro Andrew Nicholson.
His yard up in Ellesmere, Shropshire, with wife, American International Logan.
Logan was with us, actually. She came from America as well, so steeped in horses, and brilliant to have owners like that who really understand the game. So just that one rail, she did a great job because he did go very babyish on her.
She did, but very experienced rider brother. Greg.
I didn't hear the time there.
Team Farrier for Team GB, but we'll wait to get that time.
Okay, so Selena Mills out, Max Warburton in. Based with his partner Susie Berry, who Susie had the real opportunity of being based with Piggy March, and Piggy a huge supporter of her. Max, one of the rising stars. You got to be pretty good if Andrew Nicholson decides to let you ride his horses, and that's what happened with Max at 22. And this horse owned by wonderful owners of Andrews for so many years, the Salmons, Nicky and Robin Salmon, and Cooley Farm have stayed in this as well. So
this horse will be interesting to watch.
Yeah, really smart little thing, isn't he? Very nippy, very classy, very blood.
Haven't rolled a pole in their last 4 international starts.
Ooh. Wasn't the easiest on the flat. Didn't make the job completely easy. Max had to use all his skills to do that, and that left him on 37.4 in 51st position. But as we've said, seen these clear rounds are very much at a premium.
Yeah, only the 2 so far.
A horse with a Cooley prefix, you know, is going to operate in this sphere. Oh, just as I say that, I can't give him a rail. Be quiet, Alice. Damn, that's annoying. He didn't deserve that, actually, the little horse. That's a real shame, because he was trying his heart out. He looked really confident. Max was giving him a lovely ride, and just coming out of the double, he just tipped it in front. What a shame.
So that will knock them down. The leaderboard is now in the arena. Jack Pinkney, Rahi Revelation, our 20th horse to come forward in this 8 and 9-year-old show jumping in the Palace Arena here, and still only 2 clears. So that's, what, 10% at the moment as it stands.
Your maths is better than mine.
So
But actually, even I could do that sum, I think. 42.2, left him off the pace, 61st
Margaret
position.
and Simon Hope.
Jack, you know, a rider who's really trying to get
7th in their last run.
he's out there walking
Advanced
the
level.
horse. Tom Jackson earlier.
Wellington.
Tom, who on Newton Belize, they jumped clear but picked up
He's going to
0.8
have
of
to
a
up
time
the
penalty.
tempo here, because the time is not allowing you to be as cruisy as this. This is too cruisy.
He just taking that rail on the triple bar, just not moving forward enough to it.
Came underpowered, didn't he? He's starting to warm up now. Come on, Jack.
4 penalties so far.
I really like this horse on the flat. It actually reminded me of an old horse we had called Moon Man. It's got a real same expression about him. But just in the dressage was the same. Just looks like the whole thing needs to step up a gear.
Revelation owned by Margaret and Simon Hope. This horse ridden by their daughter Eleanor as a 5-year-old. Taking over the reins for his 6-year-old career.
He's lovely, isn't he? He's a really nice horse, and Jack's got him in great condition. That's a very unlucky rail in that triple bar.
And it'll be interesting to get his time, won't it?
Because the rest of the way he looked class. That's one to put in your notebook. And I think Jack's going to have good fun with this horse.
So Camilla Spears for
time as
Ireland
well.
coming forward now. BT Angelo. Good dressage score 32.3. Camilla, who is partner Ethan Ahern, show jumper over in Ireland, and I know Camilla now mixing her eventing with the show jumping circuit. It's a competitive score, 32.3, 30th position, but a clear would see her really move up the leaderboard.
She's such a pro, isn't she? Camilla, being a great part of the Irish setup for a long time.
She had that wonderful little horse.
Also second at this level
Cool, wasn't it? It was
at
such a
the
good
Ballon
name.
Dennis
It was
International
pint
at
size.
the start of the season.
At the 2012 Olympics, she was an individual. She took up riding at just 5 years old, and has been competing on the international stage since 2010. I think she's had a baby, am I right?
Yep, just had a baby with her partner, Ethan Ahern.
She's doing really well to get back. I think these girls are incredible, how quickly they get back to top flight competition.
And she's been
I
coming.
would think I was still sitting on the sofa eating toast and honey yesterday.
You know, this season she's come over to Hartbury to compete. This horse in the 4-star short there. where they show jump clear.
This is a nice round. Was it? Oh, right. Every time I say that, I keep doing it. That's the second I'm going to definitely keep quiet. What a shame. Lovely, lovely horse. This is one for your notebook for sure.
We're seeing a lot of lovely horses, but
Only 2 clears.
only 2 clears inside that time. Right. Yeah, Jack Pinkney, he actually picked up the 1.6 time penalty, so 3 seconds over that. So, sorry, 4 seconds over that time allowed.
They're pushing them through quick, thick and fast because, of course, the show jumping in this main arena needs to be clear and finished before the cross-country starts for our big class at 10:30.
Score of 40.4 from the dressage phase.
Part of the cross-country, so that's why the show jumping starts at 8 o'clock in the
9-year-old
morning.
gelding,
So the riders get
owned by the rider,
jump
together with Mr. Richard Pemberton.
They need to have the class finished.
These horses go around David
Oh
Evans'
no,
track
first fence.
tomorrow at 11 o'clock. But this is Polyborn Aristocrat Emma Hislop Webb coming forward. This horse owned by Emma herself and Richard Pemberton. 40.4 their dressage score. Quite dignified, 9 years old.
If he jumps clear now, you always beat yourself up as a rider if you've had the first fence. And the number of times you come out and go, he jumped really well after he had the first fence.
Yep. There
It's almost like that's the one you wanted to have outside, but you didn't quite manage to get it, and it ends up having the first fence and then jumping really well. And that looks like what's happening
But
here.
he looks full of, lovely bounce. Not really in Emma's hand.
Oh
Just
no, there
taking-
it goes again.
So that's 8 volts.
You're right, he looks like he should.
He's
He's got all the scope.
got-
Oh,
just-
no.
just bringing the back rail again.
So that's 3. 4. You can see her heart sinking. Well, a frustrating round for Emma. 4 down.
Four
That will
down for
be
them.
expensive.
To add
Move
to
out of the
that
hunt.
dressage of 40.4. I'm sure it might be a bit of time to add as well.
So Charlotte Rowe comes forward, 31 years old, representing Great Britain. Lives down in the West Country in Devon.
Forward on Rostaf Nero. It's 8-year-old gelding by Tullibard's Benny Legacy.
So next to join us this morning, Charlotte Rowe comes
On
forward
the
with
Equa ratings,
Rockstar
best
Nero,
show jumpers in the field.
owned
The
by
last 6
Penny
years,
Rowe
Joshua
and
Ramsey
Lorraine
had
Dunn.
a rail.
Will join us after dressage on a
She's a
score
real
of
horse.
36 penalties.
Girl Charlotte, she mixes it all up. She's got 20 in, hard work, but has pointers, eventers, loves her hunting.
Rides a lot of
These
the
are long level
right
in
down the stand as
Heartbreakers
well
last month,
by Charles Upham.
where
As I
they
say,
finished on their
that's a
dressage
real
score.
horse lady.
Proper horse lady. And this horse has got plenty of scope as well. She's doing a good job. Perhaps just needs to move up. Just keep moving him up. Keep thinking of that time. Keep riding those tight lines. When you get to see Piggy ride around here later, you'll see she does not waste a second. And the experience really tells when those riders that get to do this often start to ride the different lines. So they're not hassling the young horses, but they're just not wasting the time. And some of these guys have just looked like they needed to just have the clock a little bit more in their head. I'm not going to say anything coming into this because Charlotte's doing a good job. Phew.
The top rated, one of the top rated horses in the show jumping.
Good girl. What about the time? Clear jumping.
We'll wait for that time.
Just over the time allowed. And all the way round, you could see that. You could just think, keep moving up
forward,
to that
keep
distance. She
moving
just
forward.
added in a few places. But a lovely, she'll be pleased. She left all
So
the
still
buttons up.
just
Eliza
the
Stoddart.
2 clear
First
show
fence
jumping
goes
rounds.
again.
Oh, another one to take that first fence.
39th on a 35 after the dressage.
Yeah, so Charlotte Rowe 0.4 of a penalty to add, so a second over that octane type. Ooh, just sort of stepped at that, didn't quite. I just kept travelling.
It's weird. Triple bars are usually a fence that riders quite like because they can basically gallop at them and just open the horses up. But
Idonna W didn't really sort of back off it.
we've seen it fall a few times today where they've just come a bit underpowered and not made that back rail. So it looks like it's almost surprised the horses, or surprised the riders almost, that they've just needed a little bit more pace to make that back rail.
I think time's going to be a problem now for Eliza. She's moving on.
Looks a little bit busier than some we've seen.
Just carrying that rail. That early rail at the triple bar. That third fence coming down.
And the first as well.
And the first, so 8 penalties.
Frustrating. You sort of feel that the horse warmed up as he went. And we've seen that a couple of times. They've come in and they've looked a little bit overwhelmed by the situation. And as the round has gone on, they've got better. So 2 down for Eliza.
So still only those 2 clear, jumping and in clear inside the time. We've had 3 horses
Amanda Stam comes
holes
forward.
up, but they picked up time. That's Newton, the Lees,
9-year-old gelding
Jackson, Charlotte Rowe,
Wakube AT.
on Ross Darth.
So Amanda Stam comes forward for Sweden.
Combination
Real international field.
joining us on a
Great
score
to
of
have
32.9 from
so
the
many
dressage
riders
phase.
from around the world. 28th position after dressage. 32 years old and just a 9-year-old.
Yeah, Amanda's part of the
Poland earlier this
bronze medal
season,
winning team
where they
in
finished on their
2010 for
dressage
Sweden.
score.
Partnership.
Whoa, this has got some scope.
They won.
See that behind?
I
I hope we
know.
get a super slow-mo of that.
They won the 4-star long in Sopot, Poland back in May. So they can jump clears around these 4-star tracks.
Real continental style of jumping this, isn't he? You know, good in front, throws the back end away. Good in front, throws the back end away. Very, very good. But she does need to keep that tempo up. It can't be too comfortable. What do you think time-wise?
I've just seen 63.5 just in the corner, so time allowed 62 just as she went past the judge's box. I think she's going to go inside.
That was a lovely, lovely round. What a nice horse that is. I'm not sure that he's going to be a Burley horse of the future in terms of that type, but what a smart jumper he is. Don't mind sitting on that one. Even I might be able to jump on that.
So I'm just waiting for their time to come through.
So Harriet Wright comes forward, just 23 years old, representing Great Britain, lives in Ashbourne. She's had a range of experience. She says she's produced horses up to this 4-star level. Smart little black horses, isn't it?
And Alice, our 3rd clear of the morning. That's Amanda Stam, Corvette AT, clear and inside that time allowed.
Well, I'm glad she was inside the time because she deserved that to be a clear, because that was a really smart round from start to finish. That horse really got up in the air, and just what you want to see in a young horse class like this. Horse with scope and ability, and one that looks like it's got the real potential to move up even further up the grades.
So Harriet Wright coming forward, 23 years old. Former pony rider, winning the bronze medal out in Malmö, Sweden. Or actually, it's the gold medal they won out in Sweden.
This is a cute little
2015.
pocket rocket, isn't it?
Very nice young horse.
Yeah, really smart and beautifully conditioned by Harriet and her team. Ooh, I'm not going to say anything. I don't want to do the curse. Oh, good girl. Good girl. I think that was clear, wasn't
That
it?
was clear. We'll wait for their time. But yeah, I'm sure Harriet's going to be delighted with that. Only 23 years old. Now this one will be one we will watch with interest coming forward now.
So Gillian Beale King, representing the United States of America, based in Ireland, the second of her 2 rides. The Arena Superstar, a 9-year-old, owned by Richard Amos, is Gillian Beale King, the stable rider for Richard over in Ireland. Made the big decision to leave her business in America, come on over to Ireland. It was a big shout, you know, leaving your family, your friends, sacrificing a lot for the sport, but she felt that the opportunities available really made it worthwhile to get her career onto the sort of path that she wanted to be in. And of course, the eventing scene here in Europe is extraordinary.
Oh, I was going to
Really stepped
say,
at that, didn't he?
He did, and
Like, come on, mate.
27.6 that competitive time score for them. But now they're going to add the 4 penalties, and we did say from 4th to 25th there was the 4 penalties, so that's going to drop them down the leaderboard. And they've just taken 2 parts of that treble, so 3 fences to add so far for Durin Superstar and Gillian Bill King. I'll just be using this round now to gain the experience at this sort of level in this big atmospheric arena. 3 poles rolled so far.
Time looks like it might be all right, but expensive 3 rails. They've got to jump the jumps.
Yeah, that would be disappointing for them.
You've got to keep it simple. They've got to keep moving up, and they've got to clear the fences. It sounds really simple, but it is very difficult. 3 clear rounds we've had so far, and I'm going to step out and leave you to it.
You're leaving us, Alice.
Shetland Pony Grand
Shetland
National
Pony
calls.
Grand National. Oh, well, good luck.
Thank you. Thanks, Ben.
As Alice Fox-Pitt steps out of the commentary box in this 8 and 9-year-old 4-star short competition. Delighted to have sat alongside me now a man who gave us great insight to the dressage yesterday as well, Matthew Heath. Matthew, great to have you. How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you. Yeah, really good. I was glad to actually get a chance to watch a few because unfortunately I was busy walking my course this morning, so I haven't had a chance to walk this track. Not riding this track. Looks like it's typical Di, causing plenty of problems.
It is.
Clear rounds.
We had 3 clear rounds so far as Izzy Taylor sets out on Caroline's AirKM. This horse owned by Mr. Trevor Dickens, obviously owner of Vera Chimera, Burley winner, Bablington winner. And they come forward on a dressage of 39.3, sat in 61st place overnight.
Yeah, Izzy, hugely professional in this phase. She's got a really, really good position, always very, very disciplined with her upper body, very accurate. And this looks a good round. The one thing you notice when Izzy comes in, she's upper gear, isn't she, from quite a lot of the other riders we've seen, come in. She started in the rhythm that she wants to finish in. Some of the other rounds have started a bit quiet and then had to build up as they've gone round to get near the time.
And wouldn't it be fair to say the way Di Body builds her track, she does build them in that sort of manner that you need to keep moving forward. You need to sort of, if you do sort of hang around the first couple of fences, you'll pay the price and pick up those time penalties.
Absolutely, and I actually think when you get into these big arenas, it's very easy to end up back a gear. But yeah, that was a good round. Classy. Very, very classy. Made it look very straightforward.
Oh, well done. Just our
classy round from Great Britain's Izzy Taylor, Caroline's AirKM.
Really good slow-mo of how disciplined Izzy is with her position, and the lower legs so good, and the upper body so tall. She gives the horses the best possible chance.
And that was a clear inside the time, so our 4th clear inside the time this morning.
They've come in a bit of a flurry, haven't they?
They have. As Michael Ryan, Claff Mountain, comes forward, sat in 50th place overnight, 38.9 their dressage score. Michael's such an experienced rider.
Just had that second fence, straight away. Even over the first fence, I felt like Michael was just having to hold this horse's hand, and he started in a really, really good rhythm. In a similar way to showing his experience, in a similar way to Izzy did. His horse just looks a little greener. Again, another fence down in the treble there, so 2 down so far for him. But through no fault of Michael's, he's doing a very, very good job. This horse is just a little bit greener.
Michael, who's represented Ireland, Europeans, World, Olympic Games. I know he thinks a lot of this horse by Puissance. They won the 4-star short at Ballyndennis last year. So just the 2 fences rolled so far. So we're just using this round now for get some experience, more experience under the horse's belt.
Oh, and 2 more down in that combination. It's been a very influential combination in typical die right at the end of the track. Double of uprights. Thanks, guys. You know, let's just make sure you're going to jump clear. And unfortunately, you know, Michael, they're paying the penalty at both parts of that combination.
Because you are slightly running up the hill. I mean, there is a slight sort of, I say hill, but slope to this arena. And I did notice when I was walking that course, actually, near the end of the course, you're running up the slope, so you need to keep the power, because otherwise, as we see, you will take the rails like Michael's done.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, it's she's very, very clever in using the undulations in an arena, and we sit here looking at the screen here, and you don't really get an appreciation of, you know, it isn't just pun flat in there. There is a good slope on it.
Samantha Lissington for New Zealand coming forward now on the second of her 2 rides. Lord Seanick, 11th place overnight, 30.0 there, dressage. This horse owned by Sharon Honnis. Samantha, very experienced rider. Looks to be setting out on this sort of track, moving forward.
Very, very good, very positive early on. You know, as we've seen from Izzy and Michael in those last 2 rounds, you know, these guys are coming in, they're just showing their experience. Sam, just having the Oxer going into the treble there, unfortunately. The horse just looked like he just hovered and held his breath a little bit at the base of that, and just touched it off behind on the way through. But Sam, you know, she's hugely experienced. She won't actually let that affect her, and it's very important that you don't then panic when you've had a rail in this situation.
Sam doing a great job around this course.
I watched on a bunch of young horses at the next gen final last year, and you know, she's and again, it's almost like the sunlight's all of a sudden come down on that fence, and they're just not quite reading it, because the last 2 horses have both definitely not measured that fence in the way that the others have, you know, previously in this round.
So that's an unfortunate round there for Samantha Lissington, rolling the 4 poles for them. So that will be costly. Same just the last 2 horses there, not reading that combination as you would have hoped, as Sean Davis-Cook comes forward now for Great Britain in 10 tie W, 33.2 I should say. The dressage score sat in 29th place overnight by Van Gogh, 9-year-old gelding.
Sean did a nice circle there just before she started. She just really got the horse up in front of her, made sure that she'd balanced the horse up for the first fence. I'm actually a little bit surprised that I haven't seen more people just walk the horses up to that double when they come in the ring. You know, you do get a few seconds to have an opportunity just to see the odd fence with them, and I think I'd be doing that with mine just to make sure that they knew what was. They given them time just to read it, if that makes sense. You know, before you come and ask them to jump it.
So a lot of the riders like to get in as soon as you can into that arena, just to have a good look round.
Little deep into that combination, and the horse had to try quite hard over the first part, and then unfortunately paid the penalty over the upright in the middle and had that down. You can see, so there's some of the riders just ending up on a little bit of a short stride to some of these oxers off of the turn, and that's because Dye's so clever and puts everything so tight.
So what you really need to be thinking forward and keep moving around the turn, is that what you're sort of...
Yeah, forward and moving around the turn and trying to get them wrapped around the inside leg as much as possible, so that you can bring that outside shoulder around that horse. Med that combination really well, actually, so hopefully that was just a bit of coincidence with those 2 previous horses.
Sean Davis-Cook and Intent Tie, they complete their round, unfortunately rolling the 2 poles there for them. Still just those 4 clears we've had so far inside the time. So really influential track. There's Danny Evans, Mogbeng just blew 30.8 in 12th position overnight. This is a round to watch with interest, as our leader on the 2-face score at the moment would be Sligo Candy Cane and Bill Levitt on 29.9. Clear here would really move Danny up the leaderboard
Yeah, Danny started off doing a really good job. She's straight away into that great rhythm that we were talking about from Izzy earlier. Danny's got a great eye to a fence. She's very, very disciplined in a position in a similar sort of way to Izzy. A good lower leg, tall upper body, gives the horses the best possible chance.
Because to jump a fence well, it's not just, it's all about the presenting it, you know, good 6 or 7 strides out, having that canter, having the rhythm. It doesn't just happen in the last stride, does it? You need to be presenting the horses to these fences correctly.
And you know, the previous line to the one she's just jumped down, you know, she looked like she's got all the time in the world round to that oxer coming in, that some of the others have made it look really quite tight. So, you know, she just presents the horses and gets them in the right balance in the right place. You know, thoroughly deserves the clear raid.
She will be delighted with that, and that I'll be surprised if she picked up time.
She looks in a very, very good rhythm all the way through there, didn't she?
Did indeed. So jumping clear. Just wait for that update on the time.
Danny recently got engaged as well, so
did she?
Lots to look forward to in the future for her.
Well, I'm sure that will be a good party. Danny loves a party, and she will be partying now. That clear inside the time, our 5th clear of this morning's session in this 8 to 9-year-old 4-star competition. If you're just tuning in, we're about midway through the jumping session. Myself, Ben King, and Matt Heath sat alongside me, talking through these horses as Sarah Bullimore for Great Britain comes forward now. A beat AP, 4th overnight, 27.8, their dressage score.
Yeah, and Sarah, very established in this phase, very established full stop. I mean, she's, you know, multiple 5-star rider, lots of different players. This horse had a real spook there, and you saw how disciplined Sarah was with her upper body, stayed in behind the horse, kept pressing the horse forward, and still managed to leave the jump up. Really well ridden.
Interesting enough, that jump is jumping slightly into the crowds. There, where they're looking at that. I mean, this horse.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, that is what we expect when we come to jump a die track. Sarah's horse again just cut the turn on her a little bit into that line and ended up a bit deep, but it was, you know, good careful jump there.
Has jumped clear around the 2 4-star tracks it's gone around this season. Will it be 3?
At this time in the morning, it's really difficult to jump into the crowds as well, because actually later on in the afternoon you'll find people have established their seats a little bit more, but this time in the morning everyone says, oh, you know, it's quiet, so it's this, it's that, but it's actually easier for the horses to lose attention, because you have got lots of people finding their way, rummaging around, getting the stuff, and as much as, you know, people try and stay still with the best will in the world, it only takes 1 person out of 10 to have a little fidget in the horse's eye to be caught by it, and all of a sudden you can have a little bit of a spook.
So Sarah Bullimore jumps clear, but unfortunately picks up 0.4 of a time penalty, just a second over that time allowed of 72 seconds. So they will go forward to the cross-country phase on 28.2.
That was the spook.
Was the spook. Flora Harris now coming forward for Great Britain. Monbeg Alcatraz, 29.9, their dressage score. Flora, such an experienced rider, 34 years old. This horse carrying that Monbeg prefix, meaning it's sourced and produced by Marty Rudd and Thomas Doyle over Ballandagan Island.
Flora, you know, the good quality riders are coming thick and fast now, and Flora, you know, very similar to the other guys, is very good with her position. She rides the horses well, she presents the horses well, and gives them a really good opportunity to try and jump clear. The oxer out the turn that's tight there. You know, the horse had a really good jump over that because she set it up in the best possible way. She just lost the outside shoulder a little bit there, but managed to correct it. He does just drift a little bit right in the air, this horse, doesn't he?
He does a bit. By Ostrus.
Oh, just had a good feel of that rail at the second part of the double, but managed to get away with it. And a nice feel ready for the last, actually, so we made him nice and careful for the last.
Very nice jump ring round there indeed for Flora Harris. Monbeg Alcatraz.
Inside the time allowed in the show jumping phase.
time with interest. Into jumping phase in 13th position.
Emily Young-Jamieson next to join us this morning.
Emily Young-Jamieson.
OBOS Nidge.
We watched this test, didn't we, yesterday together?
We did.
And,
We did.
You thought that the horse just showed a little bit of greenness, but a really nice horse for the future.
No, Emily came in and did some commentary as well yesterday. I know she was
Good.
She was pleased with the way he coped in the arena, with the atmosphere.
Just needs to up a gear. Those first defences, he just stuck off the floor a little bit. He's coming in and just ended up drawing himself to the bottom. You saw the back rail of fence 3 go, and he's added again down to fence 4. And for me, you know, you saw those slightly older, more established riders come in and be in that up-tempo rhythm from the start, and those horses jump really well. Emily, unfortunately, has just come in a little bit quiet over the first 4 fences, and then now she's up into a rhythm and the horse is jumping much better. Yeah, he's much happier and much more comfortable in that slightly more upbeat rhythm. Still very green. She's having to do a very good job down that line to keep him in front of her. But she did a super job.
She's left the poles up at the moment.
She had fence 3.
Oh, she had fence 3. Yep, sorry. So that's 2 down there.
And I would imagine probably that early part of the track's going to have cost her time-wise. Be interesting to see. But although she was really positive at the end, I think probably maybe 0.4, 0.8 maybe.
We're seeing a lot of horses come out tentatively over the sort of first part of the track. It's spooky, but then sort of finding their rhythm. As we have got our 5th clear. That was Flora Harris and Monbeg Alcatraz. They remain on that score of 29.9. So clears coming at a premium. But if you do get them, you will be moving up that leaderboard. As Emma Silman, Molly Bourne, Cedric come forward. 41st place overnight. 36.7 their dressage score.
Emma Silman next to jump this morning.
By Dignified, owned by Mr. Graham Stillman. Emma based in Cheshire.
I haven't seen any.
The first.
No, it's fine. Underrail.
So yes, it was an
very
underrail.
unusual thing to happen, but it is only the top rail that counts. So that horse, as he opened his front legs, he felt them forward and then wrapped them back up to be clear over the top rail, and only having the underrail down actually is absolutely fine. It's the top rails that matter. Might be the wake-up call he needed for the clear round. Let's see what happens for the rest of it.
Coming now to this treble.
Yeah, just had. This just looks like he. I'm trying to think of the right way of putting it, but he's just a little bit inattentive. He looks like he's a little bit looking at everything else around, doesn't he? And she's doing a good job, and yeah, exactly that. He's just, and then I think the reason that he's ended up having the spook there is because he was so busy looking around at everything else, and then all of a sudden that big spooky wall has caught him by surprise.
He was never really.
At that time, he's absolutely fine.
Yeah, just say, mate, he's just looking about, not really travelling into Emma's hand.
Yeah, that's frustrating for her. She'll be annoyed with that.
Just had a bit of luck there with that water tray fence, the pole jumping in and out of the cup.
Ridden with a lot of maturity after that, though. She didn't panic, she didn't stress, she just did a nice circle, came back, jumped the fence, and hasn't let it affect the rest of her round, which it's so easy when you have a mistake like that to get a little bit rattled, but she didn't. She rode a really super round at the end.
And a lot to take forward.
Pleased. I know, frustrated but pleased.
Yeah, a lot to take forward for this horse. Their first 4-star short competition, and they would not have been in an arena like this before with this much atmosphere. As into the arena, coming forward now for Great Britain, Ed Eltham, in to go the 8th. This 9-year-old gelding by Vitro, owned by Stuart and David Barker. Meadows.
To come forward this morning. in this, the show jumping phase.
We saw Ed do his dressage yesterday, and he did a very, very good job. This horse got really uptight and tense, and I had the opportunity to have a chat with him this morning about it. He said that the horse at home does super work, and just gets in the arena and seems to just get a little bit nervous and panic a little bit. So I think, although the horse scored a 40 yesterday, I would imagine that in 2 or 3 years' time, it was a beautiful looking horse. And I think that in 2 or 3 years' time, this horse is going to be very, very competitive.
Because as we say, horses they progress at different levels, and some take a little bit more time than others. There will be some horses that are definitely for the future.
Just having that combination right up against the fence there, he just looked like he lost a bit of attention, and he had 2 fences down at that. Ed again, that horse, he just bulged in on the inside leg round the turn to the Oxer, making it difficult, but it's still jumping clear. Ended up again, you can't get the horse. That's very close to the crowd again, and he can't get the horse. Ended up jumping the left hand side and coming in a bit on the angle because he just can't get the rideability of the horse just yet to be able to get where he needs to get. But when the horse is in the middle of the arena, he looks a very, very established jumper. Although Ed had a few rails down there, I would imagine he should be really excited about where this horse is going to end up in the future. That's for sure. I think he's a lovely, lovely type.
Yeah, that will move him down the leaderboard for Ed Eltham there. As coming into the arena now is Nora Slough, cash in hand for Morocco. Nora, 27 years old, forward on her own. Cash in hand, this 9-year-old.
With cash in hand.
36.0 their dressage score. Nora spent some time with Bill Levitt.
Stepping up to the 4-star level for the first time this weekend.
Just a little bit tentative over those first 2 fences. I think if she wants to get the time, she's probably going to have to just up a gear slightly.
And it's kept there.
And unfortunately then ended up adding the stride through there and paying the penalty, and that's purely just because she just lacked that bit of rhythm. And what we seem to be seeing is when that happens, they then come around the turn, attack this treble, because obviously it is a big combination, and then all of a sudden the round seems to settle in. This horse just had the rail coming out. Doesn't look the most careful, does he? He doesn't look overly offended by having a rail down, which it traditionally makes them a lot of fun to ride cross country. So I'm sure she'll have a lovely day tomorrow.
Yeah, carrying the 8 jumping penalties at the moment. Just looking at there.
Just having another one just there. So up to 3 down, and I'd say this double of uprights is going to be a tricky combination for her, and I think the time is going to be tight as well.
She's going to be over the time. 3 down.
Jump through those, well ridden through those. She had to support him and help him.
She's 3 fences down, and there'll be some time penalties there, but Nora looks absolutely delighted with that.
Big
round.
Yeah, probably first time in a Blenheim arena perhaps, and that
first 4-star.
It's a really nice thing to do, to get into these big arenas and have a jump round. A huge sigh of relief when you finish, and she'll be thrilled with that, I'm sure.
Coming forward now for Great Britain, Louise Bradley on Pontstown Brave, and by a big supporter of Louise's, Alison Garlick. This 9-year-old bike, Clover Flush. They actually competed in this class last year. They produced a dressage 31.2 this time. They did a lot better dressage this time, and they rolled the 1 pole last time. So we'll see what they can do in the arena. Can they become our 6th clear of the morning?
I was really pleased that this horse got the dressage mark he did get, because he isn't the biggest mover, but we said as Louise did a test, she was so accurate, rode every movement to be bang on where it was meant to be, showed clear difference everywhere, and the judges didn't get hung up on the fact that he isn't the biggest mover, and they rewarded her good riding, which is what we like to see from judges in eventing.
And Louise looks to be moving on around this course like she means business.
She puts a lot of time and thought into everything that she does, and she's obviously she'll watch a lot of good riders, and she's got a plan in place to try and jump her clear round, make sure that she's not there just to leave the rails up. She wants to be inside the time and staying as close to that dressage score as she can.
So coming to an influential fence now, a lot have had it down. There's a water trend there, no problems for them.
You see that they are just cutting in, aren't they?
Yep.
Quite a lot of the riders. Louise slightly less so than some of the others, but when we watched Izzy earlier, she was very straight to that. That was a good clear round.
So clear jumping. We'll await to hear of their time.
We said it yesterday, this horse looks like 5 stars, doesn't
He
it?
does.
Right, if this horse is a good cross-country horse, and I hope for her sake that he is, then he just looks like that type, a real professional. He wasn't bothered by the crowds, was he?
No, he's a very exciting horse. Really nice type as we wait for their time to come in.
Number 256 is Venezuela.
Emily Grace now into the arena.
And that was clear inside the time. So
Good.
our 6th horse to go clear inside the time there for Louise Bradley. As Emily Grace, as you say, Matt, Venezuela come forward now. 33.3, 36th place overnight by Viscount. This was owned by Mr. Vincent Jones.
Yeah. She's doing a good job. This horse just a little bit tentative at the fences, but she's staying in behind, keep pressing forwards. Only young, you know, she's wouldn't have a massive amount of experience in these big arenas, but she certainly doesn't look overly phased by it. And nice wide turn there.
Yeah, Emily only 23 years old. This horse, his first 4-star short competition.
Yeah, again, just cutting the turn slightly, struggling. People are just struggling. I think because the time's tight, you end up trying to ride the tight line. It looks to me like if you could be up a gear and have that extra couple of strides just to get down to the fence before that line, then it's going to be easier for you to get through there. But she's done a good job, and that's a clear round.
That is a clear jumping, and I think that's going to go inside the time.
It'd be interesting to see, because I thought she kept a really, really good rhythm, but the horse just propped and was quite slow and defensive in some of the fences, so she could have ended up just maybe picking up a little bit, maybe, time-wise. Interesting to see.
Well, we'll wait for that to come in. It's coming forward now for Canada. This is Catherine Robinson and Cloud K. Owned by Catherine. Catherine's husband Giovanni Ugolotti out in Petone riding for Team Italy. And such a good producer of young horses. Catherine, very experienced rider, ridden Olympic Games for Canada. And this horse I know she thinks a lot of. Just going a bit green there, Matt.
Getting very green. Again, for me, just started a little bit defensive in the rhythm. She needs to just up a gear, get a little bit more forwards. Definitely those guys that have come out and come in and been attacking over those first 2 or 3 fences have had the better round. Good through the treble there, though, and the horse is still jumping clear. But she is going to have to up the rhythm to be able to be there time-wise. Good jumper, this horse. Very good jumper.
Nice.
Interesting. He's got one of these titanium masks on rather than a set of ears. You see, they come round and again had the water tray there for the same reason as some of the others. Just struggling to get down. It's very close to the fence line, very close to that members pavilion, and unfortunately, just the horse is losing a little bit of attention there. Good through the last line.
Just rolling the one pole there for Catherine Robinson and Cloud K. A horse in before, Emily Grace and Venezuela. They did go clear and inside the time. So that's 6 horses now clear inside the time here in this morning session in this 4-star 8 and 9-year-old class.
She'll be thrilled with that, I should think. Absolutely thrilled, because you know, that was a really good achievement. For that horse, and she'll
delighted.
Yeah, she'll be over the moon.
I mean, in this arena at Blenheim, a lot of atmosphere as Emma Manton for Great Britain, Grand by Design, 36.3, their dressage coming forward. Emma,
studying economics with the Open University,
based in Pedwell, Somerset, 22 years old. This horse got a bit of a 4-star form. Competed at Chatsworth 4-star short and Mill Street 4-star short this year. Rails both.
I love this horse actually. He caught my eye as a novice horse, and I did ask Emma if he was for sale a few years ago, and she very politely told me to jog on. So she obviously knew straight away then that he was going to go on and be, you know, a nice horse. He's just had a rail there, but you know, he's a good jumper. He's a nice type. Slightly unusual in his colouring at this level. Don't see too many at this level in his colouring, but it's certainly got plenty of ability.
Yeah, you've got the diminutive Dasset Cooley done of Sarah Ways, but there, as you say, there aren't many duns.
I understand that's that horse has actually gone to Ros to potentially go to Buckler at the end of the year. So it'd be interesting to see how Ros gets on with him there.
Just taking the pole again, so that's 8 jumping.
The 2 rounds he's had behind, but a very professional round, and I think, you know, as he gets stronger, again, these horses are very young, as he gets stronger, I'm sure that he'll develop and learn to leave those fences up behind. He's quite a blood type, and I've watched him go cross country, and he looks a lot of fun. I think
He definitely looks one for the future, doesn't he? And I guess just so, Matt, you've got a great eye for a young horse, picking that out as a novice.
Well, I really liked him. He just caught my eye, and for 2 reasons. Obviously, because he is a very nice horse, and because she'd produced him really nicely, and he looks super as well. So all credit to her as well.
So what can Katie Belloc do now on Rosemount? A Blue News, 24th position overnight, 32.7. They come in as the 5th best show jumper in this field according to the Equa Ratings data.
Yeah, super shape over the first fence, and Katie landed and moved forwards to the second fence. She didn't get too defensive, just set off in that good rhythm.
Clear here on that score of 32.7 would really move her up the board.
This looks a lot of fun.
And she seems to have started out like she means business,
Yeah,
really moving
absolutely.
to the fences.
As we said earlier with Louise Bradley, Katie's come in, she's not just here to leave the jumps up, she wants to make sure she's within that optimum time and jump a good quality clear round inside the time.
Katie,
Nice wide turn to this tight turn back, give the horse plenty of time, plenty of space at the front of the fence.
because you don't want to be cutting that turn, because you then make the ox even that wider, do you, if you angle it too much?
Yeah, completely. If you angle, she was able to get right down and straight to that as well. This horse is showing a lot of maturity for a young horse. You don't want to cut your turn. Going back to what you're saying, you don't want to cut your turn for 2 reasons. But one is because you don't want to angle across, and also if you cut the turn, it's very easy to end up just on that slightly defensive short stride, and then that becomes a difficult challenge for the horse to jump the fence.
So Katie Belloc and Rosemount Blue News,
Clear inside the time.
they keep all the poles up. We'll await for their time with interest.
I'm gonna shoot off Ben.
Oh, Matt, you need to make a move, I understand. Okay, well, great to have you on, Matt.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for all your help, and good luck this afternoon.
So 18th place.
As coming forward now, Georgie Campbell on the second of her rides. Global Quest, 31.4 their dressage, sat in 18th place overnight. Georgie, who had Darcy Delarose earlier, unfortunately rolled the 1 pole on that lovely grey. Global Quest. Jumping nicely over the first part of this course by Metropole. That big oxer there, and as Matt Heath now leaves the commentary box, I'm delighted to be sat alongside a lady who was talking through the last session of dressage yesterday. Tina Cook, good morning.
Good morning.
Great to see you.
We've been having a little bit of everything in the arena, haven't we?
We have indeed. It's been clears of coming at a premium. That time is tight if riders don't move on straight away at the start. Georgie here, she's kept the poles up so far. Looking to be our 8th clear round of the competition.
And that's what's exciting about this competition. Yes, they're young horses, but young horses with good brains. And to come in here and be careful, like Georgie's horse, really wanting to leave the poles up.
As Georgie Campbell,
and as we know nowadays, to be a good horse, they have got to be good in all three phases. And at least when you're bringing them into this arena, any horse can have one fence down, even the best in the world, but you can't come in here and have 4 or 5 down. It's just depressing for everybody concerned. And the standard is so high that you can only be competitive if you're on a horse that is generally a good jumper now.
Well, the EC rating stat says the horse that's won this class, every horse has jumped clear. The only horse to add anything to their show jumping was Piggy March, or Piggy French as she was then, when she won it in 2009, adding 0.4 of a time penalty to her score. On Flying Machine, as we now welcome into the arena, this is Sophie Pedler on Hazeltown Quality by Obus Quality, 39.0 their dressage score.
This is a big horse to manoeuvre around some of the tight turns, but these Obus Quality horses have so much power, such big powerful jumps, and it sometimes takes them a little while to sort of mature and be able to control all that power and ability that these horses have. Oh, and there, just ran a little bit close on that distance down to the wall.
Yeah, it would be fair to say the Obus Quality horses, they are sort of sometimes a little bit bum high. They do have sort of a, you know, a lot of power from behind. He sort of stamps them in that way.
Yes, I mean, it looks a very similar type to the Grafton Street horse that Pippa Funnell rides in the long format, and you can see he's a little bit difficult in his ride in between the fences, and so therefore then approached a little bit closer, therefore had 2 fences down. But you can see the ability that the horse has. It finds it very easy.
So this will be an interesting round to watch. This could really move up the leaderboard with a clear inside the time. MDS, Sandy Hill, Zorro and Imogen Murray on board for Great Britain in 11th place overnight, 30.3 their dressage score.
I've seen this horse quite a bit on the national circuit. He's very striking, has really super movement, and a really exciting horse for Imogen, working so hard, producing so many horses. And this horse has the ability to really take her up the leaderboard. She knows as well how to ride the horses round the corner, haven't got too much time to dwell, because those time faults can be so expensive after the cross country. The scores are very, very tight, and it is a case of getting straight. You know, I heard Matt saying, and I'm a strong believer as well, of getting the horses straight to the fences. They need at least a straight stride coming in off the turn, because otherwise they just don't have that power off the floor. In fact, Imogen did actually ride him straight there, and the horse just tapped the front rail. Whoa!
Oh.
Stay on, stay on.
So that was interesting.
He just was
up the hill.
A little bit slow when she came around the corner, and some of the horses have been, and she said, right, come on, move, and he just dwelt, just that split second. He was slow off her leg when she put her legs on him, and that split second of him saying, well, shall I go now, meant that they then met that stride on a half stride and too close, which caused him to stop. So that was a sort of inexperienced mistake from the horse. Because you wouldn't see Imogen missing, but the horse just didn't respond when she wanted him to, and there he just held and got close, but had the conscience to jump it. You can see in slow-mo, horse really trying. But there you can see she's put her leg on, even in that distance where he did jump it clear. She gave him a kick. She's really holding his hand while he's in there. He went quite sort of inexperienced and babyish on her.
So Katie Preston now for Great Britain coming forward on her own. Templar Juno, 35.2 in the dressage phase, had them in 43rd position overnight.
In addition, by Imogen Murray, MD Sandy Hill Zorro, 6 seconds being added for the stopping of the clock. Following that,
this is a much smaller, athletic type of horse. Katie He's a working vet, I do believe, in my memory. And she always has a couple of horses, so she doesn't have a big string of horses. She likes her type. Her type is a smaller sort of blood types, but she's done really, really well with them, taking them up through the grades. And this is another one that she's been working as from a young horse and bringing up to this level. So again, she's ridden here before, competed here before. She knows what it takes for these young horses and what you expect of them.
And this horse would have been in an arena with a bit of atmosphere before. They were 19th at Leon Danger in those 7-year-old championships last year, and their first 4-star they did at Barbary Castle International, where they did show jump clear there, but they've just taken the back rail on that Oxer at the 3rd. Katie spent 18 months with Lucinda Fredericks before starting her veterinary medicine degree at Liverpool University. As you've said, Tina, very good rider and good producer of her own horses. Buys a lot from Templar Stud, run by Amanda and Patrick Rolfe.
And also she's an example of somebody that does have a day job, a proper day job, and that's not just riding horses all the time, and is able to compete in internationals and at the top level. So, you know, she's a busy lady, but can prove that in our sport it can be done. And this is a sweet little man. It's really trying. It's not getting super high, but it's really careful. And it's done a really, really good round there. She'd be pleased with that.
Yeah, just rolling the one pole there for Katie Preston and Templar Juno. So that would move them slightly down the leaderboard.
You see her just riding around the corner. Gave her a good kick. The mare was responsive and really made the distance down between those two oxers. Being a little bit smaller, she needed to really ride her forward.
No, it is a big occasion. I'm sure she will be delighted with that. She's going to have experienced an arena quite like this before. Richard Coney coming forward now. Poetry in Motion, the 2nd. This horse owned by Mrs. Sophie White. 40.4 their dressage starting score.
Richard has represented Great Britain in both young riders and Nations Cups.
Good young rider.
2 years ago, he finished in the top 10.
Make a name for himself.
First outing at the 5-star level.
The horse really slipped on the corner there. Was a little bit awkward in his mouth and his way of going, and then had a little trip. But Richard was very quick to ride him forward, and luckily the horse got plenty of ability that he was able to stand off that triple bar. And now he's just got to get him settled. Richard's quite a tall man, and this horse is really quite athletic underneath him, so he has to work extra hard on his balance when the horse is jumping around underneath him. So it can be a little bit awkward in his contact, and if you are tall, then you have to work extra hard. And he just rather cut the corner there, which meant that the horse caught the front rail of that oxer, which is very easily done with the water tray underneath it. So it's a fine line with some horses. You just have to let them go in their self-carriage. But this horse is in a little bit of a hurry, and when Richard asks him to slow down, he naturally puts his head up, so therefore not always looking where he's going. But you can see he's quite inexperienced, and at this level he might be 9, but he might not have done as much as a young horse. So this has been a big deal for him, and lots of learning.
Adam Harvey,
Next to join us this morning.
BWE, Newton de Jasper,
Newton de Jasper.
6.9 their dressage score. Adam, who has a full-time job working in property. The Amateur Rider of the Year award at the Horse and Hound Awards back in 2019. This horse, it's got a bit of 4-star experience.
3-star short level at Wellington.
He's got a rail in all of his 3-4 stars at the moment. Could this be the time where he jumps his first clear round in a 4-star short competition? And what a place to do it if it was. I think you call that commentator's curse.
Yeah, exactly. That's quite short coming out of the combination. So the horses need to just roll back their weight onto their quarters to leave that front rail up, and this horse just made up a little bit too much distance. And sometimes when they come into this arena, you can get some horses that actually become more careful and can really surprise you, and then and some then slightly freeze and don't listen to everything that you've taught them and how they've gone in a normal situation. So, whoa, he just added an extra stride to the last, but the horse was very, very careful and really tried for him. So there was a lot to like about this round. You can really see the expression on the horse's face, really looking and wanting to get it right.
Well, just the one pole rolled there for Adam Harvey. As into the arena now for Great Britain, we welcome Matthew Glentworth coming forward on Barbara Hervey's fourth right. It's Chestnut Gelding, 9 years old, by Frankfurt Boy. And Matt, such an experienced rider, based up at Angela Tucker's Team Japan. Supported them at a number of Olympic Games. Just takes the pole there off that triple.
It's great to see Matt competing at this level. He's such a hard worker and so often behind the scenes. So this is his moment to be in the public eye. Unfortunately, the horse has got a little bit low. His natural way of jumping is to get a bit low, and he's just tapped his way through the combination. As I said earlier, just some horses can come in here and be in this sort of atmosphere and freeze and not actually allow themselves to jump like they can do with all the training. And Matt's had lots of training, and he would have been working hard to get this horse being as confident as he can be. He's done a good job, but the horse has just found this a little bit overwhelming. So look, it's not his day, but it's great to see him competing at this level.
Matt there, big pats, you know, as you say, Tina, great to see him at this level. Horses produced up through the levels. Horses do progress at different stages. Just because they have poles here doesn't make them bad horses. There's a lot for them to take in this arena. So if you're just joining us, we are 20 horses left to go in this 8 and 9 year old class. Myself, Ben King and Tina Cook talking you through the last 20 horses to jump in this class. And next away will be Evangeline Gaskell and Halcyon Graf, 37.5 their dressage score. This combination had their first 4-star run in at Bergam back in July. They rolled the one pole and picked up the 0.4 of a time penalty that day.
And it's great for some young riders to be riding in this arena, as well as the young horses. And the more you keep going out there, and the more experience you get, the greater your knowledge. And she's just got to allow this horse to just travel a little bit more forward, because the time is quite tight. And in a rider's eagerness to try and get your stride right for every fence can mean time can be lost going round the bend. So where you get an opportunity, you've just got to be able to ride forward. This horse is a big horse, and it's really trying to leave the fences up and makes up quite a lot of distance between the fences. But it's got a conscience. It certainly wants to get its legs out the way. It's by Grafenholt, and there's some really super Grafenholt horses out on the circuit. And this class especially, there'll be a lot of people that are in the breeding line or looking for young horses, really notice the stallions that are around and what to use on their mares. You know, it's really important to see the progeny out there and how they cope. And this horse, yeah, has got a slightly unorthodox way of getting over the fences, but what is nice is that it has a real conscience to leave the fences up.
And a good round for there. for Evangeline Gaskell. They did leave all the poles up, but unfortunately 3.2 time penalties, 8 seconds over that time allowed of 72 seconds for them. So that will give them a two-phase score of 40.7 going forward to the cross country, as Adam True comes forward now. Sunland's Court Ambassador 34.8 their dressage coming forward to this phase. This horse owned by Dr. Rosalind Devereux.
Adams True's been really working away over the last few years of building up a team of horses, and we see a lot more of him on the circuit now. And this horse is a young horse doing his first 4-star, and looks in his way of going and in his balance like he's sort of quite late developer. He is only 8, so he just looks quite green in the way of going, and purely down to balance, he just had all 3 elements of the combination. You can see when he approached, he's naturally a little bit down here, a little bit on his forehand, so the weight is over his shoulders. And with time, hopefully, the weight will get back onto his quarter. So it's quite difficult for him at this stage to be as careful as you need them to be.
So that's more of a strength issue with the balance, you think? Just sort of, you say the underdevelopment, just sort of, he obviously, yes, he is in this age class, but he might even develop even a little bit more.
Oh, very much so. You know, and that's, to me, it looks very obvious in the horse's way of going, that he's not as forward developed as some other horses. Yes, he's got a big jump, and technically he has all the ability, but just at this precise moment, he looks a little bit more backward than some of the other horses that we've seen in the arena today.
Coming forward now, we'll watch this round with interest. In second place overnight, it's Hayden Hankey coming forward on his own, and this is Catherine Witt. Heads up, bidding to be only the 4th 8-year-old to try and win this class here at Blenheim International Horse Trials. He does need to jump clear. What can he do?
And you just see this horse compared to the other horse that's just been in the ring. This horse is a lot more developed, even though they are actually, it's a year younger, but more developed in its frame and in its balance and way of going. And that can only but help when you're riding towards the fences. He's naturally then neater in front. And Hayden, I've seen this horse on the circuit. It's a very good moving horse, and Catherine Witt has been a real supporter of eventing, and William Fox-Pitt especially with these horses. She gets great pleasure in watching her horses perform.
No, I know Hayden thinks a lot of this horse. They were 5th last year at those World Young Horse Championships out in Lyon-Danger.
And the atmosphere in Le Lyon for the 7-year-olds is unbelievable. You feel like the whole of France comes out on the last day to watch, clapping and cheering, and it can send some young horses fairly bonkers afterwards, but some of them can really mature and come on for it. And this horse is one of them. You know, he's really come on from last year, and that puts Hayden in a really strong position. Really exciting.
And Hayden really lays down the gauntlet. Clear jumping, and I would think that was inside the time. We'll wait for confirmation of that. In fact, it was. So Hayden Hankey, 24.3, stays on that dressage score. He will go into that cross-country phase 2nd or better. We'll wait for our leader after the dressage, Piggy March and Halo, to come forward. Benway next away, Gun Law, 33.7. Their dressage score. This one of the combinations flagged up by Equa Ratings as one of the best show jumpers in the field. They haven't rolled a pole in their last 6 international starts, and he was out walking the course early this morning with trainer Ros Morgan, going through every detail and every turn. Ben was just saying to me he thought this fence was quite difficult because horses almost look like they're jumping into the crowd a bit.
Yeah, this looks a very nice horse. You can tell the way it's cantering around the arena before he even started jumping. It had the sort of quality, he's got a good canter. It's by the stallion Sligo Candy Boy, and the
there's a lot of them about now, and he's a really sharp horse, produces real quality horses, and is becoming very popular. So this is nice to see this horse putting in a really confident round here at Blenheim. Anyone with any young stock will be pleased to see this horse going so well.
At 10 clears so far. Can Ben Way and Gunlaw be the 11th?
That's a really nice horse, and again for Ben producing these horses, and when you get one as nice as this with the potential that this horse that looks like a real 5-star horse, it's so exciting, and to come here and be up against all the best young horses and actually be right in there. Be interesting to see how he goes cross country tomorrow.
So interesting enough, clear jumping there for Ben Way and Gun Law, but they do pick up 1.2 time penalties, so 3 seconds over that time allowed of 72 seconds. So that will give them a two-phase score of 34.9 to take forward to tomorrow's cross country. Eliza Stoddard, Code Breaker, come forward now. 28.5 there, dressage. Code Breaker, who was a national champion 5-year-old, 10th in the 6-year-old championships as well. Horse I know Eliza thinks a lot of.
He's a horse that I've seen Eliza does a lot of all the next gen and young event horse classes with all her horses, and this horse I've seen personally and actually judged myself, and it's a real athlete, a great size for her. It's really athletic, it's sharp, and you can see why she loves him so much. He's exciting to ride and has a real conscience to leave the fences up, and that in itself just is such a pleasure when horses are really looking at the fences and looking what they're doing. So for an 8-year-old, he is experienced because she has exposed him to atmosphere. So he's sharp, but he's sharp in the right way.
And only 8 years old.
Yeah, you know, she deserves that. She's been really working very, very hard with these horses, and that puts her right in the money to go and be quick, because she is a quick rider, and be competitive tomorrow.
And that was clear inside the time for Eliza Stoddard, Code Breaker. Going into that cross country 5th or better. Tomorrow that cross country will be live on the stream from 11 o'clock. Helen Wilson, MCS Maverick. 1.0 their dressage. They come forward now. It was a nice test they produced yesterday afternoon. And such an experienced rider. Works at the Billy Stud over in Surrey. Pippa Funnel, William Funnel. The dressage rider, sister of show jumper. She was 6th last year here in the long format competition on My Ernie, so she knows what it's like to jump in this arena.
Helen has always been a very competitive rider there, from a competitive family, and she just has a couple of horses that she's eventing at the moment. Oh dear, he lost his balance a bit through there, and actually surprised at what a mess he did make of that Oxer, because that's very unlike him. Hopefully that's made him wake up, and not. He's just sat on the back rail there. Just shows how sometimes things can slightly fall apart. He's normally a better jumper than that. He made up too much distance coming down, but he's just slightly running through away from the crowds, and then he's forgotten about the fences that are in front of him. So his round has rather deteriorated the further it's gone, so that will be very disappointing, because she would have brought him here to be competitive, and that's rather put her out.
Unfortunate poles there falling for Helen Wilson there and MCS Maverick. These horses will go around David Evans' track tomorrow, and there's some really good questions out there for them. For New Zealand now, Lucy Jackson. Lucy, who was in the commentary box yesterday and on Thursday, giving her views on the 4-star long and 4-star short. She comes forward on the 8-year-old Dasset Showman. that Dasset prefix. So
Gillian
produced and
Creamy,
sold
Dasset
by Kate
Showman.
Rocher-Smith and her team.
We're 31.8 in the dressage.
The horse just suddenly had a real look at that fence. He should have taken off on the stride before and then decided to add one in, and because then his momentum, he wasn't able to propel himself forward, which is why he caught the back rail. So he's now just slightly rather lost his technique and concentration, and made a bit of a Horlicks of that combination. Lucy will now have to sort of hold his hand and hold him together so that he doesn't have any more mistakes. So he's sort of, where she's wanting to ride him quiet so he didn't make too much distance, he then has overlooked at some of the fences, and it shows that when you bring some horses here, like as I was saying earlier, some will actually rise up to the occasion, and then some can just go and be a bit disappointing. And I would have said that this horse has been a bit disappointing today and went a little bit green and like, oh my goodness, what's happening to me? So yeah, disappointing today, but lots to work on. And that's not to say, as you can see by the horse's technique there, he's a really lovely horse, but today wasn't his day.
Yeah, by Tulanar, the jumping stallion, and that will be disappointing there for Lucy Jackson and Dasset Showman. But as you say, Tina, there is always another day, and this very much is a learning curve for these young horses. As Idablo Joe and Stephen Hill come into the arena. Idablo Joe, owned by Mr. Jeffrey Burton. 28.7 was their dressage score. They produced a really nice test. Idablo Joe, former ride of Piggy March. Stephen, who's taken over the ride this year.
Took over the ride from Piggy March at the start of
Really building up a good team of horses. Stephen won the 7-year-old championships last year on Quidam Deluxe. Another horse I know he thinks a lot of.
And I saw this horse quite a bit when Piggy was riding it. Really athletic type of horse. Very good moving on the flat, always does a good test. And a very exciting horse for Stephen to be riding now. And to be produced by one of the best in the world. So it knows all the tricks. Piggy would have taught it all of that. And now it's time for Stephen to get a partnership together with him, which he has done very quickly, in fact. And he is riding a lot of different types of horses now, and seems to be getting a rapport, especially with the quality of this sort of horse.
Oh, just taking the rail there.
Yeah, rather slightly late falling pole. I mean, he hardly touched that, and it can just depend on how a horse rolls the pole. Sometimes you can see some horses really whack it and the pole doesn't come down, and there he just breathed on it and it came down. Just put an extra stride into the last and was careful there. So one fence down.
And that will be expensive for Stephen Hill and Idablo Joe. That one pole will move them down the leaderboard. And if you're just tuning in, we have got about 12 horses left to jump in this 8 and 9-year-old class here at the Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials. Myself, Ben King, and Tina Cook bringing you all the action as it unfolds. And what a splendid picture that is. Doesn't the palace look absolutely magnificent? Bathed in this autumn sunshine. As next into the arena is a round we will watch with interest. Flagged up as one of the best show jumpers in this class. It is Sarah Innes.
Owned by Andrew Cox. Joins us in 22nd place overnight on a score of 32.9.
Is it? I'm just looking. It's Sarah Innes and Action Lady M. Yes, it is. 32.9. Their dressage score.
Sarah is a very, very experienced rider. Has ridden on many Irish teams, Olympic, World, European teams. And it's great to see her come over and bring her horses here to Blenheim.
This horse.
She would have been disappointed not to have been at the World Championships. But she's here at Blenheim bringing young horses out. And you can see it's quite a sharp, it doesn't have the biggest of canters, which makes them quite fun to ride because it's busy when it's going around the corners. But when they're that quick through their action, hopefully they're quick at picking up their front legs as well. And it's a really buzzy little type and quick. And she would be here wanting to be competitive with him.
Yeah, horse owned by Andrew Cox. I know he's a big supporter of Sarah's. She comes down to this last.
You know, that would have been a quick round, really whizzing around the corners, and the horse propelling itself up into the air.
And that clear inside the time, 32.9. They stay on going forward to the cross country. That's going to move them up the leaderboard. After the dressage, they were in 32nd place. I'm sure they'll probably break into the top 20 following that good clear and inside the time. Now for France, it's Victor Burton and Dali Bougal, who is stable jockey to world #1 Oliver Townend. He comes forward now on his own horse, 37.1 their dressage. 25 years old.
So Victor is a very busy man, riding a lot of Oliver's horses when he is away. Oliver obviously has a very, very large team of horses, and when he is away competing like he is at the World Championships, I'm actually amazed that he's allowed Victor to come here to Blenheim. But I should think he's here at Blenheim and competing this horse and probably popping back to the yard riding some more horses. So he'll be a very busy boy. This horse is quite tricky round the corners there. They didn't really get the greatest stride off the corner. It was a little bit unbalanced, so rather ran into the bottom of that oxer as it did to that one. So this has got a little bit unruly a little bit in between the fences, which makes it very difficult for the horses to see what they're doing. But Victor's having to really work and ride and with feel as he's going round to think, right, what is this? What I need to get this horse listening to what he's doing. So he will be disappointed with that, because you know there would have been a lot of training that's gone into before coming here, and those poles down has been really expensive.
An expensive round there for Victor Burton and Dali Bougal. They will drop down that leaderboard. As coming forward now for Great Britain, Alicia Port on her own, Mrs. Karen Port, Nama Kibben and Susan Port. Demi Luvo,
ridden by Alicia Port,
9-year-old bay mare by Vigo C. And Alicia, who show jumped on the Global Champions Tour circuit in London last year. Really enjoy her show jumping. Works for Convex Insurance Company in London as one of the equine and bloodstock underwriters. Introduced Demi Luvo up through the grades from novice, former ride of Gaspard Massoud, who rode it up to that novice level. And it looks to me like, Tina, she set out like she's going for the time and for that clear.
Yeah, no, if she has been show jumping at Global Champions Tour level, she knows what she's doing. And for any young rider that can spread their talents and actually learn their trait, whether it's in the dressage arena and pure dressage or pure show jumping, gives them that little bit of help when it comes into the eventing to come into the ring now, because she's known what is needed to do. And this horse, to be fair, is really careful and really wants to try. You can see it's literally bringing its knees up by its chin. And when you know you've got a horse like that, that just makes your life so much easier. And she has cut her corners where she can, so hopefully that will be quick enough. But really lovely round, very confident, but she's got a very nice little horse underneath her.
That was a lovely round. We'll wait for that time to come in. Whether she might have just picked up a little bit of time, I don't know. Watching my screen for it now. Yep, 1 second over that time allowed, so clear jumping, 0.4 of a penalty to add, giving them a two-phase score to take forward to that cross-country of 43.7. So Felicity Collins comes forward now, Shadow Mini Moon Felicity, a decorated junior and young rider, won medals for Great Britain at that level. 38.8 their dressage coming into this show jumping phase. Shadow Mini Moon owned by Mrs. Vicky Collins and Avrina Milton. Fly Glencarrick Dolphin, only 8 years old.
Very striking mare. Yes, she's grey, but very there in front of you. Just got a little bit flat into that combination. She's quite active in her way of going and in her canter, and holds her head quite high. But you can see that she wants to be careful, and she's quite quick through her action at the point of takeoff. Felicity, really experienced, a real worker, and her mum, Vicky Collins, to have a mum with so much experience really helps. But she's a worker as well. You know, they're there doing their own horses in the truck, and she deserves every bit of success that she gets.
You see Shadow Mini Moon and Felicity Collins complete their round. Sure they'd be delighted with the way that lovely grey 8-year-old jumped round, just taking the one pole.
In third place after dressage on a score of 25.2.
From one good young rider to the next. Emily King now comes forward. Imposnant 25.2. Their dressage score had them in third place overnight. We've seen Hayden Hankey and Heads Up jump a lovely clear round on 24.3. So she could go into second position on the two-phase leaderboard at this point of the competition with a good clear, but takes the first down. That is irritating.
Yeah, that is really frustrating, because Emily, this is one of the nicest horses that Emily's got coming up through the circuit, and to have your first fence down is frustrating, to say the least. But you just have to get on with it and just ride the rest of the round. Put that out of your mind. Think about how you're riding each corner so that you don't have any more. The horse just slightly comes off the floor and isn't quite through with his shoulders. So Emily's got to give him time to get his shoulders up so that he can be careful off those front rails. So she has to get the pace just right. He's looking, which is nice, and he keeps quite a still head and neck. Oh, she came a little bit on the angle to that Oxer, but the horse wanted to leave it up and was careful. She's just got to keep the flow around the corner, because otherwise we'll be looking at time faults, as it has been very expensive, and even with one down, she doesn't want to get any time to that.
Oh, and an unfortunate 4 penalties there. The first fence falling there for Emily King and Imposnant. I think the time was good. It was indeed. So no time penalties to add there for them. Just that one rail falling. So that will drop them down to 29.2 to take them forward to the cross country. So that's not going to be too costly for them. They're going to go into that cross country 6th or better. So dropped a couple of places from that pole. Now we welcome in Flora Harris. Class Vista comes forward, 31.5 their dressage. Flora, who won Bramham in 2015 on her flagship horse Bayano, and has been placed in the top 10 here twice, so she knows what it's like to jump a clear in this arena. She comes forward on this lovely 9-year-old gelding by Ostrus by VDL. Amsterdam looks like it's really taking Flora to the fences at the moment, Tina. A lot in her hands.
Yes, so Flora knows this horse, and she saw a super stride as she came off the corner, then went one less stride to that vertical. She's riding this horse that she knows it's careful, as you can really see the way it jumped that Oxer. And for some horses, that actually it really gives them confidence if you ride them forward. And he's really tried through that combination, because that combination, the distance in the 2 strides is a little bit on the short side. but this horse is careful, and to ride a careful horse, you can just ride them forward just to make sure that they don't touch that back rail. And he hasn't got the biggest of strides, so actually it's a nice feeling that you can be positive with him. Like there, she could really ride forward to that oxer. And then to keep the flow around the corner, so the time for her shouldn't be a problem. And you know, this is a really good round, getting quite close to that last fence, but he had a real conscience, and so yeah, what a lovely horse, and so really exciting and fun horse to ride for her. And that's a good angle to see how the horse is having to really jump those two oxers down by the trade stands, or a Blenheim Palace marquee. So there was quite a lot for them to shy away from there when they're looking at it, but it means that the riders can really ride them forward. So that's put Flora in a good position.
Yeah, our 11th clear of the afternoon, or afternoon of the morning, I should say. So things really moving into the last 6 horses now. Caroline Powell for New Zealand comes forward on Greenacres Special Cavalier, 28.8 their dressage score. So they are in the mix. They need a clear here inside the time to take forward that score to cross country tomorrow. Because that cross country tomorrow around David Evans' track, it's big and it's imposing, and the time will be influential there as well.
And this mare, you can see she seems very confident in her way of going. Caroline is able to ride her in quite a quiet way. She looks like she's naturally quite a careful jumper, and she's had experience. She's had 9 4-star short starts, so you know she's quite experienced now for a 9-year-old. She's ready to step up. Some of these 9-year-olds are close to moving up into the really big time. So this is a class that is really on the cards for a horse like this to get a really decent result in.
Here jumping and just inside the time allowed for Caroline.
We've seen so many good horses come through it. We've sort of said London 52 won this class back in 2018. Banzai de Loire, when it was run at Banham Market, was the winner of this class back in 2020. So good horses have come out of it. Now welcome in for France, Martin Desnicot and Diablo de Ems, 34.1 their dressage. Good clear, will really move them up the leaderboard. Started overnight in 39th position, but clear would put him into 26th position going into the cross country.
From the dressage phase with a score of 34.1.
And even though the scores look very close and it sounds like you're quite a long way down the line, a time fault in the show jumping or time faults in the cross country can make a huge difference. So as well as having to leave these fences up, you are having to keep motoring around the corners, and the standard now is so high that yes, it's frustrating for some riders to have a tight time show jumping. The front rail of that oxer going, the horse just kept cantering into it and wasn't respectful of that front rail of the oxer as you'd like him to have been. But you've got to try and sort out the men from the boys, and by putting in a tight time for the show jumping does catch some out, because the riders are having to just be up a gear faster than they would feel comfortable about. But it's all that experience of ringcraft that you can cut your corners so that you don't get any of those seconds over, because they're so expensive. And that was an expensive round. A few fences falling. See, the horse could jump that oxer absolutely super, and they are jumping that fence particularly well. But then they go round with the crowd there watching, great position for them, and unbalanced, and then has a fence down in the combination.
Now this is the round we've been waiting for. Piggy March coming forward on our overnight dressage leader, 21.3. Halo, owned by Jane McGiven. This lovely looking grey stallion.
So leader after the dressage phase,
picture.
lighting up the arena.
this arena here at the Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials.
With Miss Jane McGivern's
Needs
Halo
to jump clear.
score of 21.3.
Stay in that top position going into the cross country tomorrow. That will be streamed live from 11 o'clock.
Well, as we know, Piggy has a wonderful brain, wonderful temperament, used to riding under this pressure. Not that it doesn't bother her. However brilliant you are still aware that you want to go out there and do a good job. So she'll be putting pressure on herself, that she puts Halo in the best position so that he can perform at his very best. And from a breeding point of view as well, yes, she's here for Jane McGivern is a very competitive and supportive owner of Piggy. But from this horse's future as a breeding stallion later on, a win in the 8 and 9-year-olds at Blenheim will be a real feather in his cap.
Massively. You don't get many stallions in eventing, do you? I mean, I know we've had Chilly Warning, but
You don't, and they do appear, but from their point of view, the atmosphere and the temperament is just so important. And from a breeding point of view, to know that the stallion can go out and perform is fantastic. And you really look at those sort of horses when you're choosing a stallion for your mare. So it's great to see this horse out here in the big stage.
And that just goes to show why Piggy March is so good. She stays on that dressage score of 21.3, a beautifully ridden clear there on Halo. So she will go in to that cross country as two-phase leader. As coming forward now, British teammate Sarah Bullimore on Irish Trump, 29.9 there dressage.
Irish Trump.
So it could go into 7th place going forward to the cross country if they were to jump clear inside the time.
9-year-old gelding.
See what Sarah can do. Already come around on first of her horses, Avita AP, where she jumped a nice clear but picked up 0.4 of time penalty. She's currently sat in 3rd place on Avita AP, so can she get 2 inside the top 10?
He jumped that oxer well as he came off the turn. He got in quite close, but actually through a really nice shape. He looks a sort of bigger, slightly rangier type of horse than you see Sarah with her homebreds, which tend to be quite sharp sort of horses. He did give that a good rub, and if you're going to have a fence down, you give it a good rub like that, and hopefully that'll remind Irish Trump to make a little bit more effort around the rest of the course. Really can't afford another fence down if she wants to stay up in that top list of competitors going into the cross country tomorrow.
I mean, yeah, that's just the ones that's going to drop around to just outside the top 20.
Just shows how expensive fence down has been today. You know, there have been the clear rounds, but that is keeping them at the very, very top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, no, so Sarah Bullimore there, just the one rail down. I think she's going to pick up a bit of time as well. Wait for confirmation of that. She did indeed, 2 seconds over the optimum time, so 0.8 for time penalty for jumping. Two-phase score 34.7, so she'll go into tomorrow's cross country in 26th position as our final horse of this show jumping session for this 8 and 9-year-old class here at the Blenheim International Horse Trials. It's Belgium's Cyril Gravelic and El Mundo de Gasco. Good dressage yesterday of 32.2. A clear here would put them into the top 20 going forward to the cross country. This horse who ran its first 4-star short over in Paris-Japan in France in August. They rolled the 2 poles on that occasion. They didn't look like they're going to touch a pole, having jumped the first 5.
Yes, it naturally looks quite careful, and you can see there it really flicked its hind legs away. which is nice to see, that the athleticism, but they're just another one to catch that front rail of the Oxer. They jump in very big. They then find it quite difficult to shorten up to come out. So that has been the real catching the horses out fence on this course. And here, just coming around the corner, you don't want to waste time, but the horses have got to be straight, and that, as you can see, how square that Oxer is and how that front rail is sitting there looking at them. But he's keeping up the momentum around the corner. He doesn't want to be adding any time faults onto this round, and the horse really tried to jump the last and gave it some air. So yeah, he's saluting the crowd because he's pleased with his horse, and you know, it's done a good job. It's not very big, but it's very athletic.
Yeah, just rolling the one pole there. He looks like he's happy with that. Our final horse of the day.
So last to go, we welcome Mark Davidson.
No, I believe we've still
Cooley Goodwood.
one left to come forward now. They're jumping out of order. I believe this is Cooley Goodwood and Mark Davidson.
Had them in 9th place overnight.
He's jumping out of order. Yep, Cooley Goodwood. Mark Davidson coming forward, 30.8 his dressage score. So it could go into the top 10 with a good clear here. Mark, who based with Piggy March, building up a really good team of young horses. And this is one of them. This horse formerly campaigned by Piggy March up to the 3-star level.
Piggy has some great results with this horse as a young horse as well. Just took the rail going in, but then actually jumped it going out. So, you know, that's the way sometimes that it works for you. But sometimes when the horses can run out of order, we don't know what happened, whether he might have pulled a shoe off or put out of order. But that's, you've got to be understanding in that situation. So there's no advantage. He's still got to come in here and leave all the fences up.
And at the moment, I don't want to put the commentator's curse on him, but it looks like he's going to do that. He's got 3 jumping efforts left.
Just getting a little bit low over that combination. And jumps the last well. So frustrating to have the one pole down. Would have just dropped him down a few places, but he looked like he was quick on the time.
That will prove expensive then for Mark Davidson and Cooley Goodwood.
Piggy March and Halo.
Get the horse to back off
at the top of
that
the
wall.
89-year-old leaderboard.
But the horses have jumped it very, very well.
It's going to drop him down to 25th place. It just goes to show how expensive the pole is. It would have gone into the top 10 had he jumped clear. So I know it's a game of ifs and buts, but Mark Davidson will go into tomorrow's cross country in 25th position on Cooley Goodwood. So that concludes our jumping here of the 8 to 9-year-old class here at Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials. Thank you very much, Tina, for all of your assistance and help. I mean, what a morning of show jumping action we have had. Just looking at that leaderboard, Piggy March leading the way there on Halo, 21.3. Hayden Hankey heads up, 24.3. And Sarah Bullimore, Vita AP, 28.2. But it's very tight at the top. And who will be crowned Blenheim 8 to 9-year-old champion? Well, time will tell. Tune in tomorrow from 11 o'clock British summer time for the first horse jumping out of that box round David Evans's cross-country track. It looks inviting but challenging. Riders are going to really need to be at their top of their game if they're going to jump clear around it. For now, we thank you for watching, and we look forward for you to tuning in tomorrow for this 8 to 9-year-old competition, the conclusion of it. But we will have the 4-star long cross country that will be starting at 11 o'clock. Nicole Brown will be taking you through that action with lots of special guests. Tune in from 11 o'clock.
Cross country here at the Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials, brought to you by the Jockey Club, will get underway in just over 40 minutes time. 11 o'clock, first horse will leave the start box for the CCI 4-star long. And the cross country commentary team will guide you through the afternoon's action here at the Blenheim Palace International, as well as bringing you regular updates from the FBI World Championships, where, as we say, Laura Collett, London 52, head into cross-country in second place individually. Our four-star long winner here 12 months ago, Yasmin Ingham and Banzai de Loire, will leave the Bertoni start box in third place on a score of 22. And Great Britain currently leading the team championship, a record-breaking dressage score, a team score of 69.2. There's been some 7 penalties ahead of Germany in the current team standings. We look forward to an exciting afternoon of action, both here at Blenheim and at the World Eventing Championships in Bertoni. But look forward to the cross-country to come here in just over 40 minutes' time. So a final thank you to our Haytrop Pony Club members who've had a very busy morning, our arena party here in the show jumping, and to our course designer Dybody, to clear the Palace Arena. The 4-star long cross-country course comes through here. The angled brushes here under the shadow of the big screen. But many thanks to the Haytrop Pony Club.
Well, a very good morning and a warm welcome to Cross Country Day here at Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials for the 4-star long format. And this is how things look at the start of the day. Marlin Hansen Hot Top, who did her dressage on Thursday, leads the way. Carlitos Quidditch K 24.6. Gemma Stevens Jalapeno the third. They were top 10 here 12 months ago. Can they make it onto the podium this year? 26.3, equal with Pippa Funnel MGH Grafton Street, a horse who has been here twice before and been clear and inside the time twice before as well. Sarah Bullimore with Corraway in fourth. Bobby Upton, Jefferson 18 on the horse's debut at the level. Dirk Schrader, Casino 80, 29.0, equal with Bubby, and they're a little bit further on down the order. Gemma Stevens' second ride inside the top 10, Flash Cooley 29.7. But there could be all movement on that leaderboard. One thing I would say on Equiratings' numbers, the winner of this 4-star long format has come from the top 5 after dressage every year. So watch this space. Here is our pathfinder. This is Amy Penny. Sat down alongside me, I am delighted to welcome Lucy Jackson. Good to have you with us.
Good morning, good morning. Blenheim Palace International, what a treat.
It really is, and we have got a brilliant day ahead of us and the cross country to set the scene for you. It is 5,716 metres, optimum time, 10 minutes 37 seconds, set by David Evans, our course designer here, who has been in charge of the track for a number of years now, the 4-star long format. And word is, Lucy, that he has beefed it up a little bit this year on previous years. What was your take on it?
I think so, and I think looking at that leaderboard, there's all to play for. The scores are very tightly bunched, and so you'll want to be as close as you can to that optimum time, not to incur any penalties. But of course, with the show jumping being hugely influential here at Blenheim, as I found out to my detriment this morning, you want to have enough in the tank for tomorrow as well. So I think there's a real balancing act for these riders. The ground is very good, top of the ground. That shouldn't play an endurance factor, but the hills here at Blenheim like no other. So a real challenge ahead of these riders. But Amy makes a super job of the first 2 jumps. Really lovely big springy jumps. And look at the crowds already. Even out here for horse number 1, they are lining the route.
And Amy has set out like she means business. The Cotswold Forage start box at 1, the Paul Roger flower bed at 2, the Club Cadet picnic tables at 3. Then the This Esme parallel rails come up before the first combination at 4, A, B and C.
Makes a big jump there, and you can just see her give him a little nudge on landing and say, don't dwell too much. You know, for these horses, they are quite impressive big jumps. You don't often get jumps of that size, even straightforward ones at a one-day event. And you don't often have these long galloping stretches as well. So it's a different kettle of fish riding a 3-day event course to a one-day event course. And I think she just said there, come on, boy, this is the first of the challenging combinations here. And so there will be a big table to a corner. And very often you see the horses lose their concentration. Only fence 4. Well ridden. She takes the flag out there with her left boot, but that won't incur any penalties. He very much definitely jumped the fence.
And she's a really cool horse, 10-year-old, owned by Gary Power of Power Sport Horses, which is the PSH prefix out of PSH Copper Silhouette, so homebred at the stud. And this, the Brookfield Equestrian Combination Corner, we just saw them through. The Stirrups Flyer is one of those iconic Blenheim fences. I think David Evans has been quite kind in giving them a really nice ground rail and a little bit of a brush.
I know we might live to regret it, but we don't get to jump it in the short format this year, and it's always one you really want a photograph from. But Amy looking very cool, don't you think? She's set out lovely big galloping stride, super rhythm, you know, balanced for number 4, the combination, and has met every other island fence just out of her stride. So I think that's really impressive, lovely cross-country riding, and is certainly a way to help them get the trip, you say, in racing. You know, you want them to reach the end in as good a shape as they started out. So I think she's meaning business, very purposeful, but not wasting unnecessary energy.
And very quickly into the main arena here with the backdrop of Blenheim Palace. So Amy Penny and PSH Encore, the first of Amy's 3 rides as she comes to these offset box brushes, actually separately numbered 7 and 8, even though they're very much on a related distance, and she pops through there very sweetly.
In the style of Aintree fences, and you'd certainly never see an Aintree fence only 2 strides apart, and you could see there the horse jumped very well and very big, but actually had to quite a stretch to make the 2 strides and then just tipped her toes on the backside of part B. So those can take a real bit of attacking, I would suggest. Sees a little bit of a waiting one there into the Trakehner. Straight back into her rhythm. I love the horse's expression, looking very cool, enjoying its job.
And this is a really interesting combination coming up. The Boodle jewellery chests at 10 A and B. And actually David Evans moved into the Palace Gardens for the first time last year. And I think he has made this question much tougher this time.
Just see there switching the legs, so you're onto the right lead. Over the big square table. And made that very smooth.
Very smooth. I think she went on 6. I think we might see
the odd one on one less.
Yeah, I think we might see a few later. I think David built it on the 5. That's one of the things he's so good at with his courses. He makes riders think for themselves and make a decision for themselves as well. Here goes Wills Oakton with Kathleen Wilkinson and Rachel Woods. Arclo Puissance, an 11-year-old by Puissance, 36.9. His dressage, which sees him in 62nd after the first phase.
Will's a man on excellent form at the moment. Had a cracking spin around Burley only last week. 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
And is a masterful cross-country rider, and he's often a really good guy to judge your time by. He's a quick rider, and you can just see him there crouched low in the saddle, not wasting any ground. He's taking the racing line close to the string as he can be, and the horse, again, another one setting out, ears pricked. You can even see there at the very beginning, up a little hump over a road crossing, round a turn, up another little hump. It's all just serves to challenge their endurance that little bit more. And as you rightly said, Nicole, the David Evans questions with, I think he builds things with a forward distance in mind, but you do have the option, the get out of jail card, if you need to think on your feet, if you need to change to plan B, C, D, E or F, you can, take a little check, put a bit of a bulge in, add an extra stride if you need to. But I think his intention is for us as riders to be very attacking, positive, forward thinking.
And this a horse, the Brookfield Equestrian combination, pops through there very neatly. Was originally produced by Oliver Townend, a new ride for Wills this year, completed at 4-star level previously with Oliver.
Be interesting to see how that combination rides as the day unfolds. In the past, I've seen people, I think perhaps not exactly the same spot, but a very similar question, and the horses aren't completely sighting it. Today, we've only seen 2. They've ridden it brilliantly. Amy Penny there just coming through the water on the 2 strides, very positive, but they're really sighting their fences and understanding the question that's asked.
Yeah, clear of those Bentley angled brushes, and actually brilliant to have Bentley on board as one of our official partners this weekend. They're the luxury automotive partner of Blenheim International Horse Trials this week, and actually they've got the Bentayga Hybrid and Continental GT Speed and Continental GTC Mulliner on display here at Blenheim. Really quite impressive and fantastic to have them on board with us here. Amy Penny made light work of that. Now this is the new water, and the first time we're going to see it jumped boldly in.
Good girl, well ridden, very positive through there on the 5 strides. And lovely forward thinking out. And I think she's really cleverly organised the horse well in advance so that he's back on his hocks, he's in a good position, in a good balance, and then able to ride positively through. What you don't want to do is leave that too late in the day so that you're then setting the mare. Very good, thank you, Nicole.
Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
Organise the mare very early so that she's then able to be positive through the combination, which is clever riding. I think she did that really nicely. Another opportunity to hop another Aintree fence. That's actually got a slight ditch in front of it. So we see Wills
coming to the Palace combination. The Boodles, boxes. And there is an absolutely enormous top spread on the first of these. You've got to have plenty of power, plenty of scope.
Saw his stride a mile off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's interesting, isn't it? They just obviously took the flag there, but again, I don't think there'll be any drama. Hard to see from this angle, to be precise, but I think they're making a very definite turn, aren't they, and making sure that the horses are sighting the element B. It
was interesting, actually, as Amy Penny comes right up at the top of the course, she will be going to the A.W. Jenkinson Lumberyard in just a moment, I think. first of her 3 rides, and just kind of chicaning her way through the track there. As away from the start goes Carden Earl Grey, Kylie Roddy, with the Earl Grey Tea Party goers 16-year-olds by last news. 33.9 their dressage. That left them in 31st position, but could certainly climb with a fast clear here. And our first 3 combinations out on course here at Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials, brought to you by the Jockey Club. Race Tech providing all of the streaming this weekend. And sat alongside me, Lucy Jackson, to guide us through the first 45 minutes or so of cross-country action.
I think it's very interesting, isn't it? You know, you can see all the string and the twists and the turns just between fences. Again, challenges the endurance, but again, challenges the rider's ability to stay in a rhythm, ability to steer the racing line, and puts an added pressure on, I suppose, your ability to get the time. You know, covering in your 570 metres a minute is okay on a straight line on the flat without any jumps, and you've got all these extra challenges that go in that mean your ground speed cover is going to have to be far quicker than that in some places in order to afford you the time to set up for your combinations. Well ridden there by Wills. Lovely straight line down those 2 angled brushes with the shoulder on top. Another pat down the neck. That's what we saw from the first rider, Amy Penny. And that is deceptively, it is incredibly steep coming up from the water on the hill. And you know, they've done a good climb up to the main arena. As we see Kylie making exactly that climb now after fence 5, the big open ditch.
There's a lot of terrain here at Blenheim, isn't there? It's one of those venues that perhaps takes people a little bit by surprise when they go and walk the course. Here's Wills Oakton up at the brand new Jockey Club Log and Splash. That corner, the big brush corner, on a very acute angle, but he gets a lovely forward distance away from that final C element. Lovely pat down the neck for Arclo Puissance. Just swaps his whip into the other hand.
I think the combination at the very top of the hill is on a left-hand turn, and perhaps, you know, making sure that he has full control of that right shoulder further on in a fence or two's time. You'll very often see the riders switch their whip according to which side is the open door from any accuracy questions.
Well, Amy Penny is kicking on towards home at the optimum time, 10 minutes and 37 seconds. She's coming towards the end of her round. And it's been a brilliant pathfinding performance for us, clear jumping as she comes towards the Paul Roger Champagne finale. We'll give you details of her time as soon as it comes through for us.
Furthermost point of the course. You've got 2 quite challenging pimples in the ground with skinnies on top of each, followed by a 4th element that is yet another skinny. So again, another challenge for their endurance, another challenge for their footwork. Did just take another flag there.
I was going to say, it was interesting actually. Wills didn't look back at all. He didn't look concerned, but just quickly away as Amy Penny, our Pathfinder, comes through the finish and completes. And we'll bring you details of her time as it comes through to us. This is her jumping the Paul Roger finale, and brilliant to have Paul Roger on board again as one of our official partners this weekend, the official champagne partner of Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials. Here's Kylie Roddy.
She looked to be very positive between the 2 elements there. What gorgeous backdrop of Blenheim Palace. Aren't we lucky to be here? And, you know, clever of David Evans to have used the terrain that allows us to gallop across the lawn.
I was chatting to him yesterday, and he said he did get reminded he can't creep any further into the garden.
That extra shot.
Here's Wills Oakton, Arclo Puissance, 36.9. Their starting score is a time in for Amy Penny, PSH Encore, 55.1 her total score. She actually went round in 11 minutes 24 seconds, so 18.8 time penalties.
I thought a really exciting mare for the future. That was a gorgeous round, very confident jumping, lovely big gallop, and, you know, clever of Amy, obviously feeling that she just needed a little bit more time in places, you know, hence not gunning for the time, you know, on every turn.
I think Wills Oakton is going to be a really, really good indicator of the time with Arclo Puissance, a horse that would be pretty experienced at the level. And Wills, of course, a very, very fast cross-country rider. As that is the Cotswold Forage start box. Here's Wills Oakton away from the second of those late crossings. So he's past the 9-minute marker here, right up at the top of the hill, back towards home at the Townfield Saddlers at picnic table.
This is on the way home on the flat. He's made it up from the second of the big long water crossings. You can just see there the horse's response to his aids to drive on. He's gritting his teeth, he's trying his hardest, but the accelerator isn't there as it was right at the beginning.
He was dot on the clock there. Needed to be there in 9 minutes and 18 seconds. Was there in 9 minutes and 18 seconds. So watch this space.
Impressive.
There's a really interesting little lip down into the lake crossing there, isn't there?
Yes, and I think that, again, I think the horses are aware that there is dry landing. So I think that that's why that challenge is riding very smoothly. If you had that straight into the water, you might see a slightly different picture. But again, the lip in and the lip out just serve to challenge their footwork. Have they still got very good, very smooth turn there, driving head down for the last.
Well, Zayden isn't going to be a million of miles away from the clock here. He's through the stick piling house at 25 A and B, just has the Pole Roger Champagne finale to go. And he sees a flyer to the final fence and pops through it very neatly. Big pats for Arclos Puissance. And I think we'll be inside at the time. We'll confirm that for you as soon as it does come through. Big pats for Carden Earl Grey from Kylie Roddy.
She's a very hard-working girl. She's had a super successful spring, doing so well in Le Moulin, and has represented Great Britain on a Nations Cup team since. And it's fantastic to see the credit to her and her team and all their hard work that she's got, several horses at the upper echelons of our sport.
She's also an extremely accomplished coach, fellow of the British Horse Society. Well, just confirming, if you were tuning in to see Rufox copy Luac horse number 4, then they have actually withdrawn. There's been a couple of withdrawals, actually. I'll just confirm those for you. Andrew Downs and Gold Nugget have also elected not to go forward to the cross-country, as have Rosie Thomas and Fly the Flag. So they have withdrawn. As waiting down at the start, Georgie Goss with the first of her rides. This is Nikki Cooper, Suzanne Doggett and Lucy Fleming's for Loop. This 12-year-old mare by Ustinov comes forward on 31.0. So in 14th position overnight. And absolutely one that could put in a strong performance for a top 10 finish here with a fast clear inside the time.
Georgie Nee Spence is a girl on incredible form at the moment. She's picking up victories left, right and centre. So, mark my words, I'd say this will be a competitive run.
And this horse actually won one of the 3-star sections at Cornbury House International Horse Trials just down the road here as part of her final preparations last week.
Very interesting to see the faith we all have in David Evans as a course builder and the beautiful venue that we're so lucky to compete at Cornbury, that so many people were brave enough to run their horses only 7 days before coming to their big championship, which is Blenheim International Horse Trials, by giving them a spin at Cornbury, knowing that you get a flavour for the course builder, you get a flavour for the questions that he's asking, you get a bit of a fitness prep, you come match fit, ready for your big championship at Blenheim International Horse Trials this week. So thank you to all those teams for the opportunity to hone our skills at why are we based in Great Britain? It is the best in the world.
Absolutely. Here's Georgie coming to the Brookfield Equestrian combination at 4 in just a moment. She jumps to this Esme parallel rails.
It's interesting, when you walk the course, you don't really take that fence particularly seriously as a challenge, but I think the 3 horses I've watched jump it have gone quite high over it and perhaps dwelt a fraction, and I think Georgie's cleverly, just letting the horse settle into a rhythm, doesn't look to be putting on too much pressure, but is keeping up a really good gallop. But I think having watched that tomorrow, you'd think with our young horses we might really need an extra bit of leg at that seemingly innocuous parallel, and that was smooth, wasn't it?
Very smooth. I don't think we'll see many go through as cleanly as that as the day progresses. Really, really straightforward, Georgie Spence. And for Loop,
she's got a particularly good body position, upper body position. She sits, she had to give her a kick there, didn't she? She sits very strong and very still in the saddle and out of the horse's way, which I think is a real key attribute to a good cross-country rider. The horse needs to be able to use his neck to balance. The horse would generally stay upright without us. We often have to think to ourselves, yes, we've walked the course, we know what challenges are in front of them. There you just see the replay of her needing to give the horse a little bit of encouragement, obviously backed off a fraction, spying the great big ha-ha ditch. But yeah, an impressive exponent of a good cross-country rider, as we see from one good cross-country rider to another.
Yeah, Kylie Roddy well on her way home now. She's at the Stick Pylon House at the penultimate, so just 3 jumping efforts remaining for her. And Cardinal Grey, a horse that's had good form at the 4-star long level of competition. We haven't seen a huge amount of him in the last couple of years. And this is a really clever little question at the end of the track, because essentially, in my mind, it's a speed bump.
Yes, but a speed bump, it's very important to make sure that you get right. And I think we've only seen 3 horses through the finish out of 3 so far, but isn't it lovely to see them finish so full of running? They look like they're coping really well on top of the ground. Real chuffed look from Kylie Roddy. I think a chuffed look.
Grit and determination will confirm her time when it comes through. Georgie just having to ride a little bit a couple of these big ditches.
It's very interesting, isn't it? And very clever course building. They talk often about the cumulative effect. And the horse clearly was taken a bit by surprise by the even number 4 went a little high, then really backed off. I'm sorry, number 3 quite high. Then really backed off the open ditch. So that was then backed up by a matching hedge, which the horse backed off a little bit in the main arena, and then a matching ditch over onto the lawn. So again, Georgie just having to squeeze quite hard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So she just had to take a little check in the middle there, but understood the technical question really well. You just want to hope that she stays brave.
So one of the good things about these long format tracks is actually cumulatively they're a little bit less intense than your short formats where they all come up so thick and fast. You've got a couple of galloping stretches that you can really open up on that accelerator. Here is Grace Taylor with Anne Taylor's Game Changer, a 10-year-old by Cassidy, 34.7, their 2-phase score. Grace actually came here last year for the 8 and 9-year-old class with this horse, finished 6th there. And
she was a fraction disappointed, I know, with her dressage score, but today's a completely different day. And I know her mum's come over from the States especially to watch her, and her brother too. She's got twin brothers, Ben and Neil, and her dad, Nigel Taylor, director of British Eventing, one on the board of directors of British Eventing. So steeped in eventing history, the Taylor family. And I know we'll all be right behind Gracie, who's incredibly hardworking and very deserving of a good result today.
And she's set out like she really means business.
Yes, it's important to be definite. It's important to be determined. That was a good jump. It's also important just to take a little deep breath and not let the enormity of the occasion get to you. I think sometimes, for me personally, 3-day event cross-country starts are actually quite challenging because you haven't had a lot to do in the morning. It's often more easier to 1-day event when you've got 5 horses, you've done 5 dressage tests and then crack on and do 5 show jumping rounds. And I know we're only 20 past 11 in the morning, but you've still had quite a sort of lot of dwelling time. So sometimes you just have to take yourself a little moment, take a deep breath. Good jump in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's coming out quite short, that 5, isn't it? Perhaps the slight downhill slope sucking them in, but that was positive from Georgie, and I think the mare looked... Are we on a mare?
We are.
Good. Don't... Wow, fabulous jump there over the highest point.
And she barely brushed it as well. And this is, as you said earlier, a really steep pull on up away from the lake crossing for the first time. And it's been quite an effort for them to actually gallop through 50 metres of lake.
Certainly is. And, one of the unique things about Blenheim is you have got these 2 big, long water crossings. But I was heartened to see, and Georgie, I think, will be heartened to feel how, brave the mare was there with the bigger jump, with the bigger hedge, and wasn't sort of wondering whether that was going to have anything to do with the previous one that had the ditch under it at the very beginning. A bit of a hallmark of a David Evans track is you've got these great big brushy jumps, which is really good on a bold one, but you don't want them to go higher and higher and higher as you go round. And Georgie's, back in the game, I would say, with this mare, having had a couple of moments where she needed to nurse the mare's confidence.
Grace Taylor, Game Changer in the Palace Arena, setting up for the NFU Mutual angled hedges.
They're very wide, those, aren't they? They're really having to stretch for the back rail, as it were.
Yeah, absolutely. You're actually having to really ride for the forward distance, and the horses are using all of their scope. As here is Georgie Spence and Phaloop heading up to the A.W. Jenkinson Lumberyard at 18.
Gracie knifing around these turns, and lovely brave jump. I used to work for the Taylor family and know how hard they all work. That's a really good view of the highest point, I would say, on the course. The 4 elements. Another gymnastic question. Can you open them out to get the gallop? Can you shorten them up to make them neat and careful? Can you still turn after a big gallop? All the challenges in front of these riders. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that appears to be the favoured. I haven't seen anyone gun for the 5 yet, so we'll see whether they're as brave as you are.
It's interesting. Last year there were 2 fairly skinny fences. I think they were on 4 strides, and everybody all day just kept taking a pull and popping through very neatly on the 4 strides. And then Piggy March and Ros Canter came along, as away goes Tom Rowland. Ros and Piggy came along and cantered through on 3. And I think everybody else went, oh, why didn't we do that?
Those 2 are such masters of our trade. I think in our dreams could we emulate them.
Here is Tom Rowland, K&D Steel Pulse, an 11-year-old by Tinorano's Inspector, 35.7, their starting score in 50th position coming forwards, and the first of Tom's 2 rides in this 4-star long format. Incredible crowds here at Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials, brought to you by the Jockey Club. And just a reminder that at 12 o'clock today there will be, as we have done every day so far this week, a 2-minute silence in memory of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, and we would invite you guys at home to observe that 2-minute silence as we all pay our respects to an incredible monarch. And the national anthem will then be sung by Laura Wright.
We've got so very much to be grateful to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II for all that she did, not only for us as a country, but for us as a sport, for our horse and equine world, equine industry. So I think we echo the words of the royal family in their time of great sadness with a great big thank you.
Absolutely. Tom Rowland coming to the Brookfield Equestrian accommodation. You just have to swing slightly out to the left there to get your line for the first element. And he's gone on 4.
I liked that.
And it was beautiful. It was much straighter. He almost kinked his line for the first element slightly, and got it on the 4 strides really nicely.
And you can see the shimmery path where everyone's obviously walked their determined line for the 5 strides. But I love, if you can, being able to set out and the early combinations with a really positive ride, because it almost sort of puts you in the game, puts you in that frame of mind to attack all the fences. So I think Tom's done that really smoothly, really nicely. It didn't look chancy. It didn't look like the horse would have had his heart in his mouth at all going over that. So I think that may be copied by riders further down the track, especially if the time is proving challenging to get.
Well, here is Georgie Goss Phaloop, 3 fences from home, 3 jumping efforts from home, I should say. As she's at the stick pile and house at 25 A and B.
As you say, a good speed bump. There's a fairly low but wide parallel, and then quite a knifey turn to that. Slightly innocuous, it has to be said, looking little roll top. But those are the danger fences, if you like, towards home, where you just might be a bit puffed, you might be a bit excited that you're nearly there, and here she comes to the very last fence.
Interestingly, I think she's going to be a few seconds over the time as she comes through the finish and clear of the Pole Roger Champagne finale. We'll update you with her time, but provisionally showing us 5.2 time penalties, so that is going to be some 13 seconds over the time if that is confirmed.
I think that was very mature riding from Georgie. You know, she has, just see Tom Rowland having to give the horse a little bit of a kick, a little bit of a reminder afterwards. You don't want them to jink left and right. The horse said, are you sure we're allowed to go onto the lawn at Blenheim Palace?
So I feel like we're going to get told off here. It's interesting, isn't it? They've come through the main arena. There's so much to look at. They've been by the crowds, and then all of a sudden they're faced with actually an incredible backdrop of the palace, but almost a bit of a funnel as they swing then right-handed to get the turn before the Boodle's jewellery chests here. And
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think there's something to be said for a COVID hangover. by which I mean that we're still dealing with horses that have qualified to this level without seeing many crowds, without the challenge of having you can see a sea of people on landing, and horses learning to pick out the fence, pick out the flags, hunt for the flags, I heard someone say about their horse the other day. As here's one very experienced pilot, Dan Jocelyn, Cooley, one too many, but the horses just being able to cope with the distractions and picking out what it is they have to concentrate on.
And it's interesting as riders as well, actually, because when you walk the course, there's no crowds. And that tree or that car or something, hopefully not a car because it's probably moved, but that marker that you had planned to use as going into your fence all of a sudden is hidden by a bunch of people, and it isn't where you thought it might be. So you have to bear that in mind as well. And I think some of the more experienced riders like Dan are very, very familiar with riding around courses with lots of big crowds, but also there'll be some younger riders here that perhaps haven't had that much experience of seeing big crowds, particularly, as you say, over the last couple of years.
Much as he'd love to fall into that category, Dan Johnson, I'm afraid, doesn't qualify as one of our younger riders, but he is a cross-country master. Sort of came to fame with the wonderful silence, as we see Grace Taylor coming out of the sea element of a challenging coffin, but back to Dan Jocelyn, who with all his experience will be able to guide this horse round and help him find the flags.
And Cooley One to Many, owned by Carol King, who's actually our cross-country controller here at Blenheim. Francesca Clapham, Sophie Allison and Sean and Lucy Allison as well. And he's electing to go on the 5 and pops through it very neatly there. As here is Tom Rowland.
I think for the greener horses, you probably would enjoy the extra stride just to close that left-hand door where the terrain tries to drag you down the hill a bit. But Tom's horse, after that little reminder from the big Trakehner, seems to be focused and on the job as we pull away up this steep mountain. Even that little track crossing there is another little challenge for their footwork. You know, they have to find their feet. It is across the country. And Blenheim is a real example of how challenging that can be, not just the jumping efforts.
Interestingly, Tom just gave the horse a bit of a reminder going up the hill as we go back to Grace Taylor. Grace with Game Changer heading towards home as a careful jump into the water, KND Steel Pulse.
One extra stride there, 6 strides, doesn't look as comfortable, but bravely on the way out. I think for me, if I had to be critical, I would prefer not to try and give the horse a reminder on a steep bank. I think once they hit the top and they've taken their second wind, done a big draw in of their breath, hopefully then you've got time before you approach that challenging water where you might give them a little tickle with a stick or a nudge with your leg. But I think if you can just let them stay in their canter step as you take the steepest terrain, and oh, Gracie, that's so good to see. Look how happy she is.
She is absolutely delighted with that, and so she should be. She'll possibly pick up a few time penalties, but Grace Taylor, Game Changer, have completed the 4-star long clear jumping here. 6.4 time. We've just had the one go inside this 10-minute 37 optimum time. That was
Will
Zochten and Arclo Puissance. Grace Taylor will go forward to show jumping on a score of 41.1. As Dan Jocelyn and a Cooley One to Many.
Lovely shot of the engine room, as it were, his back end powering away, the horses, I mean, not Dan's, those back legs powering away around the turn. And that's what you've got to be mindful as a jockey, is to keep that back engine room turning, keep the wheels turning, keep the power coming from behind as you take on the technical question. Made that look like nothing.
Really popped through there very nicely. This horse that actually completed here with Daisy Barkley back in 2019, I think it was. Here is Alex Bragg, and the first of his 2 rides comes forward with our Deo Premier. A score of 37.2, and you can just see how competitive it is because that sees them down in 67th position. Ardeo Premier would be a young horse at the level, just one run previously at 4-star long, and by Hold Up Premier, owned by Debbie and Neil Nuttall, and just had a cheeky little spook. I think might have lost a boot as he went into that second.
I think we lost an overreach boot. I think probably our sort of summary from the first few horses that we've seen home, often you've got very experienced riders with 2 horses running in the competition who set out early in the day so that they've got time to fit their other ones in, so they can sometimes give you something of a false sense of security and you think it's going to ride easier than perhaps it might in the middle of the competition. But I think today it would appear that the time is the most challenging aspect. And the jumping efforts, as long as you get your line right, the horses are reading David Evans' questions fairly readily, and it's being able to tick those boxes one by one underneath the time allowed that is proving to be the challenging part of today's Saturday cross-country action at Blenheim Palace International.
Yeah, it's a very good point, actually, because we do often see those more experienced riders coming forward first. And Alex, another actually to go on the bold 4 strides, and the horse gets a lovely pat down the neck. This horse was actually top 15 at Mill Street in the 4-star long format a little bit earlier on this year, as Dan Jocelyn comes to the Bentley Brushes at the first late crossing.
He is a master. He made 8 adjustments to the horse without it really realising what, the horse was concentrating, listening, right, I need a little balance and then I need to be going forward and I need to be left to look at my job. And Dan made all those adjustments that he needed to so subtly, so cleverly, but very effectively. And that's why he's one of the best cross-country riders around in the business, and was really able to attack him and say, go on, boy, there's 2 strides there, little tap to say, come on into the water, you've got to keep travelling. Looks like a long way, it is a long way, but you've got to keep your head down, your chin out and keep kicking.
Yeah, absolutely. And interestingly, as you get those 2 strides into the first late crossing, they actually take some riding to get the 2 strides to come up. Down at the Jockey Club,
I think the 5 is definitely the preference there, if you can. 5 on the way in looks very achievable. 5 on the way out looks quite long, and you almost wonder sometimes when they jump a fence in water, i.e. take off in water and land in water, they can land a fraction flat-footed. Dan just used his experience just to pick the horse off the floor then on landing. Another one really stretching. They're really stretching over the A element there. So we see Tom Rowland gunning for the finish. I think he had to work fairly hard at times there, and I think well done him, well done the horse, learnt a lot on the way round.
He absolutely did. Tom Rowland, K&D Steel Pulse for Michael Wilmshurst and Alison Sharp have completed 6.8 time penalties to add for them. So that will see them add that to their score. They'll go forward to jumping on a score of 42.5. Dan Jocelyn, coolly 1 to many, coming back down right at the far end of the course, I should say.
It's important that you set them up enough, but not waste unnecessary energy. Very cleverly, he just shortened the stride bit by bit over the course of about 5 or 6 strides on approach to that. So you weren't sort of crunching down right through the gears to second and back up again to 6, 7, 8. He did it very subtly so as to use minimal extra energy, but had the length of step that he needed to approach the combination.
Alex Bragg, our day premier, really nicely through the combination of the Boodles jewellery chests, and Boodles the official jewellery partner here at the Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials. Now for Ireland.
Lucy.
Not quite getting the stride she would have wanted at the first. Lucy Latter, RCA patron saint, and Lucy comes forward on a score of 34.8 in 44th position, coming forward to the cross country. As down at this rail, ditch and bird's nest combination makes that look really straightforward, because actually that's quite a fair question.
It really is, and particularly with the light playing a part there as you go from light to dark and back again, the speckles from the shadows of the leaves on the trees making it even more of a challenge. But it's a very straight combination. It's A, B and C are all in a straight line, which I think often helps, especially the experienced horses are well aware there isn't just one element, so they begin to help you search for the flags. As Lucy jumps that big oxer at fence 3, settling into a bit of a rhythm, having got a bit overexcited at fence 1, it can happen. Slow-mo of Dan.
That was a beautiful shot of him really just pushing for the horse to respond to him, and actually the horse picking up immediately, and Dan doesn't ask any more. He's got the reaction he wants, and the horse listening beautifully. He's on his way home as Lucy Latter at the Brookfield Equestrian Combination, taking that wider outside line and pops through there very neatly at 4.
I think with reference to this horse, we'll swap back to Alex. 2 strides. It's taking a bit of riding. They've all understood it, but they're having to be quite determined up on top. And I think, you know, for the later riders coming, that they'll know that there's room to attack that. You know, you're not going to run out of space if you come in quite strongly. Yes, you need to balance them on the hill, but they'll do that partly themselves. They're coming down. They're not going to run away down the hill, you know, seeing the water behind the fence. Not going to take any unnecessary chances. And just letting them find their feet for this rail on the way out. Beautiful big jump. And I think that's kind, clever course building. You know, the brush does help them get a bit more height over the solid timber rail that's in the fence. Alex, they're landing a little bit steep over that big sort of almost trachena effect into the water. But they're really understanding that. You know, there hasn't been anyone look questionable. I think there was somebody, I can't remember who now, had to add, Tom Rowland had to add a 6th stride to get to the middle element, but still made the 5 on the way out. And here it's just feeling what's under you. You know, do the horses just need to quickly grab a second wind?
And they're past the 6-minute marker at that point of Alex Bragg's track. So he's heading on right up to the far side of the course, well into the second half of his round as Lucy Latter leaves the Palace Arena behind her. As Dan Jocelyn pops the last, and Cooley One to Many goes through the finish over the Paul Roger Champagne finale to complete, and will again pick up some time penalties. So the time is really playing its part today. I think 11.6 time penalties for Dan. That will drop him a few places on down the leaderboard.
Whoops. Oh,
sit
my
tight,
word.
Alex.
If he saves this, he's an absolute miracle worker. How on earth did he stay in the plate?
Now, Alex Bragg, where are you going to go? Because he hasn't actually crossed his tracks.
It just leaves a right knee there, screws his body, nearly tips Alex. I was convinced he'd gone. But that is some serious core stability.
No, he's now figuring out where he is going, and we will hopefully, I think he's actually picked up 20 penalties, surely.
I think then he's probably attempted, there's a black flag, is there, for...
Yeah.
He's trying to figure his own way around now. Poor thing. He's just trying to, having stuck brilliantly in the plate, you've then got to really know your plan B, C and D, which he's had to take. D, there you go.
Yeah.
Now, will that be penalty free or not? Who knows?
I will look at the scores, but that will be for the ground jury to observe. Ardeo Premier up at 18. It hasn't come up yet. I think he'll be given 20.
I do too, and I'm a bit anxious because he's jumped one more element. And I'm going to be honest, I've only walked the short format up at that point of the course.
He only jumped, so there's 5 elements to the long route.
And
4 to the straight route, because
good,
one of them is CD, I think it is.
Thank you.
The second of those skinnies is
that
CD.
Means he hasn't jumped an extra, which would have been a bit of a disaster. But my goodness, that was well sat. I was totally convinced as he went out of shot that we would see an empty saddle, and somehow we didn't.
Alex Bragg, fair play, because I think that is going to go down as save of the day.
Here he is, just setting up for the rail ditch rail. Strong riding. He's obviously back in the game, back on the job. Just making sure the horse doesn't dwell on a little previous mistake. You have to put that firmly behind you. You do, the horse does, and on you get on.
A score in for Dan Jocelyn, Cooley One to Many. They have 11.6 time finish on a score of 45.0. So actually the one to beat at the moment of those in the clubhouse is Wills Oakton, Arc Le Puissance. Obviously still a very, very long way to go, but that 36.2 is actually just overtaken by Georgie Goss for Loop. 36.2 Georgie Goss, Wills Oakton 36.9. So
I think it's an opportunity for me to do a little shout out for my beloved racehorses. I think the thoroughbred blood comes into its own on Saturday of a 3-day event, and there's sometimes where it firmly works against you and they don't particularly want to listen to what you've got to say in the dressage, or they get a bit of a run on in the show jumping. But coming up these strong pulls at Blenheim and managing to have the endurance and the quick thinking, light-footed reactions of a thoroughbred, I think you would, as Burley showed us only a couple of weeks ago, and I think that's going to come into play again here at Blenheim, is anyone who's fast enough is going to climb up those leaderboards.
Question for you. Do you think, as Alex Bragg heads on towards the latter part of his round, actually, And that long route up at the top, whether he is penalised for it or not, will really cost him in terms of time. Lucy Latter clear through the first water. Second water, I should say.
We think she did definitely take a red flag quite strongly.
It's difficult, isn't it? So
Really
the fence
hard to
judges will
see
see
from
her
here.
again, look very quickly in, a big splash, and actually has to really work to get that turn. And
I think that would be questionable, but very difficult to tell from this angle. So we'll leave it to those who are better placed than us to give you the full answer on that.
And the fence judges will have different camera shots that they will be able to revert back to.
And you need to be head on
Yeah,
to make that
exactly.
decision. I have to say, if I'm honest, there's been a question over her straightness right since the beginning with this horse. Not in terms of whether or not he's jumped any other elements, he's jumped them all, but a little bit of a twist in the air, a little bit of a loss of a shoulder here and there. You know, I've just thought a couple of times, gosh, I wonder if there's a real accuracy question ahead. Will you stay straight?
Well, fair play to Alex Bragg, because not only has he managed the save of the day, I think he's managed the mental save of the day, because he's got himself out of a serious spot of bother, gone the long route, and has been marked clear.
Tell me, where are we at with the rules if you do miss a flag, as in take a flag and don't correct yourself?
If you miss a flag and don't correct yourself and you're deemed to have jumped outside of the flag, then it's 15 penalties. There's lots of wording around it as to,
I did that in
which
basic
part,
terms,
but yeah, basic terms, that's it. Here's Lucy Latter and RCA patron saint.
And in fairness to her, these bits, these 3-ring bits, I think I used to call it a Dutch gag in my day, but it might be outdated, are not always the easiest to steer in. And I think although the horse is looking very keen, we saw right from fence 1, he was bang out of the start box and wanting to get on with his job. Sometimes, you know, she looked to land in very big over the drop into that second water, perhaps then had to pull off her line to get straight for the corner. And we had, let's be honest, we're being a tiny bit distracted. We're trying to look at the World Championship eventing scoreboard, and we think there's a half a chance we've seen that Laura Collett might have had a very
Lucy Jackson giving you the biggest spoiler of the day there. Alex Bragg, I mean, goodness me, the core strength of him here, because he even the horse didn't necessarily pick him up. He actually turned back the other way.
I think I can guarantee you 99 out of 100 riders would not have saved that, or if not, I mean, maybe
999 out of 1,000.
Yeah, I mean, where do we stop?
Fair play. Alex Bragg, save of the day. As just waiting for news on Lucy Latter and RCA patron saint, who are the last combination out on course before we have a short break in order for the 2-minute silence in memory of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II at 12 o'clock, which will be observed throughout the event site. And actually, Laura Wright will follow that 2-minute silence.
For me, this was a very challenging combination because of its blandness, if that doesn't sound like a silly thing to say. It's painted beige and pale blue. It's on the way home. It's quite a low table, although very wide. There's nothing to really sort of catch the horse's eye. So I think you've got to slightly manufacture or man-make a bit of a decent canter off a turn late in the course to set their balance back and actually do something about it. I don't think you can coast round the turn and let the fence do the sitting up for you, I'm afraid.
Well, Lucy is absolutely motoring on towards home. She just has 3 jumping efforts remaining. And then there will be that short break. But Lucy...
And do we have a score for her?
Lucy is on a score of...
very nice, great line through that very last combination.
34.8. And actually, she's going to be a little bit over the time, but she's not going to be miles away from it. The clock is turning red now, and she's just got the last to go.
Oh, gosh, I'm so sorry. I thought that she might have overshot the last. Just relax, LJ.
And big pats that Lucy Latter, RCA patron saint, have completed. We'll bring you updates on their time, but she looks absolutely delighted with that, and so she should, as she comes through the finish. So Lucy Latter, 3.2 time, second fastest of the day, 38.0, will go third on the live leaderboard. But that is the following the sad news of the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. A 2-minute silence will now be held. This will be followed by the national anthem sung by Laura Wright, and we invite you to join us in mark of the passing of a remarkable Queen. the most remarkable lady who had an incredible reign, and we have so much to be thankful for. Incredible scenes here at Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials as we turn our attentions now back to the cross country, and it is the turn of Gemma Stevens, the first of our riders coming forward inside the top 10. Gemma actually has 2 inside the top 10, equal second with Jalapeno as well. Flash Cooley, her ride this time, and you see Gemma there wearing a black armband in memory of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, all riders being invited to do so this weekend. Sat down alongside me in the commentary box now, it is Harry Much. Harry, very good to have you with us.
Yeah, it's great to be here, and it's a really exciting day with the cross country, and be great to see how it runs.
Well, Gemma is certainly setting out like she means business. Flash Cooley would be relatively inexperienced at this level, actually was top 10 here in the 8 and 9-year-old class 12 months ago. Is diminutive in stature, but a real character and bags of scope as well. Gemma, who got married to new husband Gary a little bit earlier on this year, won the Cheddington-Bicton Park 5-star 12 months ago, and has been in really good form of late.
He's a really cool horse to watch go cross country, isn't he? He's always got his ears pricked, and he just looks like he's loving the job.
He's owned by Prudors. It'll be interesting to see the line she takes here. 5 has been preferred, but 4, and she's going on the 5, but 4 has jumped really nicely with a few of the more experienced horses. And Gemma makes light work of that as she comes to the fly. Just gives him a bit of a reminder before this fly. It's a big enough fence here, Harry.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first sort of, and yeah, you can see why she just gave him a little reminder, because he had a little look down the ditch, and you know, it just run uphill a little bit to it, and they can just have a little look at the last couple of seconds. So, I mean, she did the right thing, so she got him over it.
And he was a little way off it in the end, but took full advantage of the brush on top. David Evans, our course designer here, 10 minutes and 37 seconds, that all-important optimum time. Only one has made it so far. That is Wills Oakton and Arclo Puissance. So Gemma Tattersall and Flash Cooley go on to the Palace Arena. And this is an interesting part of the course, Harry, because you've got to really wind your way to it and wind your way away from it.
Yeah, it's quite twisty, and, you know, it's a part where there's going to be a lot more crowds as well, so it might just be a bit of an eye-opener for the horses at this point. So for us, we just need to keep focused and know our way and know our lines, so we can give them the smoothest ride round. But the Oxer after that is where you really start to see the crowds, and now she's in the main arena, or just coming out, and then we get the sight of the palace to get to jump in front of it, which is pretty special.
Do you notice that? Does it give you a bit of a pinch me moment?
Oh, definitely. I mean, you know, you don't get to compete in places like this all the time, and it's a really special place.
Away goes Gubby Leach with Sarah and Jonathan Houston's Royal Harvest, 34.2, his two-phase score. Heading out on course. I was actually out walking the course this morning, and Gubby was out with his final walk, just making sure he was happy with the way everything was on his plan. Scratching his head in a couple of places, but I think he has set out certainly like he means business. This is a horse that won the 3-star long format at the NAF 5-star Hartbury International last year.
And he looked good through that. When I walked it, that corner is tight, and you know, to go on the 5 through there, you're going to have to be moving, and the corner only opens up really on the last 2 strides. So
he's put some fairly handy sort of decorative trees, hasn't he?
Yeah, and you know, it does hold you in, but it also makes your line a bit tighter, so you can go on the 6, but for me, you're committing on the 5, and then it does really get you on in there, and you know, your horse has got to know where it's going.
Well, Gemma very quickly away, and she's in to the 4-minute marker of the course now as she goes to the Air Equestrian brush stumps. Then it's the run down through the trees. That's Gubby.
Another one to go on the 5.
Neatly clear through there. And this is a horse that's been a little bit green at the level stepping up this year, and this will be a very fair test for him. Gubby, massively experienced previously. Worked for the likes of Pippa Funnel. And another to just see the stride. A little bit of a tap down the neck. Very quickly away.
It's an interesting fence because, I mean, you know, the ground runs up to it, and it gives you the chance just to keep riding at it, and you know the last two riders have had to sort of get riding a little bit stronger at it, and you know it does look a big fence when you get on takeoff. Getting Gemma's horse just looked really comfortable through there.
And then she heads on up the hill to the Indiba roll top. Then it's a long run on down the hill. She's got to really set the horse up for the Bentley brushes down at the first lake crossing.
Yeah, you just got to make sure when you're coming down the hill. I mean, I got to the first of the brushes yesterday, looked back up and I went, oh, it is a long way down. And, you know, as a rider, you've just got to make sure the horses aren't running too much on down to their heads, because it's a big brush down there. And then, you know, they've got to be straight on the two strides.
Does the two strides walk long?
Not really. I mean, you know, as long as you get a good jump over the first part, then it's really the fence is there in front, and as long as they're true to their line, the two should come quite nicely.
Gubby Leach goes on away from the Palace Arena to the South Lawn as Gemma up at the New Water. And
good out.
Quickly away from all elements there. Just getting news through that number 83 has withdrawn. This is Aoife Clark and Kalahari, and they were actually pretty well placed. So just inside the top 20 as
Gubby goes long. That looked like his plan. You know, he didn't look like he was going for the corner, so...
It's interesting because he's obviously out there riding very positively, pushing for the time.
I mean, like I said before, you know, the corner is very acute. So, you know, he knows his horse. He might just think that might be one question too much, or he might be feeling something out there, or that might have been plan B. Every rider has their plan, and, you know, you could see he knew exactly where he was going with it. So he did the right thing for himself there.
Gemma up at the A.W. Jenkinson combination at 18 and pops through all elements there. That was where Alex Bragg had his really hairy moment earlier, and actually the time, the scores have been updated and he has been given jumping penalties for that problem. So they will be added to his score, as here is Ginny Thompson, Capitan de Oos, the first of her two rides. Ginny rides for New Zealand, again wearing the black armband in memory of Her Majesty the Queen.
I think it's so important, you know, these, especially fence 2 is quite a big table, and it's just nice to get that good rhythm set early, so when you do come to the first combination at 4, you know how the horse is feeling, because it's quite a tight combination for the first one, and he's just really nice through there, wasn't he?
Made it look like a schooling exercise. Actually, Gemma was about on the clock. She would have been at the 8-minute marker going into that fence, and she would have been about where she needed to be. So we'll keep an eye out there, as here is Gubby Leach, Royal Harvest, winding their way between the crowds. There's a lot for these horses to look at, actually, isn't there? I've been surprised.
Yeah.
We sort of are tucked away behind the media centre, and you go out and actually there's lots and lots and lots of people.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I went out for my final walk about an hour and a half ago, and the crowds were gathering quite quickly, and I mean, even now you can see there's a lot more people there, and it's interesting. We don't often have water jumps this long, so it's important just to make sure the horse stays balanced and focused through there, because it is quite an angle fence coming out, so it'd be silly just to have an unnecessary 20 there.
Really nicely through there.
The 5 looks really nice there, doesn't it? I planned to go on 4, but
we've seen the 4 jump beautifully.
Yeah.
It a little bit more straight.
Yeah. Gubby's horse is looking really good. I mean, that must have just been the plan up at the Palace, just to go along and, you know, maybe waste a little bit of time, but it keeps the clear round going, doesn't it?
Keeps you safe for 9 minutes and 18 seconds going into that combination. Would have been the clock for Gemma Tattle, slip of the tongue, Gemma Stevens and Flash Cooley. as she goes to the horse rail skinny brush at 24. And it's a big enough fence there. So she is heading well on towards home, and we'll update you with details of her time, because absolutely could be the first that we've seen inside the top 10 guarantee herself a top 10 position going forward to the show jumping.
And even those fences need respect. You know, we're coming into the main arena and the angle on the two's tight enough, so this. So that walked, for me, that walked 3 to the final part, but the last few have taken 4 there, haven't they? So it's just riding what you feel, isn't it?
I was going to say, riding what you're sat on, your horse would be a big, scopy, rangy horse, wouldn't he?
Yeah, but I mean, we've planned as well. It's not always the ideal situation to go on the big stride, and this round today for me is going to be a very, hopefully just an educational round for him, because he's only 8. It's his first 4 long, where there might be 4 strides, maybe just to take that safe 5 to educate him for the future, because if he always learns to go on the big one, then when you need to go on the shorter one, it's not there in the future. So that's really good again.
Well, Gemma Stevens, Flash Cooley cantered through the finish flags. The Paul Roger Champagne finale stopped the clock in 10:31, easily inside 29.7. They're guaranteed a top 10 position overnight. Tom Grant, the first of his rides away, Penhill's Optimax, is a horse that is owned by Tom himself alongside Sophie Arnold, a 10-year-old by Pacino. 40.4, their two-phase score coming forwards.
Tom's a really nice guy, so it'll be good to see him have a good ride today. So hopefully all goes well.
Comes forward a little bit later on with MGH Tokyo Phil, a new ride for him this season, and easily settling into his rhythm over the first couple of obstacles, the Paul Roger Flowerbed, the Club Cadet picnic tables, and the This As Me parallel rails at 1, 2 and 3. Here is Ginny Thompson up at the top of the hill, Capitan de Us. While Tom Grant, Penhill's Optimax, go on to the Brookfield Equestrian Question at 4. Here's Gubby. Sees a really nice forward distance through that combination.
And that is a long 3. I know obviously the horses are going to be a little bit strung out towards the end, but it's definitely, you want to be getting a good positive shot over that first table, and you know, really just keep on moving to that arrowhead like he did, because it's a long way away from the table from the 3.
Well, the horse came up for him really well is Ginny Thompson, Capitan de Us, at the first lake crossing. And almost you just kink your line coming out of the water, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I would rather, you know, get to the right earlier, and then, you know, the horse can see the fence a bit earlier, and it becomes a little bit more clear. So then you don't have to put that wobble in so late to the fence. It's just maybe save a second there or so. And
well, Gubby Leach coming to the last, and actually I think he stopped the clock inside the time as well. Royal Harvest, he looks absolutely delighted with that, and so he should. A very, very good round for him, and 34.2 should be the score on which he takes forward to the show jumping tomorrow. That is confirmed fastest round of the day.
Well done with the long route as well. That must have been flying.
It was very quick, very, very quick. He must have been pretty happy that he had enough in the tank to be able to do it. Here is Tom Grant, Penhill's Optimax, really nicely through the NFU Mutual angled hedges in the main arena.
Ginny just jumps that brush fence, and it's the sort of fence where you don't really want to waste a bit of time, but you just come off the turn and there's a little bit of a incline to it, so you don't want to have an unnecessarily long jump, but she did good just to keep riding off the corner and get a good shot, and she's coming through the water here and gets a good jump at the corner, which is actually a really, really tight fence. I mean, when you're jumping in from the log, it really it does look, you know, the horses can't see it on the landing, and it's up to us whether we take the 4 or the 5 to the corner, land in a good balance, turn, and then presenting like exactly like she did.
Really nicely on the 5 strides for Tom Grant.
Really nice.
Penhill's Optimax, the incredible backdrop of Blenheim Palace. As Jenny Thompson, the first of her 2 rides, heads into the latter half of the course. Here's Alex Hewell. Alex rides Elfield Voyager. This is a horse he rides for Dr. Sheila Rowe. 39.6, his 2-phase score coming forwards.
Looks full of running at the start.
And actually the ground out there, I mean, walking around this morning, the going is absolutely brilliant.
Oh, it's brilliant. I mean, you know, it's very fast ground, and they've worked really hard on it, and you can see the effort that's gone into it. We're walking around and it feels very spongy under our feet, so for a rider's point of view, it's really positive and confidence giving to run our horses well on it, and, you know, hopefully everyone has good sound horses after, and the ground's perfect.
Alex Hewell gets that big parallel rails at 3. As this is what I really kind of think of as a roller coaster of events, because the use of the terrain here, they go down, they've come down quite a steep slope, then they're up again, then they're down again, and then there's a good old pull back on up the hill.
Yeah, and the bit that you can't see coming through the woods, that is, I mean, it's a serious descent down, and you've just got to be careful the horses don't end up running down on their heads coming to this rail, and we have a slight incline coming up, so it does just help them get them off their forehand, but like Tom did there, it just came down quite quick, so he did a good job to get the eyes on the fence, and now coming into the water, did a good job, kept him straight. And Tom's where I would want to be there, so he stuck to the right and just kept patient, and then you end up not having to move so much through the water, and you can just keep the horse's eyes up, and you end up getting a great jump out.
So Tom Grant goes on to the second of those waters, the Jockey Club Log and Brush, as Jenny Thompson jumps the horse rail skinny brush, and there's a big enough ditch under that, isn't it? We can't really see it.
It's amazing how small people are making it look, because, you know, even a stride out, you're going, this ditch is looking bigger, and then you get to take off and you go, this ditch is definitely looking bigger, and it just open up, and, you know, even for the third last fence, you know, it's a big fence, but it's very inviting for the horses. You know, you want to get nice and close to the ditch so they can just pop it.
Interestingly, Tom Grant went on the 4 and the 4 and made it look quite straightforward, albeit very boldly into the water, but trusted his horse to stay true to the line, as Alex Hewell, Elfield Voyager away from the main arena. Ginny Thompson, Capitan de Us, coming through the finish. Big pats for this young horse. Just a 10-year-old by Cosinus and owned by Ginny alongside David and Catherine Thompson. I think that we'll see a few time penalties to add. 12 in total. They'll finish on the cross country on 46.3. As away from the start, Scott Wallace with Hayley Sankey's Locarno start. This 10-year-old by Locarno, the show jumping sire. 41.9, their score coming forwards.
Scott looks thrilled to get that second fence out of the way. I mean, it's a big table to start with. Tom looks like he's having a great ride.
He really does, as Alex just having to get Elfield Voyager to listen slightly coming through the combination in front of the Palace.
Yeah, maybe just a rebalance. He might have just thought the distance there was coming a bit quick, so, you know, he did the right thing and got what he wanted out of it.
Alex Hewell goes on away from the Palace to go to the big brush that just precedes the run down through the woods.
You've just got to be careful at that point where Tom's at now with the rail in. He it's not the biggest of rails, so it can actually, you just got to respect it. And he just went down in the 4, didn't he? So, you know, it's a bit of both. But into the coffin, you know, you don't want to just leave a leg unnecessarily and respect the ditch and that one stride. You almost want to get a nice positive jump for the 2 strides coming up. And to the right.
It was a little bit far over to the right for my liking there, but Scott Wallace, Locarno, star clear of the stirrups flyer.
I'll be happy when I get that fence over with.
Yeah, so I mean, I wasn't going to say anything, Harry.
Yeah.
But it's good preparation, actually, isn't it, for horses to jump fences like that here for the likes of the Cottesmore Leap at Burley.
Absolutely, and you know, it doesn't have the same dimensions, obviously, but when you do walk up to it, it's a big ditch and a big hedge, so it does take some riding still. So, yeah,
We'll say no more. We'll say no more.
Sigh of relief.
And actually, as we see Alex Hewell come down to the water, HD Bronze is well after your fall at Burley.
Yeah, he's great. He's in good form. I've been hacking him out a little bit just to see how he feels, and all great. He's really happy, and I mean, you know, it was a slight mishap in the cross country, and I was so happy with him up to that point. He was really jumping well for me, and we just have to move on and learn from it, really.
Onwards to the next one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Scott takes a really economical line, actually, to those angled brushes in the main arena.
Yeah, he was quite tight there, and even there, you know, when you're coming out of the main arena, it's important. You don't want to cut your line too tight towards coming out, because then you end up feeling you're going to fly into the railings. Alex went on the 4 there to the corner and made it really good. You know, sometimes it's about when you're in there, just sitting at the back door and just saying, right, you know, keep your head up, look for the next fence and just get there. And for me, it's not always about looking for strides and looking for distances. You know, when you're in that situation, you have to assess what you get when you jump into the water first. It's all good having that plan of going, yes, I'm going on the 4 or the 5, but plans change when jumps change.
They absolutely do. Tom Grant, very nearly home, just the one to go with Penhill's Optimaxes. Here is Charlotte Parry Ashcroft. Will Jack be king? They are away, owned by Charlotte herself. This is an 11-year-old by Jack of Diamonds, comes forward on 37.2. You make a really good point of, you know, not being hung up on strides, because actually, and I know that's something that David Evans, as a course designer, is massively passionate about. He doesn't want everybody to think, well, this is 5 strides, so we must jump it on 5 strides.
Definitely, and I think, you know, that's not what cross country is about. If we're committed to going, this is 3, this is 4, this is, you know, this is a set distance, it becomes a little bit too much. You know, we sometimes just have to ride by our seat and just go, we don't know what we're going to get into this combination. And at this level, the course design is so clever in the way he builds stuff that, you know, we can take a little bit of a wider line, maybe add a stride or go shorter and take out a stride. It's what suits us and what suits our horses, and it's nice that he gives us the options.
Alex Hewell, Elfield Voyager, just setting up for the Blenheim's Bird Nest.
And even there, it's clever, you know, giving us a big square table just before this upright rail, testing the gears, and there just stood off a little bit, but that was fine. Testing the gears so that you can keep coming to the table and then sit up and land and get the hind leg back under and get the head up so that you come to the rail and the jump's safe.
Score in for Tom Grant, Penhill's Optimax 57.6, 17.2 time clear jumping. Here is a bit of a reminder for Scott Wallace's Locarno star, but a nice pat down the neck.
Yeah, he looked like he just ran a little bit at the rail in the middle, and what you can't see is there's actually quite an open ground line to the middle rail, and he obviously just got a little bit deep to it and got a little bit low, so he just gave him a little bit of a reminder to say, hey, listen, you know, there's a lot to do out here.
Well, just a reminder, if you were tuning in for Rosie Thomas Fly the Flag, could be due out on course. Next, they have withdrawn, so will not be coming forwards. As Scott Wallace through the water It's a long enough run through that lake. It's not a fence that we would see that often to have that many water crossings. And actually, you don't see it, but they do exactly the same back in the other direction as well.
We jump a huge log off the top of the hill.
It is enormous.
And yeah, it's gonna
Oh, unfortunately, a parting of company for Scott Wallace and Locarno Star, the horse, having a pick of grass. And just was a little bit off in. Unfortunately, the horse didn't jump the fence. Scott did. But the horse looks absolutely none the worse for wear. And good to see Scott up on his feet there, just checking the horse out as well. And we have such a brilliant team of medics and vets here. There will actually be somebody on hand very, very quickly to check them out. But he looked
amazing
okay.
How quick they get to you. I mean, for me, last week at Burley, before I was even up on my feet, they were there, and the support and everything's amazing from the team, and they take so much care in the horse, and it's amazing to see how quick they can get to you.
And it's proper horse people as well.
Totally.
Do you know what I mean? It's people who really know the sport, who know exactly how to deal with certain situations too. So Alex Hewell and Elfield Voyager are home safely. There'll be a handful of time faults for them to add, but a very good round. Otherwise,
Yeah, you looked really smart out there.
I think this is a mare that he'll be very, very excited about on the back of this performance, as his time is confirmed. 5.2 time, finished on 44.8 for tomorrow's show jumping. And we will, of course, broadcast all of the show jumping for you as waiting down at the start. Sarah Bullimore with Corraway, owned by Sarah alongside husband Brett, and the Q Jumping Syndicate. This is a horse that actually took the individual bronze medal at the European Championships in Avanches last year. And he was very cheeky with an early run out at Burley, and Sarah elected to pop her hand up, call it a day, and reroute here. So fantastic to see them here at Blenheim.
He's just such a cool little horse, isn't he?
He's very little. I mean, the biggest
tiny.
laugh of the week at Burley. Sarah hurt her knee. She had a really bad fall at Wellington the Monday of Burley week, and she got a stud injury and couldn't trot the horse up. So her great friend and teammate William Fox Pitt did. And he's obviously very tall. And Elfie, as he's known at home, is very small. And it looked like he'd found his pony club pony and was taking him for a spin or got lost. But he's a really, really cool little horse. But he has so much opinion, talent and sass, and it's a case of them sort of channeling it all in the right direction. But a good result here. Sarah's well placed in the 8 and 9-year-old class as well, with a couple inside the top 10 to look forward to, as will be Jack B. King looking quite keen.
Yeah, Charlotte's doing a good job. She just dropped a little bit on landing there, but it's now about getting your head up, making sure you're in balance, the horse is in balance going down that steep hill. So
just rather dove at that second, dived at the second element there, but she did a really good job in getting him up. And where the ground slopes away, you can just see that little bank and the sort of the lip before the water, but actually it's quite significant, isn't it?
It is, and you saw there where it was probably the accumulation of what happened at the top of the hill, where she might have just not felt like she got him back quick enough to then ride forwards at that fence. You want to feel like when you're travelling down there, you're not pulling all the way to that first of the brush fences. You want to be able to almost set them up at the first part of the hill to then ride positively to the brush. And what she probably felt was she was still pulling into it, and then you end up on that. And
will Jack B. King very unceremoniously just deposited poor Charlotte in the water there, because actually the front rail, it's almost like a bit of a ditch, but actually into the water, and he just popped his head down, and unfortunately she is up on her feet, and the horse is absolutely none the worse for wear after that, but so frustrating for Charlotte. Here is Sarah Bullimore, Corraway. This horse that is on a very, very competitive score, 27.8. So we're all to play for across the country. Huge scope over the first element there. Taking the inside line. And pops through there very neatly.
And he doesn't give her an easy job. I mean, when he's travelling through, and for a little horse he makes up the distance, but he likes to stick his nose out at you and just take hold of the reins and say, I've got this. which what you saw at Burley last week, he maybe just took a little bit too much from her, and that's when you just lack that little bit of steering and communication between you both. And he looks really on it today, so hopefully she has a good time with him.
Yeah, absolutely. Next, away from the start, Kaya Mansby Svedberg and Ballantrain Incentive. This is a 10-year-old by Innocent. 42.1 their two-phase score as Coroway. This is a horse by Balladurue, who has sired a number of Sarah's top rides, including Rev Durue, on whom she has been on the podium at Poe, but also been top 10 at Burley on a couple of occasions. And Lily Corinne is the mare that this horse is out of, and Sarah actually rode Lily Corinne at the European Championships up at Blair Castle in 2015. It was her senior call-up for Team GB, and so it's a really amazing backstory and quite an incredible kind of connection to the horse, having produced him all the way up the levels. He looks very keen, very, very. Interestingly, he... do you know what? I'll say it at the end of her round. I'm not going to say anything. I'll say it at the end, otherwise Sarah will not be happy with me. He looks very, very... She doesn't look like she's actually going full pelts. She looks like he's travelling very easily.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, she took the 6 there through the combination where everybody else has taken 5. But you could see, you know, he is a smaller horse, and the 6 there was no problem for her, and actually it might have done him a little bit of good just to have been a bit patient and waited on that distance and responded really well.
As Kaya Mansby Svedberg is away with the Ballantrain Incentive clear of the Club Cadet picnic table at 2. So 2 combinations out on the cross-country course. David Evans, the course designer here at Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials. 10 minutes and 37 seconds is the optimum time. We've had a couple go inside it. 3 inside, I think. Gemma Tattersall is the clubhouse leader with Flash Cooley, 29.7. But this combination that we're about to see could go ahead of her, 27.8. As they come to the Equilati rails.
That's great. He just loves it, doesn't he?
He's just got...
Just look at his face.
If you ever wanted a picture of a horse loving his job, then this is absolutely the horse to take it of. Went out to Kentucky this spring and didn't give Sarah the easiest ride cross-country there. But pops through that very neatly.
Straight.
And he still is pricked very firmly. I think Sarah's chatting away to him about what's still to come. And she can open up on that accelerator up the hill to that new water, the Jockey Club Log and Splash. Here is Kaya Mansby Svedberg, clear of the flyer. And taking a flyer there as well.
Yeah.
And it's an enormous ditch over the ha-ha wall, which you can just see. You can't quite appreciate it from our angle, just how big it is. It is certainly imposing. It's a real classic rider frightener, and it's an iconic fence here at Blenheim.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good... when they jump it nice, there's no better feeling. When they start to hesitate, you want to hold your breath and hope for the best in a way.
And Coroway goes through there on the 4 and the 5 and makes it look very straightforward.
It's amazing how he makes up the distances for the size of him, and so easily as well. And Sarah just gives him a great ride.
I mean, he is about 15-1 maybe on his tippy toes.
Yeah.
He's very, very
He's standing
dinky.
up tall.
Yes, yeah. But he's one of those horses that just has so much presence around him. Sarah's a tall lady as well. So they have a great, great partnership. As Kaya really nicely through the Palace Arena combination, the NFU Mutual angled brushes, a nod to the Aintree Fencers, the Jockey Club, of course, who runs so many big events that are all around the country. And their second year of running Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials. A new event director this year in Jack Pryor, who's been working for the Jockey Club for around 10 years or so, but also a huge eventing fan. So he has combined his 2 passions and is leading the team this year. And an amazing job being done by everybody as things stand at the moment. Corraway, Sarah Bullimore quickly on to the latter part of their round as away goes JP Sheffield and Schindler's Boy. JP rides this horse for Elizabeth Golby. Interestingly, so this horse ran in the Open Intermediate at Cornbury last week, and I haven't actually spoken to Sarah about this, but I'm pretty certain she's had a bit of a rethink and a change of his bit over the last couple of rounds. He ran in this bit at Cornbury in the OI, and I think she's sort of taken a bit of the bitting away slightly.
Well, it looks like it's working. I mean, he's flying. I mean,
he's so clever, isn't he, though? Because you saw the experience. He knew exactly what he needed to do to jump that rail going down over the ditch, as JP really nicely threw the Brookfield Equestrian combination at 4.
Took the 4 strides, made it look easy.
Giving you confidence for later. You going to go on 4, Harry?
I think so. We discussed it yesterday. He's such a forward-thinking horse. If I start pulling for the 5 or trying to do something, he then goes, "What are you doing?" And it becomes a miscommunication. Whereas if we get a good shot over the table, just keep moving onto the corner and,
see what comes up.
Yeah.
And you've been working really closely with Pippa Funnell over the last couple of months. She's in equal second after show dressage, cross country, show jumping, whatever phase we're on. After dressage coming out here, what's she told you about this course?
So I walked it with her last night and just gave me a few tips. And she's now seen him quite a bit now, so it's knowing what routes is best for him. And we really want to just give him as good a ride round today as possible. Not necessarily chasing the time, just because it's his first 4-star long and he's only 8. We really want to just give him a good time. So she's great in that way of just going, you don't need to be silly here or take this chance. Do you know what? It's an interesting one, isn't it? That combination, because that second brush does just invite them to drop that left shoulder. Yeah, because the 2's there, but as you get there, the fence does open up, and if they do doubt a little bit, it does become quite a way away on the left hand side. So, everyone else has had a nice enough jump, and it happens.
Well, away from the start, Lauren Lillywhite and Hassian, 35.6, their score coming forwards in 42nd position. Harry, we're going to let you go, but thank you so much, and just do what Pippa said and you'll be fine.
Well, hope for the best,
Thank you very much. Good luck this afternoon.
Thanks.
Harry Much, he's been sat alongside me in the commentary box for the last 45 minutes or so, as absolutely romping home. What a sight that is. Sarah Bullimore, such a tough few weeks for her, but actually Corraway delivering and making it look so easy. He cantered round and will have given her so much confidence and so much faith in him. Finishes today on a score of 27.8, and that will see them go to the top of the clubhouse leaderboard. Will be no worse than 4th going into the show jumping tomorrow. Well, Kaya Mansby Svedberg, unfortunately, just having picked up those 20 penalties going into the lake. As sitting now alongside me in the commentary box, we've gone from one pupil of Pippa Funnell's over the years to another person that she's had a huge influence in your career, Tom Jackson. Good to have you.
Thank you very much. It's nice to be here.
What was your first take on David Evans' cross-country track?
I thought it is sort of what we've come to expect from David now, in that it's a beautifully built course. With some, tricky enough questions on forward enough distances that it turns out most people are now adding the extra strides in. But it seems to be jumping very well so far.
The time is certainly gettable, but has been playing its part on the leaderboards.
Yeah, definitely, and that's what I'll be looking to try and do with my horse later. He's not necessarily the quickest horse in the world, but he came here last year and just had a good spin round. He's not the easiest to ride fast because he can be quite strong and a bit rude sometimes, but hopefully he's coming here and we're going to give it a good go.
And he is inside the top 20, I think, after dressage, isn't he?
Yes, I think he was 13th or something like that after dressage, so a good clear inside the time could bump him up the leaderboard a bit.
And certainly plenty to jump. Di Body, the show jumping course designer here at Blenheim, will be building the track for tomorrow's final show jumping phase. Just seeing a longer distance to that big table and then coming back for this Blenheim's bird nest combination. almost dropping back to trot. Oh, having a good look in the ditch. Clever little bit of footwork.
It was good from Kaiser there. She just sort of, he was a bit backing off, but she just gave him the time and let him figure it out, and he still came through with a clear.
JP Sheffield's and Schindler's Boy going down to the Bentley brushes. As here is Lauren Lillywhite and Hassian into the Palace Arena. The crowd's really, or out of the Palace Arena, I should say. Yeah, the crowd's really building. Looks like JP's had a problem down at the Bentley brushes. Ooh,
the first one.
Now that is really interesting. I imagine he's going to come around and jump them both again. Well, just the second. So he takes it that he jumped the first one. I think he did.
Yeah, I think from the little bit that we saw, he's probably all right, yeah. Still get the 20 penalties for having the circle in between the A and B element, but hopefully that it will just, looks like he might have pulled up now.
Actually, it looks like he has actually just popped his hand up and elected to call it a day after that problem, and he will be walking home. So JP Sheffield, Schindler's Boy, ending their day. Here is for Italy, Roberto Scalisi and the ex-racehorse Alamine, who has been a real star for Bert coming up the levels. As Kaiser just goes through this combination. It's an interesting one. That final sort of carrot box is fairly innocuous looking, isn't it? But you've really got to respect it towards the end of the course.
Definitely. It's a big ask for them and a big reach to get to the back of that table, especially if you're on a slightly tiring horse. Most of them should jump through there fine, but you have the odd one or two that'll be a little bit tired that are struggling to reach that.
Well, Bert away with his own and Ros Hayward's Alamine. This is a horse that started out his career on the racetrack and actually raced a good number of times as well, but has absolutely loved his change of career to eventing. And as Lucy Jackson said in the commentary box a little bit earlier on, these long formats are just where these thoroughbreds absolutely come into their own. The incredible terrain here at Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials gives them such a true cross-country test. And he comes to the Brookfield Equestrian combination at 4. This is an interesting combination, Tom, because actually I think David's been fairly kind in sort of easing you into the course, but actually you still don't want to risk an early run out to the left-hand side. It's similar to last year.
Yeah, it's been fairly similar for the past few years, and it always catches a few horses out that you wouldn't necessarily think. But I think this year just slightly different angle to the first fence and a bit more of a curve maybe, and it looks like it's jumping a bit better this year.
Lauren Lillywhite Hassian does get the 2 strides down into the first of those late crossings.
Very nice through there.
Pop neatly away on up the hill, and it's a steep enough pull up this part of the hill.
It is. You sort of, when you're walking around Blenheim, you don't necessarily think of it as the hilliest course in the world, but there is a lot to do and a lot for the horses to keep travelling and keep jumping all the way around.
This horse just looking for what is coming next, and then the new Jockey Club log and water. Takes a left-handed flag there.
Yeah.
That gets the final element. And it's interesting, we've seen a few combinations go through on 4, but actually Lauren took a much wider line and it worked for her as Bert Scalisi in the Palace Arena.
It's all about knowing your horse, isn't it, cross-country riding? You've got to walk the course and adapt it to what you think your horse is going to do, and then after you've got your plan A, be ready for plan B, C, D.
Know your alphabet.
Exactly.
FM riders, I think, are getting much better at knowing their alphabet. There seems to be a bit of a trend in the last couple of years or so that actually you are seeing combinations that are going up to sort of E. I think at Burley there was F.
Well, I definitely had to go back after my first walk at Burley and have a quick look at the alphabet, because we weren't used to seeing so many letters.
Lauren Lillywhite and Hassian heading on towards that combination right up at the very, very top of the park. Ooh, and
It was a bit cheeky there.
took me a little bit by surprise then, because I didn't see him coming with that. I wonder, maybe just... Well,
Yeah, it was a little bit naughty there, wasn't it? I don't think she did an awful lot wrong.
just
Get
unfortunately
into that point in the course, though, where maybe they're starting to feel a little bit tired and the undulation there.
easier to go out the side than think, oh,
Yeah.
just take another breath. Althea Bleekman away for the Netherlands now with Grand Court, comes forward on 36.0. And Althea quickly on to the Cub Cadet Parallel, or the picnic table I should call it. Beautifully presented as always on David Evans' cross-country track. Kaiser Mansby Svedberg is home safely with Ballantrae incentive, as they've completed. Just had the jumping penalties and a few time to add to their score. As Lauren goes to the Blenheim Bird's Nests, Althea Bleekman and Grand Cord, who had a heartbreaking finish to a brilliant cross-country performance at Bramham. They actually fell just after the final fence, in fact, and had looked really impressive on that occasion. Ooh. Clever little bits of footwork from Hassian and Lauren Lillywhite through that combination. It's one of those things, isn't it, cross-country? Is very rarely perfect.
Yeah.
You know that.
Like I say, you absolutely have your plan A of how you'd like it to ride and go, but very rarely does that actually ever happen. So it's about thinking on your feet and reacting to how the horse is going and jumping and how the combinations come up in front of you.
Well, Althea Bleekman did a really good job there. As here is Bert Scalisi just living a little bit dangerously at the lake.
The horse might have been trying to go wide, but his body was definitely going over the right bit of the fence, wasn't it there?
And you can really see there the thoroughbred coming to the fore. He absolutely motors on up that hill. As Lauren just going towards the latter part of her round there.
Did a good job to keep him inside the white flag.
So 4 jumping efforts remaining for Lauren Lillywhite Hassian, carrying that 20 penalties from up at the top of the course at 18. But otherwise, it's been a very good round for them. Tom Jackson sat alongside me in the commentary box as Bert Scalisi just readjusts his hat. Ooh. Oof. Did a very good job, took full advantage of the brush at the corner. He just struggled to get his turn and his line in the water, Tom, and actually the horse left a bit of a leg, but they were both very sort of honest to go on through the flags.
I think it's been one of those fences all week that people have been talking about, and you know, how should we do this and which line should we take and how many strides, and it seems to be, as it's going on through the day, that it's jumping very well on a few different lines. He went slightly wider there and came back at it and still got through without a jumping penalty.
Next away, it was Lucy Robinson as Roberto Scalisi just had to work quite hard through the A.W. Jenkinson combination up at 18. This horse looking really keen, gets a lovely pat down the neck. Althea just holding her line between the elements, the big Boodle's jewellery chest and then the curving left-handed line to that corner. As Lucy Robinson is away, Cosmic Charm for owner Michelle Bartlett. This an 11-year-old by Future Illusion.
This horse looks really keen just to get on with the job, which is a lovely feeling when you're coming towards the end of the course and you've got these blood horses that will keep galloping and keep jumping for you.
Taking the white flag, but absolutely no problems for Lucy. At 4. So Roberto Scalisi has got about nearly 4 minutes to get home, and actually would be pretty good on the clock as I think as things stand at the moment. That was Lucy Robinson away from that combination. The flag went, but she was absolutely fine. And Tom, obviously fresh from that second place finish at Burley a couple of weeks ago, a dream Burley debut. Has it sunk in?
I think so. I say that we've had quite a busy few weeks, so it was very much Monday morning back to reality. But no, I was over the moon with the horse, and it was a pretty dreamy Burley debut.
And Capel's Hollow Drift has come out of it well, and
yeah, he looks great. Actually, trotted up really well on the Monday morning. He's now enjoying a well-earned rest, and then we'll get him going again through the winter, and work a bit more on the flat work, and see what we can do come the spring.
Back for badminton.
Hopefully so.
Exciting times. Well, this combination, the Bentley's brushes down into the water, has certainly caught 1 or 2 out, but Grand Court Althea Bleekman absolutely fine through there, and Althea just hugs the fence line a little bit there, doesn't she? And that seems to set you up better for a shot at that angled brush, because it's quite a strong angle.
Yeah, we've had those angle brushes for the past few years there, but I'm sure this year they seem at more of an angle.
Oh
dear.
Oh,
really unfortunate.
So frustrating for him. Just the horse left a leg and catapulted him out. We actually saw Harry Mead fall there.
Last year.
Last year, I think it was.
It's definitely one to be respected as you're trying to make up a bit of time at the end of the course. You just go before that. I'm not sure if you can see on the cameras, but it just goes under the trees and the light changes slightly.
Do you cross the road as well?
Yeah, you cross the road, go under the trees, and then it sort of comes out the other side.
He looked like he might have just been a little bit off it and almost paddled at it slightly. And Bert holding on to Alamine, I think a little bit worried that he was going to make a bid for freedom, but both of them walking away. And hopefully we will see them back again soon. But unfortunately not the finish that they would have wanted. As Althea Bleekman, Grand Court.
She looks to have been having a very nice round until now.
Going on now, they've got that long run right up to the very, very far end of the course, this World Heritage Site here at Blenheim, before the A.W. Jenkinson combination at 18. On the curving left-handed line. And again, clever use of terrain, because you've got those sort of mounds that make it roller coaster-like.
Yeah, she's just jumped through there really nicely. Just gave the horse time and curved round. I think the curve between the second and third element can come up quite quickly with the use of those mounds. You sort of drop down the hill, and before you know it, you're further out than you think. She did a really good job there of keeping it all on track and looked very smooth.
Well, away goes a first-timer at the level. It is Lizzie Boff with Be Exclusive. This is a horse she owns herself, 12 years of age, by Bazaar's Exclusive. Horse that actually was top 10 in the 8 and 9-year-old class the year that it was held at Burnham Market. As Alfie Bleekman comes to the bird's nest. To pop through there very sweetly. Be Exclusive is looking pretty keen at the early part of his round. Lizzie has been having some really good international results of late. And this horse in his dressage tried so hard. He was very bright. He really wanted to have a very good look around at everything. But he was very well behaved and quite amenable to the task in hand, which saw them come away with a really good score, 29.6.
Just living slightly dangerously there at the corner, but got the job done.
Lucy Robinson, this is, and Cosmic Charm. Popping through there on the 5 strides. Have you got a plan, 4 or 5, Tom?
Well, I had walked the course thinking 4 the whole time, because my horse is quite big and bold, and it seems that everyone's gone on the 5. So
we have seen a few. Harry said exactly the same, and we have seen a few go really nicely on the 4.
yeah, I think it's one of those ones that if more people had gone on the 4, you might have seen even more come out and go for the 4. But as it was, the first few went and for the 5. I think it's a case of knowing your horse, and either option is there. You've just got to ride. You've got to make the decision and ride for either the 4 or the 5. Another one nicely through that combination there at the furthest point.
As Althea Bleekman, just the 4 jumping efforts remaining for her with Grand Court. She's going to be over the time because she's only got around 7 seconds to get home from there, and she's still got 4 jumping efforts. So will cost a little bit of time on the clock, but it's been a very good jumping performance from them. As Lizzie Boff be exclusive in the Palace Arena.
Love this horse's expression. Just looks like he wants to go and run, and everything looks like it's fun.
He had a similar expression in the dressage, to be fair. Nicely done for Lucy through that combination that have been at 4-star long level once previously. As away goes Tim Cheffings with his own Gaston. There's an 11-year-old by Sanyo. Come forward on 37.2, which sees them in 54th on the leaderboard. The one to beat at the moment, Sarah Bullimore, and 27.8 with Coroway. So that is the score at the head of the table.
That's another combination where you can decide what's best for your horse, either on the 5 strides, quite forward, or waiting a bit on the 6.
Tim just checking back over his shoulder. Tim, who was a former Mark Todd Bridging the Gap scholarship winner. Also a very, very good coach, does a lot of coaching. As this is Lizzie Boff, be exclusive away from the combination in front of the Palace. Neatly through on 5, just taking the flag, but not in any danger. Tim Cheffings and Gaston. Althea Bleekman, Grand Court, they've completed 24 time penalties. They finish on 60.0. Is it a deceiving pull up away from that part of the course, isn't it?
The main arena. Yeah, there's a gentle pull all the way up to the main arena there. And then you go out in front of the Palace, and then it runs. You start to go back down the same incline before you get into the really sort of hilly bits of the course that we're coming to see now.
Lizzie Boff, be exclusive. Lizzie, whose mum Karen actually rode at advanced level herself.
Looks to be doing a really good job with this horse, and it looks like it's an exciting horse for the future.
Yeah, he had a bit of a time off after that big 8-9-year-old result. And Lizzie just delighted to have him back. It's her first run at 4-star long format as well as his. He's having a good look. There's a lot to look at down there, to be fair. There's a big hospitality marquee to the right-hand side of the shot. And he just had a little sneaky look as he went past.
I think luckily we haven't got the swans there this year. They've caused a few problems in previous years.
I think that was Bert Scalisi and Alamine still after that earlier tumble, just walking round. As Lucy Robinson, Cosmic Charm, inside the time. She will be delighted with that. Finishes the day on 36.1. Good shot, Tim Cheffings at the Trakehner. We've seen a couple of horses back off that. We did last year as well, actually. I think we even saw one stop. What did the horses see as they come towards it?
To walk it looks fairly innocuous, but I suppose the Palace is behind it, and there's a few people out on course now. You're turning away from from where they've been warming up, you know, for the past few days, and going out into a different area of the estate here. So I think some just think, oh, do I want to go that far?
Feels unnatural to jump on the Palace Garden.
Yes.
Couldn't possibly be meant to be in here.
They're not normally allowed on such manicured lawns.
No. Here is Imo Brook and San Solo, 44.3, their two-phase score, owned by Robert and Emma Brook. This is a 13-year-old by Sanamore, as Lizzie Boff up at the A.W. Jenkinson combination.
Really super through there. One of the first I think we've seen that's ridden it how it's sort of been designed, I think, and how it walked on the sort of slightly more forward distances, and she got there really easily.
Do you like to watch a good deal of competition, you know, on a day such as this when you're not going till later?
I do. Sabrina, my fiance, always takes the mickey out of me because before Badminton and Burghley, if I've got time, I go into the rider's tent with a few snacks and sit down and watch.
It's like us all at home, isn't it?
Just to get a really good insight into whether things are riding long or short, or how the horses are reacting. I still always have my plan, and you might change your plan depending on how some of the riders before you have gone. But I just think it gives you a bit more knowledge of how the horses are reacting and how fences are jumping.
I love that you actually sit down with snacks. Most people would be like, I absolutely cannot watch, and do not even show me any food.
Yeah, I think I'm quite unique in that sense that I...
Tim Cheffing's Gaston nicely over those Bentley brushes. Bentley, the official luxury automotive partner here this weekend. And brilliant to see some new partners coming into the sport as well. Delighted to have the Jockey Club as running the event for the second year. Very exciting times for the sport. And Bentley, who have got a stand here, actually has some really incredible vehicles on display. The Bentayga Hybrid and Continental GT Speed and the Continental GTC Mulliner. So Tom, if you like your cars, you know where to go.
Yeah. Afraid they might be slightly out of my price range, but I'd love to have a go in one.
Oh, there you go, Bentley. If you're watching at home, Tom Jackson, he was second at Burghley a couple of weeks ago, in case you hadn't heard. Tim Cheffing's really nicely through that first water. How exciting is it to see a new part of the course develop like that here? David Evans, I think, has had the idea in the pipeline for a little while, and actually to see it come together is quite cool.
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, you know, we come to these places year in, year out most of the time, and it's really nice to have the variations on the course and new aspects to it to keep it fresh.
Jessie Campbell away with Cooley Lafitte. Jessie, who represented New Zealand at the Tokyo Olympic Games last year. That was with Diacello. Actually just relocated last winter down to Kent with wife Georgie, to know where she grew up. And this a 36.5, the score that they bring forwards. 10-year-old owned by Jay Jaffar. Actually, this is a horse by Justin Flamenco, which is the prolific show jumping sire that was campaigned by Billy Toomey.
Tim looks to be having a very nice round. Seems to all be coming up and very smooth, and looks like he's kicking on there for the time.
Lizzie Boff home safely, and just waiting on news on her time. It's been a good round from her as she heads on through the finish flags. Just waiting for that time to come through. Looks like might pick up a few time penalties, but it's been a good round. So here's Jessie at the stirrup flyer.
Jessie's such a good, experienced rider.
I tell a complete lie. Lizzie Boff, her clock kept going, but she stopped the clock 2 seconds inside on her 4-star debut, which is pretty impressive. Be Exclusive goes forward to the show jumping tomorrow inside the top 10, 29.6. Goes in behind Sarah Bullimore Corraway on the live leaderboard at the moment. It's pretty impressive to come to your first 4-star.
It is very impressive to come to your first 4-star long and go inside the time. And for it to be at Blenheim as well.
Can you remember your first visit here?
Don't know if I can.
I was going to say, you can say no, it's okay.
No, I can't actually.
I'll tell you the horse in a second. Jessie Campbell in the Palace Arena. Well, Imo Brooks, San Solo. It's another very blood horse. It was so impressive around Bramham earlier on this year.
Really steep bit of the hill here before you get up onto the furthest point of the track.
Came in 2017, Tom, with Waltham Fiddler's Find and finished top 20.
Oh,
Does
yeah.
that sound about right?
Yeah, that. Did he do the? I think he did the ERM. Did he?
You did the 4 short, yeah.
Yeah.
And then you were here that year as well with Carpe de Buisson in
yeah.
the 4-star long. There we go.
Yeah. Both horses went on to do 5-star after that. So good.
Tim Cheffings and Gaston Home Safely. Is Blenheim one that you really like to tick off the list on your young horses' education to kind of see
So,
where
yeah,
they're
it's
at?
a great experience for them, not only from the course point of view and the competition, but to gain experience with the crowds and the grandstands that like they are around the dressage, that hopefully stand them in good stead for when they go on and go up to 5-star level.
Tim Cheffings, Gaston, 3.2 time actually. Brilliant performance from him. So he will finish the day on 40.4.
This looks like a lovely galloping horse.
Nice to see so many crowds right up at that very, very far part of the course, actually.
Yeah, they've had quite a long walk to get there, so luckily they've been rewarded with some good riding through there the past few horses.
A nice pat down the neck for San Solo. He's another with a great expression on his face, clearly loving his job. Taking to the task in hand. If you're just tuning in to us here at Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials, then a very, very warm welcome to you. Tom Jackson sat alongside me in the commentary box as Jessie Campbell and Cooley Lafitte come to the Indiba roll top. How much blood do you like in your top level event horses? Because we've seen
It's a good question.
a bit of a change in the last sort of 15 years or so since the sport lost the roads and tracks and steeplechase.
Yeah.
There was a bit of a shift, and it feels almost like there's a bit of a shift back again to
I
the
think
more thoroughbred horse.
Definitely, people are more conscious of it, and it's very hard to find young horses that tick all the boxes. To be the perfect athlete in terms of move well enough and jump well enough, as well as being blood enough to then gallop around some of these big courses. They're sort of few and far between. So, in an ideal world, I like them to be over 50%. But equally, I have ridden horses that aren't particularly blood on paper and have still been very quick, and vice versa. So I think it all comes with a pinch of salt. You have to assess the actual horse, and some will just keep relentlessly galloping, even though on paper they're not that blood.
Jessie Campbell, Cooley Lafitte, this 10-year-old in a first run at the 4-star level.
Jessie looks to have been having a very nice round with that horse.
It's a nice fence that at 17, just opportunity at the Aintree Canal turn to just have a breath before this intense part of the course that's coming up.
Jessie just looked like he changed his mind there, from jumped through the first 3 elements really nicely and landed and thought, oh, not quite going to get there on the 3, and very sensibly sat up and popped through on the 4.
Jessie, a tall rider, would be one who takes his own fitness pretty seriously as well. Definitely something that we're seeing more and more of with riders at the very top level, treating themselves as athletes as much as all of the horse power that they have in their yard too. Imo Brooks and Solo set sail for home. Good round from them. They're going to pick up some time penalties, but have enjoyed a good spin round here at Blenheim.
Really nice through there from Jessie.
And that is Imo Brook coming home safely with San Solo. His ears still pricked. I think he's quite happy, and he knows that he's come through the finish and done a good job. So Imo will just add some time penalties to her score. As out in the other direction, it is a combination that actually made their 5-star debut and completed badminton this spring. Rose Nesbitt and E.G. Michelangelo, 11th after the first phase, and that sees them in a very competitive position. An 11-year-old by Chelthago Z, 29.9. A fast clear here would certainly see them well in contention. Just swaps her whip over to the left hand in preparation for this corner. Is that something you ever practice at home, Tom?
Not really. I mean, we do it all the time when we're working on the flat with you know, the longer whips. But no, it's something, to be honest, I'm not that good at doing on the cross-country course either.
Did it on 4, it was beautiful. That's all you need to see.
Exactly. Yeah, and it almost looked like she got there quite easily, so. But no, swapping whips can be quite useful, or swapping the sides of the whip. For me, it feels very unnatural to have it in my right hand, so I only do it when I really feel I have to.
Are you right or left-handed?
Left-handed.
You're left-handed.
Yeah.
Okay, so you carry your whip in your...
In my left, yeah.
So Imo Brook, 21.6 time penalties. She finishes the day on 65.9. So 2 combinations out on course at the moment. Tom Jackson sat alongside me in the commentary box as Jessie Campbell and Cooley Lafitte
coming to the end of their round now. In fact, the last combination really neatly through there.
It's a real speed bump of a combination, isn't it? You know, David Evans has been quite clever in sort of making you respect those last questions, even if you're chasing the clock.
Definitely. I mean, that's what we've come to expect at most of these big events now. You can't relax until you're through the finish line.
And Jessie might just be a couple of seconds over the time, but pretty good 4-star long debut for the horse. Cooley Lafitte finishes looking full of running, and they will go forward to tomorrow's show jumping with a clear round over the cross country today. Now it is the turn of our Pathfinder this morning, Amy Penny, the second of her 3 rides. She had a super spin with her first horse this morning, PSH Encore. Now comes forward with PSH Catalyst. This mare, 13 years of age, by Ulysses, was bred at Power Sport Horses Stud by owner Gary Power. Rose Nesbitt on the Boodles at Jewellery Chest in front of the Palace.
It's a great backdrop there, isn't it?
It's one of those really iconic fences, and it's funny, you know, we come back to Blenheim and we missed it so much in 2020, and brilliant to be back here last year. But it's one of those venues that even if you've been coming for years, you still sort of pinch yourself. You still kind of go, how fortunate are we? And we're so grateful to His Grace, the Duke of Marlborough, and his family for enabling us to run the event here this weekend. And of course, the event brought to you for the second time by the Jockey Club, which is a really exciting move for the sport of eventing. They see so many big sporting events on their calendar, the likes of the Cheltenham Festival, Epsom as well, Aintree and the Grand National Festival, all run by the Jockey Club and their team. And Chairman Ian Renton, Event Director Jack Pryor, and the whole team organiser Becky Elvin are backed up by a host of really, really experienced eventing people on the advisory committee, the likes of Di Brunston, Alice Fox-Pitt, William Fox-Pitt, Pippa Funnell, Terry Miller and Zara Tyndall as well. So, you know, they all play a huge, huge part in bringing something new and fresh to the sport while still keeping the epitome of ultimately what we love about eventing. And I'm sure we'll see that develop over the coming years as well. Amy Penny, PSH Catalyst. This mare got a little bit hot in the dressage in the first phase. So 44.4 the score they bring forwards.
Looks quite keen to get on with the job on the early part of the course.
Rose Nesbitt, E.G. Michelangelo. Coming to the Indiba roll top. And then it's a long enough run down this hill. The ground really slopes away from you as you set up for the Bentley's brushes.
Everyone in the background there watching and waiting at the water fence. I hope not too many of them hoping to see anyone wet.
It's amazing though, isn't it? You know, we see so many people come to Blenheim and it might be the first time they've ever been to a horse trials. It might be something that they're really familiar with. But there really is something for everyone. And no matter how many times you've been to a top event, you can't help but watch some of these top horses and riders go across the country. Did a nice job through that. Made a very deliberate turn between the first two elements. Rose Nesbitt, E.G. Michelangelo is the horse on whom she completed badminton this spring. So some good five-star experience under their belt and actually electing to come here rather than go to Burley. There's Amy and PSH Catalyst in the main Palace Arena. Away from the start, it is Kate Rowe. Kate with her Blur. There's a 10-year-old by Love de Chamez. And Kate, actually a full-time dentist. Keeps her horses now with Caroline Harris down at Gatcombe. Oh, clever foot. Well, no, unfortunately, that is such a shame. Because the gravity just took over. He left a leg, but was very clever about it.
Yeah, looked to be okay at this point, and then in trying to turn to the third element there, sort of went out the side door, which is really unfortunate.
And he said, what are you doing down there?
Well, come on, Mum, we've got a couple more to do.
That is so frustrating for Rose, because been having a super run across the country, but unfortunately, E.G. Michelangelo, her day comes to an early conclusion. As Amy Penny nicely through the combination in front of the Palace. Amy actually has, before this weekend, had 3 runs at 4-star long level. She's got 3 here this weekend, so she's doubling it in a single weekend. And, you know, I imagine there's a real test of actually having 3 horses at a big one, and actually 3 very different horses as well. It's a busy week.
It is a busy week from start to finish. And not only that, I think mentally as well, it can be quite tiring to think, oh yes, done that one, that was good, and then have to reset yourself to think about the next 2 or 3 horses.
as Kate and Habler go on to the stirrup flyer. And pop over that very neatly. So make that run up past the what used to be one of the old water fences here at Blenheim, but since he didn't use it last year, David Evans, since the new water's now in up at the top of the hill, actually doesn't go through that part of the course. So Kate just gives the horse a little bit of a reminder down the neck as she heads on up to the Palace. Tom, just a few thoughts ahead of your round this afternoon. We'll see you out on course a little bit later on as Amy Penny comes to the lake. But Farndon, the horse that you're bringing forward.
Yeah, hopefully he'll be a good horse. I think the course will suit him. He came round and was good round here last year, but steady because he can be a little bit free, shall we say. So I'm hoping that this year he can come back, do the same thing, but a bit quicker.
We'll watch this space. Tom, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Tom Jackson in the commentary box with us here at Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials. Amy Penny really nicely through the water. Kate Rowe and Habler over the tricana that precedes the Palace combination. The fence that is sported by Boodles Jewellery. Brilliant to have Boodles as the official jewellery partner here this weekend. As Amy Penny very quickly away from that new water, the Jockey Club log and splash. Sitting down alongside me in the commentary box now, I'm delighted to welcome Daisy Barclay.
Good afternoon. It's very nice to be here.
It is good to have you with us. We're looking forward to getting your thoughts as Elizabeth Power heads out on course 32.0 with a new ride for her, actually, Terry Miller, who is on the advisory committee here to the Jockey Club as part of the organising team for Blenheim. Actually owns this horse, but the horse was originally ridden by Tim and Janelle Price, and Izib took on the mare at the end of last year. It's been top 3 at Mill Street. As she gets a brilliant shot over the Club Cadet picnic table at 2.
Izib's one of the finest cross-country riders. She's one of the quickest. She seems to have a clock in her head, and not only is she excellent at event riding, but she's also been well placed in the Hickster Derby, which is a pretty amazing accolade.
She's got all the talents, to be fair. She is a very, very good jockey. Comes from a family steeped in equestrian history. Brother Robbie, a Gold Cup winner. As Amy Penny really nicely threw that combination up at the top of the hill. That psychological turn back towards home. Daisy, what was your first impression of David's course? You've been coming to Blenheim for a number of years. How does it compare to previous years?
I mean, it's quite similar. I think people were talking to riders. I wasn't here last year, and I think they think the 8-9-year-olds last year was almost stronger than the 4-star long, and I think it's now gone back to the way it should be. There's plenty of questions, but I think as long as you keep your head on, the horses have proved that as long as you ride properly, I think David designed it to be ridden on a much more open distances. I think where he's designed for 4, people are going on 5. I think very few people are taking the big distance and actually are riding very well by doing that and just having a little bit more balance.
It's interesting you say that, actually. The majority, when they've been given a choice, are going on the shorter, adding one in here and there. Have you got a plan as to what you're looking to do later?
I have a plan, and obviously that can change within about a split second. But, I mean, I'm planning on jumping, I think it's fence 5 on the 5 strides. I just think it'll give me more control.
Ooh.
Thinking of, we've just had a run out.
Really frustrating. Sorry, Daisy. We'll come back to that in a second. Unfortunately, Kate Rowe Habler picking up 20 penalties at the second of those brushes. And you can just see, actually, this angle gives you a great view of just how acute that angled brush is at the second element, and just unfortunately drops out through the left shoulder.
It's quite a forward distance as well, and if the horses are backing off coming into the water, and that box brush can make them jump very high, you could just end up being a little bit off that, and it gives them that room to run out, which is very frustrating.
Well, 20 penalties for her. She comes round to represent as Izib Power, as I think she's probably jumped her fence like that a time or two in her career and her equestrian life. Makes light work of the combination in the Palace Arena, the NFU Mutual angled brushes.
It's a very forward 2 strides there, and some people have made it look slightly shambolic, but Izeb came in there with a really good punchy one at the first and made absolutely nothing of it.
And Izeb is really motoring on here. She's on a decent score. She's just outside the top 10. And this is a horse that very much at one point they were thinking might well get a call up for the Irish team in Bretoni. But actually, I think Izeb isn't she'd obviously love to represent her country, isn't disappointed to have another consolidating run at the 4-star long level before the potential for either a championship or a 5-star next year.
And we're just seeing Kate Rowe going through the new water. And I know David Evans originally designed that from the big log to the corner to be ridden on a forward 4. She's just gone through there on 6 and made it happen. The majority going on 5. I think as long as you get from one to the other, it doesn't really matter.
We've seen all manner of stride patterns.
As long as you get between the flags and stay on.
Doesn't matter. We've seen some really, really different. Corraway made 4 and 4 look like an exercise in the school. Well, next away from the start, it is our leader after the first phase, Marlin Hansen hot top and a Carlitos Quidditch K. 24.6 at her starting score. She was so impressive in the dressage on Thursday afternoon.
I hear she had a 10% difference.
There was a little difference in opinion from the ground jury. Sue Baxter at E was a big fan of this combination. Actually, I thought their test was beautiful. And then there was a little bit of difference between a couple of the other judges, but actually still sees her out in front. And Pippa Funnell and Gemma Tattersall on 26.3. Marlin on 24.6, so 4 seconds. And unfortunately, Kate Rowe just parting company up at the A.W. Jenkinson combination. And unfortunately, with her blur, that ends her day early. Good to see her up on her feet.
It's not really been her day. That fence is interesting because it does, when you first walk it, you can ride it on a very punchy 4, but actually that means you're actually not going to stay in balance. You're going to end up sort of cutting your corners and not squaring up the fences properly. So I think the safest option for the first 2 elements is to go on 5 strides. But I think we're seeing a bit of everything there as well. I think it's right by the seat of your pants and make it happen.
Marlin Hansen hot top. Who scored a career personal best in the first phase on Thursday. Away of the first 3 is Izeb Power, sends a fine. This mare who Izeb really rates. She really took the pressure off. They actually sent her to Izeb with a view that actually she, if she didn't want to keep eventing her, she could possibly do some good jumping classes as well. But Izeb really took the pressure off, spent the whole winter just getting to know her and seems to have really found a way to make the partnership click. And really exciting. Izeb due a little bit of good fortune with a horse at the top level.
Of course, her lovely horse, the grey horse that was so good at badminton this year, unfortunately is off games.
Yeah, and he's retired now. So sends a fine, filling a very important role in Izeb's stable.
We're having quite a sort of, I think she made it happen through that new water, Izeb. She didn't have the best distance to the corner. She kept her range, she kept her balance. The horse got over it, and then she was positive out. Again, it's not always perfect when you go cross-country riding. It's not always copybook, but as long as you keep in balance and make it happen, that's all that you can do.
Yeah, and Izeb did a really good example of actually keeping her lower leg secure. She didn't hinder the horse. She kept it behind the movement and actually did a really good job. Marlin through the main arena here. On the 2 strides, pops through there very nicely.
This looks like a big scopy horse. I don't know too much about it.
So it's actually been top 20 at Buccleuch. Went to Buccleuch last year, had 4.8 time penalties.
So it can gallop.
Can gallop. Buccleuch isn't always the easiest place. It's a twisty track, not the easiest place to get the time. Has been to Babarufco as well in the 4-star long format last year. Picked up 20 penalties there on their debut at the level. But certainly have got some good mileage at 4-star long level. They know what it is to gallop for 10.5 minutes as well, which is always useful to have in your locker. And so all to play for here is Izeb and sends a fine.
She's clearly going for it. I mean, she's not holding back. I think the time is definitely something that's on her mind. But the horse seems to be answering every question. And interesting seeing the German horse there with Marlin. that's a very big horse, and that distance at the fence in front of the palace was. David Evans wanted it to be ridden on 5, and she, even with that massive horse, rode it in balance and got 6 in there and made it look like an exercise in the school at home.
Izib and Senza Fine heading towards the end of their round. It's been a really good round as well. As away goes another ride for Will Oakton. He's been inside the time once already this morning. Comes forward now with a Class Coolie. A Class Coolie is just inside the top 20 with a very solid starting score of 32.9, owned by Frances Hay-Smith and Bridget Marsden. The horse that he actually represented Team GB on the Nations Cup at Harada a few weeks ago.
How very nice to be setting out today, having already had one you know, inside the time. It fills you with confidence, and he obviously knows this horse better than the first one.
Yeah, he does. The first one was a new ride for him this year, whereas this one he's got a longer standing partnership with, and it's only a 10-year-old by Heritage Fortunas. But Wills always has a really, really nice stamp of horse underneath him. And he's always a fast rider across the country. He's always one that you can look to give you an indicator of that time. As he comes to the Equilati rails, this is Marlin Hansen-Hottop, our leader. Marlin, who is semi-professional. I mean, you could perhaps almost call her an amateur. This is a horse that she competes at the top level, one of the only horses that she competes at the top level. She came over with Dirk Schrader and was long-listed for the German team for Pretoni, in fact, alongside Dirk, who was also long-listed. But I imagine Dirk would have given her a bit of guidance on what to expect out on this course. But the horse
He looks bold, doesn't he?
Really nicely, and a huge stride. Neatly away, so she can kick on up the hill. So she can be 4 seconds over the time and guarantee herself the lead going into tomorrow's show jumping phase.
Gosh, you have done your homework.
I'd say the same about you, Daisy, walking your lines cross country.
So I walk the right ones.
We'll find out later.
Oh, don't. I hope someone nice is commentating.
As Izib Power sends a fine coming towards the end of their round. A really good round as well. As Marlin Hansen-Hottop through the new Jockey Club water. Izib Power is going to be pretty close to the time, in fact. Just see Marlin through that.
She went on the 5. It almost looked like they could have gone on the 4, but she made sure she got a good turn and straightened up the corner in the water a bit better. But that was very quick.
That was a really nice round from Izib. I think she's just going to be a couple of seconds over the time, but a lot to look forward to with Senza Fine for the future. And I think Izib 5 seconds over the time, she and the owner, Terry Miller, will be absolutely thrilled.
Just seeing Wills Oakton go through the main arena, and he looks like he's on a mission to finish on the dressage score, that's for sure.
Absolutely. As away goes Stephanie Stamschroer and Master Swatch, 36.3, the score that they bring forwards. Stephanie comes forward with this 13-year-old by Watermill Swatch. And quickly away from the first two. As our leader after the first phase, 24.6 is the score that they bring forwards. Marlin Hansen-Hottop and Carlitos Quidditch K absolutely flying up at the top of the course. They've still got a good bit of jumping to do, but so far, so good.
The horse is galloping well. I mean, he's a big horse. He's obviously clearly very fit, ears pricked. He's done most of the hill work now. There's just a hill when he leaves the lake for the last time. But I think he's going to have the stamina to keep galloping till the end.
Let's do a clock check on her because she's jumping into that rail accommodation.
Yep, good through the coffin. I thought she was quite forward in, but the horses are eyeing up the first rail very well. It's painted white, which just gives them a better view of it coming into the wood.
She needed to be on her 8-minute marker going into that accommodation. She was exactly where she needed to be.
Go girl. And she's certainly full of running. It's just one thing you must remember with this course. When you go through the water the last time, you've got to keep galloping because it's quite energy sapping and you can end up thinking you're going faster than you are. So you just sort of keep motoring through there. And then respect that blue box when you come out, because there's always one, hopefully not me, that leaves a leg at that one.
Steph Stamschroer just gives Master Swatch, a bit of a reminder as she comes to that big ditch and brush.
Sometimes when you come to a big fence like that, you often wave your stick, probably hit yourself as much as anything, just to sort of say, come on, wake up, be brave.
And it's one of those really iconic fences here at Blenheim, isn't it? It's been here for, goodness me, as many years as I've been coming.
Yeah. I mean, it's a big
the 90s.
fence, but then if you go to Burley and see what they've got, the Cottesmore Leap, I mean, that's just insane, isn't it?
Huge. It's that level of responsibility, isn't it, of course designers that have kind of providing appropriate education, that if a horse steps up to 5-star next year, that actually they've had the run that they would have needed here to not only be a minimum eligibility requirement, but also give them the experience required to go and perform and deliver at that next level.
We've got Wills Oakton now coming down to the first water crossing. Good bold jump over the box brush, and he really holds on to his right rein to keep his horse in at the second bed into the water. We've seen a few drift left there, and there's no way Wills was going to let that happen.
It was interesting, the horse's eye line was almost just drawn to the second element of the 4-star short fence, and Wills was very quick and very definite in his mind of saying, no, this is where you need to go. Well, here is our leader after dressage, Marlin Hansen Hot Top and Carlitos Quidditch K. Still looking like they've got plenty of gallop in them, but setting up for this final question as they just have the last to go. And what does their clock look like? They can be 4 seconds over the time. She looks like she's actually pretty good on the clock. And the last German winner here was Bettina Hoy and Signor Medicott in 2016. She's just got the last to go, but she looks like she is pretty happy with what her watch says. And we will have a German leader going forward to the show jumping tomorrow. Marlin Hansen Hot Up on track for her first victory at the level. Carlitos Quidditch K holds on 24.6.
We've just seen Stephanie Schramstra and Master Swatch jump beautifully through the combination in front of the Palace. She went for the 6 like everyone has really, and it looked very balanced and controlled.
Here goes Felicity Collins with Vicky Collins and Avrina Milton's RSH Contender. Mickey, as he's known at home, actually jumped double clear at badminton this spring. Went to Burley a couple of weeks ago, but had an early problem, and Felicity very quickly popped her hand up and decided to bring him here instead. And actually delivered a personal best for the level in the first phase. So 29.5 inside the top 10 in 8th on the leaderboard. So all to play for Felicity out on course.
It's a good reroute to do because you don't want to finish on a bad note with Burley, and to come here, your horse is fit, so what do you do with the horse? Bring it to Blenheim if they accept you, and they very kindly did let some horses come in from Burley, and it's ideal, isn't it?
It's one of those as well, you know, if you're rerouting to Buccleuch or Pau later on in the season, actually your horses are really fit, ready to run, and you've got to keep them up, so to speak, for a good while longer, whereas Blenheim is 2 weeks after Burley, and you don't really lose or change your fitness too much. Steph really nicely over that rail that comes away from the Equilati rail combination. It's a 12 ABC there, and the Indiba roll top really has to slip her reins. The ground is significantly steeper here than it looks on our screen.
A slightly wobbly line down to the water. Hold on to your right rein. She put 3 in there. He's only a little horse, but she kept her line and he sort of fiddled his way through. But again, that's cross-country riding. Doesn't always go completely to plan, but it's jumping the fences that matters. And well out of the water, heading up towards the Jockey Club water, the new water up the top of the hill. The Jockey Club water caused a lot of head scratching early on when we were walking the course, and I know a couple of tiny little tweaks were made. I think they took a bit more brush off the corner in the water just so the horses could line it up a bit better, and I think it was just a very nice compromise between the course designer and the riders.
It's a lovely example, actually, isn't it, that conversation does happen?
It's so important too, because I mean the course designer has a plan, and everyone wants to please each other, and Stephanie's just gone very well over that. But yeah, I think we always have to keep conversations open, and at the end of the day we all want the best for the sport and the horses, so we do have a good relationship with our course designers.
Felicity Collins, RSH contender through the Palace Arena.
That combination, Felicity and Contendor, they've been together for ages. They've sort of grown up together, even through young riders, I think. And watching them go around Babington this year, it was absolutely lovely. And then to finish with that show jumping clear.
He's an amazing horse in the show jumping, and he's one of Eck Ratings' ones to watch in the jumping phase tomorrow because he is just brilliant.
I saw them having a practice yesterday in the cross-country warm-up, and she just pinged over some of those fences. They know each other so well, and the balance and the scope is outstanding.
It really, really is. And she's got a lovely 8 and 9-year-old, a horse in the 8 and 9-year-old class, actually, Shadow Mini Moon, who she thinks an enormous amount of, which will be a lot of fun for her tomorrow. They go cross-country in the morning, and Ben King and guests will guide you through all of the cross-country for the 8 and 9-year-old class. Just reminded him with a shake of the reins at that corner as Will Zoakden and a class Cooley.
He looks like he's taken his foot off a bit. Is he a mile up on the clock?
Seen a problem? No, he has. He did have a problem at 16 in the Jockey Club Water at the corner.
Oh, what a
Just
shame.
showing on the live scores now. So really frustrating for him. He's just got the one to go.
Well, luckily he's got one home clear. He'll be very frustrated with that one. Right. Just started out, we have Dirk Schrader, who's obviously a German rider. He's made the trip over here with our current leader. And Dirk has been on the German team many, many times. And has been a linchpin.
Interestingly, and absolutely blew my mind to think this, I mean, Dirk has been at top level for years. I'm not going to, he won't thank me for saying how many years, but lots of years. Never been to Blenheim.
I suppose he hasn't. I think when they had the European Championships here in 2004, he wasn't on the team then, and I certainly haven't seen him there since. But he's been to everything else.
He's been literally everywhere. But Casino 80, the horse that actually took the reserve national championship title at Le Moulin, the German national championships held at 4-star short level. Michael Young took that title, but Dirk finished second to him there. As this is the big log and drop that runs down to the second lake crossing for Stephanie Stamscher.
RHS Condendor is coming up towards the lake, rising up the hill to the roll top on the top of the bank before she makes the steep incline down to the lake, to the two brushes into the water. There she is. She's getting her upper body back, balancing the horse. Good shot in. Hold on to your right rein. She still had to give him a bit of a rein waggle going in there. But he responds beautifully. Gallops through the water, focusing on the fence coming out, pops over that and on up the hill. This is a very steep little hill. I know it's not long, but it's a very steep little hill. Can really knock the stuffing out of them.
Dirk Schrader beautifully over both elements at 4.
Was that a 4 strides through there?
Yeah, we've seen most have gone on 5, but actually the ones that have gone on 4 have done it beautifully.
But they have
really, really nicely.
I think Dirk was always planning that, and it's a big striding horse. Oh, huge jump for RHS Contendor into the water. She's through there on the 4 and easily up the bank over the skinny.
She made that look really nice, and actually the horse's 5-star experience showing that. Oh, Master Swatch. Oh, sit tight, Stephanie. Just coming to the end of her round. Actually, the horse possibly a little bit weary, but she heads on towards the finish flags now. Will Zoakden is home safely. He goes forward to tomorrow 69.3.
That big table to the skinny at the end, it's actually one it could easily catch someone out because that 4 strides does ride very long, and I've seen some dive at the second part that made you feel a little bit uncomfortable. Gemma Tattersall went through there and just held hers together. Actually, no, sorry, it's meant to be on 3. She went through on 4 and just held hers together and popped it beautifully, just showing her experience.
Well, Stephanie just has the last to go and a debut at the level for her. That's right up at the A.W. Jenkinson combination. Felicity Collins, RSH Contender. Combination that I think have been here to Blenheim previously, as Dirk Schrader goes on to the Palace combination, the Boodles jewellery chest. Stephanie Stamscher and Master Swatch have finished.
She's going to be thrilled to have jumped round there.
She will. She'll have a few time penalties, but that's it. And we'll look forward to seeing her in the show jumping tomorrow. Debut at the 4-star long level of competition.
RHS Contendor is flying. I think they're heading down towards the table before you jump into the wood over the coffin. She's certainly...
Sorry, Daisy, I was just going to ask how the light into dark was there, because you almost get a dapple from the tree shadows.
It is quite dappley, and actually when we walked it this morning, the white rails going into the coffin were actually in sunlight, but that's now turning into dark, so actually it's almost going to become slightly more tricky because they won't be able to see it as well. But it's a nice bright day. I'm sure they'll be fine. You've just got to maybe give them a bit more time to see it.
Here goes Kimi Cesare with Ms. Jacqueline Mars's Landmarks Monaco, 24th after the first phase. And they come forward on a score of 33.8. So 3 combinations out on course at the moment, 2 of whom could go inside the top 10. And a very spring-heeled leap clear of the Club Cadet picnic table.
It's a big fence, that Club Cadet picnic table. I went to walk it yesterday and was rather horrified. They were doing first aid practice, and they had the first aid dummies were lying on the floor on the landing of that fence. I said, that is really creepy, could you please take it away?
Just do it over there.
Yeah.
Do it over there. We don't need to do it here. And this a horse that just is so beautiful. Here's Felicity Collins. Lovely shot. That big log dropping down into the lake crossing for the second time. Dirk Schrader, meanwhile, Casino 80. There's a horse again that was longlisted for the German team for Protoni del Vivaro.
So he'll have a point to prove. This looks a very good scopy horse, and Dirk would not travel across the pond, well, our pond, with a horse he didn't think he could win this.
No, and it's interesting actually, like you say, he could very much have been argued onto that team that was going out to Protoni. And there's a Europeans next year. This horse I think he's only a 12-year-old, he is. There's a Europeans next year in Haradapan, but then there's Paris as well, by which point the horse would only be 14. The German team is tough to break into, but Dirk would dearly love another gold medal to add to his collection.
He certainly would, and he was disappointed with his dressage mark. I think, there are things he probably would have liked to have done better because, 28 I would be happy with. But, he would definitely want to be a little bit closer to the leader. But anyway, he can finish on that dressage score. He's got tomorrow to play for.
Oh, unfortunately, it looks like an early problem for Kimi Cesare and Landmarks Monaco.
That's very disappointing. I wonder if they'll replay that, what she did, whether she tried to go on the 4 or didn't get the 5 right.
Gets it at the second time of asking.
That is a very frustrating mistake, and you've now got the whole course to do with that in the back of your mind.
Felicity Collins, a punch of the air. RSH Contender back on form here, and I think they'll be comfortably inside the time as well. So she'll go forward to the jumping tomorrow on 29.5, and
it's a good jumper.
Very, very good jumper. Felicity won't thank me for reminding everybody of that.
Put a little bit of pressure on
She'll
her.
be like, Nicole, stop talking. No, I know her pretty well, and she's a lovely girl, and she's got her head screwed on very, very well, getting a really nice team of horses up the levels as well.
I know, and obviously her mother was a very decent rider back in the day.
Absolutely. As here is Emily Philp and Cupido the third, 32.4. Their starting score. Emily in 18th position coming forward.
There's definitely a sort of new guard coming forward, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely.
The children of old riders, I shouldn't say that. Sorry, Tina Cook.
I mean, I won't tell
Felicity
her.
Collins.
I won't tell her. It's fine. But no, there's some really, really good young riders on the circuit. Emily King is well placed in the 8 and 9-year-old class. Actually, the young rider who got the call up for the German team and is riding as an individual is Alina Dubovsky.
Yes,
Andreas Dubovsky's daughter, and she's just 21 years of age.
That is impressive.
So Dirk and Casino 80, just the horse's ears flickering back and forth as he listens to what is being asked.
Well, he looks like he's full of running. Beautiful through the coffin. That distance coming out through the coffin over the skinny has ridden quite long for a couple of people, but Dirk on that big scopy horse makes absolutely nothing of that. The American horse has jumped through the fence in front of the palace. Is now coming galloping out of the garden. Looking at Dirk's body language, I would say that he is easily inside the time at this stage. There seems to be nothing rushed about him. He pops the big hanging log up above the last lake crossing.
Ooh, just took the flag.
I think Emily Philp and Cupido.
And Emily's been such a brilliant producer of young horses. She had that wonderful partnership with Camembert, but also Falula, who's actually out in Protoni with Porrick McCarthy.
He's just finished cross-country there with, I think he was either 7 seconds over, I think he was 7 seconds over the time, which was a cracking round.
Yeah, the Irish had a couple of good rounds to start their team performance off. And for those of you who are multitasking, watching all of the coverage here at Blenheim, but keeping your eyes peeled on the coverage at Protoni as well, we are very pleased to have you all with us. And we've got some top-class competition. It's easy to forget that actually Yasmin Ingham, Banzai de Loire, who won here 12 months ago, have gone clear and inside the time, just outside the time, 3 seconds over the time in Protoni. And actually, they are really following that form line through with that incredible performance. Will be individual silver or better. Michael Young out on course a little bit later on. But are we seeing a horse here this year that we could be seeing at next year's championships? Certainly, we've seen some brilliant horses topping the podium here in this big 4-star long format, but also the stars of the future in the 8 and 9-year-old class as well.
And Emily Phillips just jumped the fences, the 2 brush fences in the main arena, and is galloping out of the main arena, where she'll be heading towards the Chicana before she goes to the combination in front of the Palace.
And this horse has got some scope, unfortunately carrying that early 20 penalties, Landmarks Monaco. But Kimi Cecere still looking for her first Blenheim completion.
He wasn't actually making her life that easy jumping into that water crossing. She had to really hold on to her right rein. But she did a great job.
As Dirk Schrader, Casino 80 come to the final fence.
Oh, he's cantering. I think someone's got the time.
Now, interestingly, this is a moment because he's on a score of 29.0, as is Bobby Upton, Jefferson 18. And Dirk just looked like he was steadying up for a second, as it looks like another problem for Landmarks Monaco. Ooh, throwing in a very, very speedy stop. She did a good job not to continue on there.
So I wonder how close was he to the optimum?
I'm just waiting for it to come through, but it's always the risk, isn't it, that you don't want it to tick 1 second over. We'll wait for it to come through. Here's Jamie Kellock and her own Summer Bay on a score of 42.4 for Canada.
We've got a very international field this year.
We've got a huge number of nations represented, actually, and it's really nice because plenty of different nations represented higher up the leaderboard too.
Well, that's going to have Bobby Upton thinking, because she now needs to be inside the time. Well, just 1 second inside the time.
She can't even do that. Dot on.
Oh,
dot
gosh,
on. 10 minutes, 37 seconds.
That's German technology, isn't it?
It's a built-in clock. Dirk Schrader. 29.0. And actually, there's always the risk. And so fair play to him, because actually that sees him set the challenge for Bobby Upton and Jefferson 18, who are on the same score as them. And Dirk says, well, if you want to do it, if you want to go ahead of me or equal with me now, you've got to finish dot on at the optimum time. Really frustrating, that 20 penalties at the water, but Landmarks Monaco did jump it on the second time of asking.
And actually jumped very well through the A, B, C, D, E combination right at the top of the hill. Because some have been doing all sorts of extraordinary things there, but she looked very tidy. Emily Phillips, she has just jumped the big oxer before she comes galloping up the hill to the roll top before slipping back down the hill to the first water crossing. I think Cupido, she did say he's quite a character.
In a good way?
Well, I think he's competing at this level. It must be in a good way, but I think, you know, he keeps you on your toes.
Okay.
Would be what you'd think.
There's probably a few of them like that in the stables,
I think
to be
there's
fair.
a fair few. Good horses have to have something about them.
Absolutely. And Emily has been really knocking on the door at top level for a long time. She had that brilliant top 5 placing in Event Rider Masters leg at Chatsworth a good number of years ago with Falula. As there's Landmarks Monaco away from the Blenheim Bird's Nest at 20C. So Daisy Barkley sat alongside me here at Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials. The leader after dressage, Marlin Hansen Hot Top, has retained her lead going into tomorrow's show jumping. She can't be caught 24.6, but we've still got plenty of big names to bring you, and it's brilliant to see the big crowds out here enjoying all of the action as well. It is wonderful to be back here. The sun is shining. It's pretty fresh out there.
It certainly was first thing this morning. Absolutely freezing. Actually, it was cold last night, extra blankets and everything. But the sun is out now, and it's a beautiful day, a wonderful day for the crowd to be out there having picnics, watching these wonderful horses going around these beautiful fences.
We're very lucky. It's one of those sort of pinch me moments when you get to places like Blenheim and you think, how fortunate are we? And we're so grateful to His Grace, the Duke of Marlborough, for hosting us here at Blenheim Palace. They've been holding horse trials going all the way back to the early 1990s. It might have even been 1990, the first one that ran here.
It was. I'm old enough to remember it.
I was going to say it was the year I was born, Daisy, but you wouldn't thank me for it.
My first Blenheim was 1992. I was at least a young rider. I mean, the only young thing about me, I was one once. And yeah, no.
And you've won here, haven't you?
I won it in 2006 with a little horse called Springbok.
Oh, Springbok.
Springbok. He was a very fancy little horse, and he shocked us all when he won it. But he was a weapon when he chose to be. Anyway, out on the course,
Jamie Kellock coming to the Boodles jewellery chests, and Boodles actually the remaining, just had to work hard to keep the shoulder in there for that corner. Boodles, the only remaining family-owned jeweller on London's Bond Street.
That's rather a nice honour, actually.
It's very cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's lovely to see them getting involved in the sport of eventing as well. They came on board here as a partner last year, and the Jockey Club bringing some really, really exciting new partners to our sport. So it's brilliant to be able to showcase it to them. Here's Harry Much, who joined us in the commentary box a little bit earlier on with Mum Carol Much's Shanbeg Cooley. He's only an 8-year-old in his first run at the 4-star long level. Got very excited in his dressage. But Harry said he was very much looking to give the horse just a confidence-building run cross-country. It wasn't about making the time. It was about giving the horse the education and the foundation and the building blocks for the future. So she will be very happy to get through those finish flags. And I think a big achievement to get through those finish flags, because when you've had a couple of problems out on course, it's not always easy to keep your head in the game and get home safely. So Kimi Sasir showing what she's made of with Landmarks Monaco. And they can add a Blenheim cross-country completion to their list.
Emily Phillip jumping the massive hanging log that goes down to the final water crossing. She looks like she's having a very smooth ride at this stage. As she goes through that last water crossing, there's often been, historically, a lot of swans in the water there, and it's caused no end of trouble. I whipped round in the water. Someone didn't get through the water because their horse was napping so much at the swans, so I'm quite glad that the swans are slightly staying out of the picture at the moment.
I have to admit, I encountered one on my course walk this
They are
morning.
quite scary.
Yeah.
Very beautiful, very scary.
I wouldn't mess with one.
No, definitely dinosaurs with feathers.
Yep. So here is Jamie coming to the Indiba Roll Top. Jamie, who's had some good results over in America, completed Bromont earlier on this year. Nicely done.
Good and bold through those jumps into the water. And just getting her line right for this angled brush, shoulder brush coming out. Gets a bit close to it. Over safely. And I think Emily Phillip added a little stride at that skinny, at that second last combination.
It's almost safer in a way. You said Gemma did it a little bit earlier on, but it's quite innocuous looking, the second element, isn't it? And on a tired horse, you would just hate to have a silly trip up.
It's almost quite too small, because as you're gunning it on the 3, some of them are diving over. I'd almost want to hold on the 4 if my horse is like that.
Here's Harry Much and Shanbeg Cooley in the Palace Arena.
Harry Much is building a very good string of horses at the moment. He obviously had the horse that ran at Burley. It didn't go quite to plan. It was very good until he had an unfortunate mistake at the Cosmore Leap. But he's back here with double-handed, I think.
Yeah, Shanbeg Cooley is an 8-year-old. He's really excited about a proper jumper for the future. And he's got a couple of other really nice young horses coming up. HD the One is another of the 4-star. He's got 3 at the 4-star level. Huge leap into the Jockey Club Water Splash for Jamie Kellock, as Emily Philp and Cupido are home safely. We'll have a handful of time penalties to add, but they are safely through those finish flags. So a brilliant performance from them. Harry nicely coming to the combination in front of the Palace. Boodle's Jewellery Chestnut. There's an enormous top spread on that first element.
He went through there on 5 and made it look really easy.
He was one, and it's always the risk, Daisy, I guess, when you're sat here watching them go, that people do things different to your plan. But he was sat here this morning, I think people adding strides that he hadn't planned to add, and was very much planning to go out and sort of ride by feel. As away goes Selena Mills. Selena with Gelma, also well placed on a score of 31.0, so in touch with the leading few. 13th after the first phase, and Selena also very... well placed in the 8 and 9-year-old class as well with Cooley Snapchat.
Selena's another rider who's built herself a really lovely string of horses, which anybody would want. She's got the lovely Iron, she's got Cooley Snapchat, this chap. Very exciting for the future. And she's a very positive, competitive rider. She certainly will be heading out here with the intention of getting inside that time, the optimum time of 10:39. And Jamie Kellock has just jumped very well through the coffin. And she's galloping through the woods now. And she'll go over that little bridge and then make her way to that big hanging log up above the final water crossing. She doesn't look like she's travelling enormously fast, but she may know more than I do. And there's a problem.
And that is the frangible device that has gone at the Equilate rails as...
and that's Harry Much?
That is Harry Much. He also looks like he is on the floor as well. Looks like he's parted company there. We'll get an update for you as soon as possible. But...
it looks like it may have stopped at the first fence. Oh my gosh! Just as I mentioned about those swans, one has crossed right past.
Daisy, are you a little bit frightened of swans?
Well, I used to row, as in rowing 8s.
Okay.
And they were pretty savage when they got hold of your oar and tried to pull you out of the boat. So no, I'm not a great fan. I like watching them from afar.
Fair enough. Well, we'll bring you an update on Harry as soon as it does come through. But just waiting news on the live scores as well as to where that problem has been. News that Emily Philp and Cupido have been given 20 penalties up at the Jockey Club Water. So
did they? We didn't see that.
There. We didn't see them, but unfortunately that'll be 20 to add for them. As here is Jamie Kellock just heading towards the end of her round. She's being really sensible here, actually. Again, as we've talked about, this combination really deserves to be respected.
Huge table. And actually made the 3 strides very easily. I think it just depends on what you're sitting on and the way they jump that last table. And this fence, which she's coming to now, you just cross over one of the driveways and it's a big ditch and brush. It's a very narrow brush and it's a very big ditch. And it looks fairly innocuous, but it has caught people out in the past with a tired horse on a bit of a flyer.
Actually caught Roberto Scalisi out today. He
Was
had
that
a
him?
really unfortunate tumble there.
But
having
caught
had a really
Harry
good round.
Mead a couple of years ago. He had a horrible fall there. But so just it needs a bit of respect when you're getting towards the end of the course.
As here is Izzy Taylor and Graf Cavalier. This is a horse owned by Trevor Dickens, who of course owns the brand new Land Rover Burley winner in Veneer Chimera as well, and a horse that was originally campaigned by Piggy March, but Izzy's had the ride for over a year or so. I think the horse had a bit of time off over the last couple of years, so good to have them back.
I think Piggy and Izzy have shared quite a number of rides, actually. I mean, 2 of the best riders in the world. I mean, they are amazing. I mean, watching Izzy here, she's a tough cookie on the cross country. I mean, she's as hard as nails in the nicest possible way. I mean, she's just an out-and-out competitor.
She really is. As safely through the finish, Jamie Kellock looks absolutely delighted with that, and so she should, because actually Summer Bay comes home safely. We'll have a few time penalties to add, but a good round in jumping. As that is the fence that is being rebuilt up at the Equilate rails. So possibly just got a red light on down at the start. But
they're not normally too
we see
mending these mem clips, but
they're normally pretty quick at popping them back up, and it won't be long until we are well, we're still running because Izzy is
oh, poor Izzy. She actually fence 5, she jumped the first part with the intention of going on 4 strides, but the horse tripped and pecked and then she was on a bit of a 4.5 and it just didn't happen for her and ran out of Part B, that would have been very disappointing.
Really frustrating for her, and the first actually that we've seen have a problem there today.
It is, and actually that is the only issue with going on the 4 strides, which in a way is safer because it's, that's all you can go on, but there's no room for error if there is a mistake.
Well, Izzy Taylor, Graf Cavalier.
Looked a very backing off the big ditch at fence 6.
Just ducked out through the left shoulder.
Not having the easiest ride, is he?
So frustrating for her, and she will come round very quickly to that alternative as you just see them finishing off their final amendments to refixing the first of the equilate rails, as it was Harry Much, unfortunately, who activated that safety device, and the team have been quickly rebuilding it. Just waiting news on exactly what happened. I think it was a refusal which caused Harry to fall off, and hopefully he is none the worse way. You just see the fence judge there in constant communication with cross-country control, because what they're trying to do is get the fence fixed before Izzy comes to it, because obviously at this level you have sort of 3 to 4 minute intervals.
We've also got Selena Mills is out there somewhere, so I'm assuming she must have been held somewhere. You'd want to hold her in front of a fence, which would be pleasant to be held in front of too.
Selena is not showing on
are they gonna
my scores, and I just wonder whether they have actually held Selena and pulled her to one side
and let Izzy
run through, which they're very, very well within their rights to do so. They would be something that is used quite commonly on the national circuit, because actually that extra 3 minutes is just enough that they need in order to be able to resolve the issues. That means there'll be a red light on down at the start. Selena, I have being held. She's jumped the first 2, which would mean she could be held at fence 3. But we haven't seen her, so we'll update you with details of that as soon as it does come through to us. Izzy, though, looks to be continuing on, and Graf Cavalier, of course, carrying that 20 penalties from a problem at the 5th. But it pops through there very nicely. Nice pat down the neck for this horse.
That's interesting because Selena started before Izzy.
So it could well be that Selena has been held out on course. She's certainly still appearing on the timing slips that we have of horses out on course at the moment. But if
it will all come out in the wash, won't it? It
will. If they needed an extra few minutes, then they could well have held Selena and actually just let Izzy run through. And you can see the fence judges sat back down, and they are all fixed and ready to go again. So Izzy will come into sight at the equilate rails in just a moment, as she'll have the long run on down the wooded area, and a fairly steep old pull down the hill there. The Blenheim version of the Protoni slide, I decided when I was walking the course this morning. Daisy, just ahead of your round a little bit later on this afternoon, what are your thoughts?
It's been interesting watching it on the television. It's been interesting walking around. It, on the whole, is riding very well. I think if I can ride him well, we'll be okay. So that's my job. And hopefully he's paying attention. But we shall see. I mean, gosh, it's been a long way till day. I'm very glad I had one to show jump this morning to sort of, keep my mind occupied. And it's been very nice coming here and sitting with you this afternoon and watching on the live screen.
Well, there is Selena Mills and Gelmer, and actually that looks like Izzy obviously did pass ahead of her. So there is Izzy. So Izzy has overtaken her. So Selena just stood to one side. Daisy, I'm going to let you go. You're going to hand over to Ben Way, but good luck this afternoon. Thank you so much for coming in and sharing your insight with us.
Thank you so much. It's been fun.
Izzy comes to the Indiba roll top, and actually is being flagged down by the fence judge there, and I don't know quite what that is. There is somebody on hand. There looks to be a little bit of blood possibly in the horse's mouth, and that is what the vet is checking. So the ground jury, if they spot something, can ask for a horse to be pulled up to just be checked out, as Selena Mills and a very keen Gelmer, who perhaps didn't appreciate a brief hold, and particularly so early on in his round, now looking very, very full of beans as he comes to the combination. The Boodle's jewellery chest. Ben Way sits down alongside me. Ben, very good to have you with us. And it looks there like Izzy has just been pulled up by the team, the ground jury on site. And actually, she's just going to step to one side. The horse will be checked out.
Yeah, poor Izzy not having much luck in her round so far today. But that can be something as simple as a horse just having bitten his tongue. So it could be something sort of as inconsequential as that. So. But again, these days, always erring on the side of caution.
Horse welfare, always the highest of priorities. And the ground jury will have a number of different people situated out on the course as well. So the president of the ground jury, generally speaking, will be in cross-country control, possibly joined by one or two of the members. I would imagine that the other ground jury from the 8 and 9-year-old class are situated out on course as spotters as such, and they all work together, they communicate with one another, and if there's ever anything that they're not too sure about, then they can make sure that it is checked out. This is Sam Gillespie waiting down at the start, but not till now. This 11-year-old mare owned by Sam himself, and they come forward in their first run at the 4-star long level of competition.
Sam looking very relaxed in the start box. We see Sienna Mills just coming through the B element down the bank over those two skinnies and onto the Oxer over the ditch.
It's a real roller coaster down there, isn't it? David Evans has really used all of the terrain here at Blenheim.
Yeah, and he's just a big, powerful horse. We've just seen Sienna pull her stick through to the left hand. She knows she's coming down that bank, and is that going to be that sort of left hand is skinny, the second part coming into the water. She's obviously preparing for that.
Are you a fan of swapping your stick? We were talking to Tom Jackson about this earlier, and he was sort of a bit like, I don't like it in any hand other than my left hand.
I'm much more comfortable in my right than my left, but arguably, if you're coming down to something left and you don't put it through and you're going to have a run out, you kick yourself. So I think everyone's got to try and be as ambidextrous as possible, really.
Ambidextrous. That's word of the day, Ben Way. Word of the day. Selena Milnes really nicely away from the Bentley brushes. The two going into the water and the one coming out, and there's quite an angle on that final one as well.
Yeah, am I right? I mean, I wasn't here last year. It looks to me as if they've widened that track through the water a little bit there on that run through. Going back's the same, but it looks to me like it's gone sort of double the width in the water there. Whether they're planning for future of being able to put some fences in the middle of the water.
Oh, so here's Selena boldly into this Jockey Club splash.
And actually, Selena, sensibly there, took that outside line, gave herself plenty of time into the corner, and really nicely through there.
And actually, news just coming in that Izzy was pulled to one side because the blood had been spotted in the horse's mouth, but they've been checked out. A time would have been taken by the fence judge at that fence, and actually they've been given permission to restart as well. So will have been checked out by one of the FEI veterinary officials on course, and so Izzy will be restarting very shortly. Here she goes, and very quickly putting that behind her.
Yeah, it looks to me he's probably just bitten his tongue. And is he taking no chances there coming out the skinny of the water? She really went for that, the bigger part of the brush, not giving him any opportunity to look out the right-handed door.
It's one of those as well, isn't it? A tiny little bit of blood actually looks quite a lot of blood.
And when it gets mixed with a bit of saliva as well, and that sort of thing always almost looks worse than it is. So, probably the right thing they've done to check, and it's where the sort of system works quite well.
Yeah, absolutely. An example of that system working very, very well. Well, if you're just tuning in here to Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials, then a very warm welcome to you. We're very pleased to have you with us. And we're just getting news that number 65, Rosie Fry, and a Rise Cavalier, who would have been due out on course next, have actually decided to withdraw, so won't be coming forward. A real shame, as they were on that competitive score coming forwards after dressage. But sometimes discretion, the better part of valour.
What's Izzy doing now? Poor Izzy's not having much fun at the moment. She's just doing a really nice job through the new water, come out, giving the horse a big pat. And whether she's decided, I don't know whether she's being held.
I think she's being held, and I actually think she's being held. She was just either that or she was elected to retire.
Yeah.
And she was just finding out how she could leave the track. But Izzy Taylor and Graf Cavalier not having the most straightforward of runs. Here is Sam Gillespie, but not till now.
giving this horse a really good ride. He actually had to give it a bit of a kick in between the two offset hedges in the arena, and did a really good job.
And Selena Milnes looks to be having a cracking spin with Gelmer, actually. What we've seen of them looks to be looking very, very positive. They're well into the second half of their round now, making their way back to the Blenheim brushes. And actually just news that Izzy actually popped her hand up and elected to retire. So just decided that things not quite going her way, and she'll save the horse for another occasion.
It's always a tricky one this time of year, isn't it? Because it's probably some of the horses, it could be their last run of the season. You don't know whether actually to educate them or actually think you may go and drop them back and go and give them a advance run, someone like Little Downham, or it's always a tricky one.
It really is.
When your options are limited at this time of year.
You sort of have to make that call, don't you? In a way, you've got something. You're not leaving it too late in the season to be able to go and do anything else. It's a good time of year to step horses up, really, in so much as you have got a national option later on in the season. But there aren't a huge number of 3 days to reroute to at this time.
No.
I have to admit, I'm a big fan of Gelmer. Selena Milnes is a really underrated rider, in my opinion, and Gelmer has been giving her a really good run across the country, and it's nice to see her with horsepower actually coming up the levels.
Yeah.
She's got Cooley Snapchat, who's a very good 3-star, nearly 4-star horse, and then Iron, who is her 5-star horse that she completed Poe on last year.
And actually, this horse and Iron would be quite similar types. Iron is just a beautiful model, and again, this horse is, is a really smart model. She does buy a nice or get hold of a nice type.
And actually, the horse finishing with plenty of engine left as well, which is great to see. 10 minutes and 37 seconds is the optimum time. Has been pretty achievable, the optimum, but it definitely takes some getting. It's not a given by any stretch of the imagination. As here's Sam Gillespie, but not till now, coming to the Indiba roll top.
Again, Sam, another one we see pull his stick through to his left hand. It looks like most people deciding to jump that right-hand side of that the fence at the top.
Yeah. And actually fits the 3 strides.
Sam doing a really good job there. If it didn't come on the 2 like he wanted it to, but he got down, made it happen.
And actually, sometimes he got in close to the first one, so he sort of adapted to it and sort of went with the 3 strides. And sometimes you just got to do what you've got to do. There is Selena Milnes and Gelmer finishing full of running, and actually Selena looks absolutely delighted with that, and so she should. 31.0 was her score coming forward to the cross country, and that I think we'll have to wait for her time to be calculated that she was held for out on course, but I would imagine she's going to be pretty close to that going forward to the jumping tomorrow. Of course, we will stream all of those phases tomorrow. The 8 and 9-year-olds go cross country, and then the 4-star long format will be finishing their competition with the show jumping phase.
Sam again doing a really good job through that new water. Giving, but not till now, a nice pat as they head up towards sort of the next let-up fences.
It's a really nice way to just sort of reassure them out on course, isn't it? And give them that confidence that they're doing a good job, and just reassure them slightly. Here is Alex Holman and Carrick Diamond Bard. Alex, who made his 4-star long debut a little bit earlier on this year when he finished 4th at 5th at Bramham, I should say, in the under-25 class. But he led the dressage there, and he'd certainly be one to look forward to for the future. And I wouldn't be surprised, actually, it was their first 4-star long format at Bramham, but a good run here. Could well see him looking to make the step up to 5-star later next year. Oh, good balance.
Again, not the first we've seen, just not read that. We saw Alex Bragg earlier, and I actually watched a couple through and I was walking the course earlier, just not quite read that log very well coming in. Because to look at it's sort of a pretty straightforward, not particularly big log. Whether it's just a change in the colour in it, it's quite an unusual colour where it's a bit of a redwood log, but it's they're just not quite reading like you might expect.
Just goes to show, doesn't it, that that rider fitness and rider balance and core stability is so important.
Yeah.
And Sam did an amazing job there. Alex Bragg definitely made the save of the day earlier. So
I did say to Tom McKeown the day, I said, after all this marathon running you're doing, Tom, I said, tell me you feel a lot fitter going cross-country riding. He's like, don't feel different at all. Going to come up with some big inspirational thing. We ought to be feeling getting really fit. But
well, put it this way, Ben, you'd have worried if he'd have said, I feel amazing, and you'd have thought, God, have I got to go and run a marathon?
Well, exactly. We should probably all be doing a bit more.
Yeah. Selena Milnes and Gelma actually have been given some time penalties after their time has been adjusted, and so that would take them out of contention. I'll drop them down the leaderboard. Certainly 9.6 is the provisional time penalties for them. That could well be checked. They'd quite often, if a horse has been held out on course and there's a query over it, they'll always be double checked and manually as well. We're so lucky now with kind of the immediacy of scores. But actually, every single score, whether it's a dressage sheet, whether it's a fence judge scorecard, you know, they all get double checked manually. So while we get them very quickly, you know, they do just get that extra level of safety check and checked by a human as well. Well, the most glorious day here at Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials. We do hope that you're enjoying all of the coverage. Ben Way sat alongside me in the commentary box for this 4-star long format. Ben, you've got a ride tomorrow in the 8 and 9-year-old class?
Yeah, I've got two in the 8-9s. So hopefully, you know, 2 8-year-olds, both relatively green. So it's we shall see. But it's a good track, great education. You know, and a brilliant place to come and bring them and, you know, just see a bit of the crowd as well. I mean, some of these young horses here have been, you know, they've come up through their sort of novice, intermediate, 2- and 3-star careers without, you know, during COVID, not seeing huge crowds. And so great to actually get some crowds out there and get them used to this kind of atmosphere. It's a great stepping stone.
And actually, the same can be said for some of the younger riders coming through, or some riders that haven't had a huge amount of experience at this level. Actually, riding in front of a crowd does feel that little bit different.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Clever bit of riding from Sam Gillespie, not taking any chances at that combination at 23 A and B, the Townfield Saddlers picnic table.
Horse really clever with its feet, was on that dance on the board, that 4th stride.
Alex Holman, now just 25 years of age, comes to the Boodle's jewellery chest in the corner, and nice little tap down the right hand shoulder there just to remind the horse to keep straight, which he does.
Alex doing a great job. Just nice to see, just rides that nice long length of rein, just sits there in a good balance.
Arthur Dufour for France, now away 32.3, his score coming forwards in 16th position as he heads away from the start box. Arthur, who actually had a super spin round Land Rover Burley a few weeks ago with Toronto Dorwart, comes forward now with Dr. Sarah Proctor's Arco's Lad, an 11-year-old by Arco III, the show jumping stallion that Nick Skelton rode at the Athens Olympic Games in 2004.
You don't see many Arcos eventing, do you? It's funny.
There's only 2 that I have really noticed, this horse being one Arco's Lad, and Aristoteles of Ibble Watson's is by Arco. As Sam Gillespie looks delighted with, but not till now. Few time penalties to add, but he is home safely. So 2 combinations out on course at the moment. As Arthur heads on to the first real question, the Brookfield Equestrian combination at 4.
Really neatly down through those double of skinnies and the oxer over the ha-ha for Alex.
As Alex and Carrick Diamond Bard just come to this Indiba roll top, the ground really slopes away on landing. Sets up for the first of those 2 brushes. Had to use his reins.
Just getting it done, yeah. Got the old elbows out.
Sometimes a good elbow is
right.
just what you need. It's like a good old-fashioned pony club kick. Sometimes, actually, that's just what you need to do. And he now pulls on up the hill. Lovely expression on this horse's face. Ears flickering back and forth as Alex comes to the second of those Bentley brushes. As here is Same combination, dropping down into the Jockey Club water. Oh no, Alex.
Real shame.
And he's so frustrated with himself, up on his feet. The horse absolutely none the worse for wear after that passing. But he just was a little bit off to the left-hand side, and the horse looked like he just perhaps caught a leg. And unfortunately, Alex catapulted it out the side door.
I've gone back in for a paddle.
Hopefully he's getting the flag for the next judge.
True. Whilst you're wet, you might as well.
Good sportsmanship,
yeah,
Alex.
exactly, too right.
Exactly.
So Arthur just through the main arena. And Arthur not hanging around.
He's a really fast rider in the cross-country phase, actually, Arthur. He has always been a top-class cross-country rider. As Alex Holman... No, the crowd, exactly. The crowd's giving him a good old cheer, and it's nice to see him smiling. It's not the end of his day that he would have wanted, but sometimes you've got to have a bit of a sense of humour, haven't you? And he'll be back on another occasion, I am sure, but unfortunately not his day today. And that leaves us with Arthur Dufour, with our attention on him.
Now you've said it, you really can see the Arco head shape in this horse.
Yes, absolutely. He'll be hoping he jumps like him on a Sunday.
Yes, too right. Arthur doing a lovely job through there in front of the house.
He's been based over here on British soil for a good number of years, Arthur. His wife Logan also competes internationally up to top level. She's Canadian. They've got young kids as well, really living the juggle between them, and he's a real horseman. Got some good rides coming up the levels to support Toronto Dwyer at the top level. And actually would be one that it would be great to see feature on a championship team in the future.
And Arthur's actually parked in front of us in the lorry park, and I've got definite lorry envy. He's got the most beautiful new lorry.
Just distract him, he won't notice.
Yeah, exactly, just a little swap.
We used to have a dog who basically would find the poshest lorry in the lorry park and attach herself to it. Literally, and then would pretend she didn't know you. So we'd just find the nicest lorry and say, yep, I belong to them. Thank you very much. Don't know you.
Take me home.
Take me home. Take me away from these people. Arthur Dufour just disappearing from sight down the woods. There's a steep enough slide down here to this fence, isn't there?
Yeah, no, it is, definitely.
And so Arthur Dufour and Arco's Lad course was all to themselves. They're now joined out on course by Charlotte Rowe, HHS Learcourt Cavalier, 34.0. This first phase score for Charlotte for owners Peter Appleford and John Bevan. Charlotte based down in Devon, has a really busy yard down there as Arthur Dufour comes back to the Indiba roll top.
Left-hand side.
And actually it's nice because while that is an angled brush, this horse looking a little bit surprised by the expanse of water in front of him. While that is an angled brush shoulder, because it is brush and you can brush through it, you can kind of take the bigger bit of it, can't you?
It's that lovely soft fresh birch, plenty of leaf on it. It's yeah, it's really good.
And horses are so clever, aren't they? And you know, particularly as they get more experience, they know exactly what they can brush through.
Yeah, no, exactly. Got big striding horses, Charlotte's, isn't it?
Enormous stride. Can get quite strong in this phase, I think, but he's a horse that's given her an enormous amount of fun over the years, and Charlotte herself is a keen one to be found out in the hunting fields over the winter as well. Ooh.
They just got sort of pulled forward out the saddle on landing there, and it just meant he ran out of time, but he probably got away without crossing his tracks here.
Yeah, I think he did. It was almost like the horse had sort of clocked the 8-9-year-old corner that comes in the other way, and or even Arthur had sort of clocked it. I'm not sure.
No,
I'll say the horse. I'll say the horse. Wait, I won't say it was Arthur. But actually, he was very quick in thinking, no, pull out to the left and pull back round to the right.
And we saw the horse. He just went a bit right there at the little birch bits before. And yeah, I think probably the horse had just locked onto that.
They know to look for the flags and the fences, don't they? But actually was very amenable at being pulled off what he was thinking was his line.
And actually wouldn't have wasted a huge amount of time.
No, Arthur very, very quick. This horse has a lovely way of going.
Yeah, he is pricked.
Really nice expression. Looks an absolute picture. Huge credit to all of the teams who work so hard, all of the grooms behind the scenes, because it really does take an absolute army.
Seeing Charlotte just down through the corner combination at 4. Doing a really nice job of that.
And that's a corner on that second of the mounds,
Yeah.
isn't it? We can't see it from...
No, exactly. And actually, all of those through the B, C and D elements there, you know, ride quite short. And actually, that little horse Arthur's making a neat job of that through there.
Katie McGee away, Enchiladas. And this is a horse, actually, that I really liked in the dressage. On Friday, yesterday, they did their dressage at 36.9, their starting score for owners Anne Kitching and Katie herself, 13-year-old by Singapore.
Nicole, I'm glad you said its name first. I was looking at it going, quite hard to pronounce that one.
Well, I mean, I'm rolling with it. I'm rolling with it. Enchiladas. Lovely expression on this horse's face. Had a similar one in the dressage. As Arthur just... Ooh.
Pin gone there.
Now, that's an interesting one, because actually that was a prime example of exactly what that safety device is for, because the horse almost looked a little bit stuck.
Yeah, it did, exactly. Just when it, you know, it had just, we've seen it being a bit green early on, and again, probably just had a moment there of just, you know, being quite green. They're not huge, those little sort of hanging rails, but actually these horses do just see that ditch there. You know, you can see it's going into shadows now, and it just went a bit green. Look, I mean, that's probably a situation where if the pin wasn't there, he, you know, being the back end rather than the front, he probably would have been fine. You'd just scrabbled over it. But so now I'm going to pop over that.
And he does actually...
I think a really good job. Look, this horse will learn a lot from this round today.
Yeah, absolutely. And so he will, under FEI rules, get 11 penalties for breaking the frangible device. And then actually he looked like he came round and represented. So there'll be 20 penalties as well there. So adding a few penalties, but actually aiming to give the horse a really good level of experience. And I think Arco's Lad actually is a first-timer. Isn't a first-timer at the level. I tell a complete porky. Seeing a flyer to the stirrup ditch and brush at 5 is Katie McGee and Enchiladas. They're our latest starters. Again, effective use of the elbow as an aid. And she's quickly away on that pull on up the hill as Charlotte Rowe, HHS Learcourt Cavalier.
He's a keen, isn't he?
He really is. Equilate rails. And that's a big oxer. And she just felt like there was one more stride in there and asked him to come back. And to be fair, he absolutely did for her.
And that's sometimes the frustration we saw with Senior Mills earlier. These big, powerful striding horses, you end up having to set up quite a long way away, and actually they almost tend to be the more difficult horses to get the time on. They're probably naturally the quickest horses, and you could, if you wanted to, go as quick as you like. But actually, just to keep them concentrating, you've got to set them up, and you actually end up being almost more difficult to get the time on than the little horses that go around in a snaffle and drop off the bridle.
Really nicely away from the Bentley brush, coming out of the water. So Arthur Dufour heads on towards home with Arco's Lad. Just coming to the final few jumping efforts. Arthur Dufour and Arco's Lad coming on through the finish, and the horse will have learned a huge amount from that experience as they come home safely. As Charlotte Rowe, HHS Learcourt Cavalier, going on to the combination at the very, very far end of the course, the A.W. Jenkinson combination at 18. This is our latest starter, which is
Josie Smales.
Josie Smales, Ars Vivea. Nicely clear of the first combination at 5. That is on the whole jump really well there today. Josie rides this 13-year-old by Ars Vivendi herself. That she owns herself, I should say. She's definitely riding it herself. And she's nicely clear of the flyer as well. So R34 Arco's Lad, they've completed 98.5, the score they'll take forward to tomorrow. That final horse inspection taking place in the morning with the backdrop of Blenheim Palace as Katie McGee and Chiladis coming to the Indiba roll top up at the top of the hill. They're at about the halfway mark of the course here. Just as they approach the brushes down before the water, the lake crossing for the first time. They're about 5 minutes 18 into their round. A little bit down on the clock, 20 seconds or so down on the clock for Katie at this point, but really good round so far. Only had one previous run at the level, this horse. So
Clever bit of footwork there in front of that angle brush coming out. It's a really steep pull that up the hill there. It's so deceptive. You're looking on the screen here, and actually when you're walking, it's a real steep pull.
It's a real fitness test, actually. Blenheim, the terrain, you know, Bramham is well known for being very hilly, and actually Blenheim, I think, sometimes takes people a bit by surprise because you see a lot of it that actually doesn't look that hilly, and actually it really does play its part in the competition. Katie just cleverly going over to, unfortunately, just ran out of luck there.
It was worth a try.
It was worth a try, and she kicked herself, I think, as much as anything there. You could see she didn't get quite the line in that she would have wanted. And to be fair, the horse didn't really understand what was being asked of him.
That sort of log drop corner question, very similar to the one at Bergam there, isn't it? You know, actually we've got the right angle turn to the corner in the water. But almost here, you haven't got as many options almost as the one up at Bergam.
Do you like to target your horses as they come up through the levels? If they're going to Blenheim, that you like to go somewhere like Bergam that you know is a David Evans track and that you know will perhaps pose similar questions to what they might see here, or is it not something you really
not worry about too much? But I'd love to say I really think about it, but no.
Fair play for honesty. Yeah, 10 out of 10 for honesty, Ben.
I think Touchwood, a lot of mine are good cross-country horses, and therefore I think you probably think less. I think if you've got one that's very ditchy, or there's certain questions where there's a problem, then I think you probably have to do use your head a bit more.
Nicole Mills, Fearless W, were our latest starters on a score of 34.0. They're away from the start, Nicole, and her familiar bright pink cross-country colours. And this is a horse that she actually took to Bramham for the long format 4-star a few months ago, and had a couple of problems late on after having had a really good spin around the first part of the track. So we'll be looking for a good completion here as Katie McGee and Enchiladis.
Big striding horse, got his ears pricked.
They're coming back to the big log trailer that precedes the Blenheim Birds' Nests. Passes just, if you're looking to get your bearings, the second water, the new water, where Katie had her problems, is just situated to the left-hand side of this fence. They've done a big old loop. Sit tight.
Sit up. Go on.
Good girl.
Get the job done, you see.
She did a very good job.
I was 50-50 whether that's going to pull that off or not.
Well,
she did a great job.
I think the horse sort of, he put his head back up at just the appropriate time, but unfortunately had a jolly good look in the ditch, which didn't help.
That part of the course, you've had a really long run, slightly downhill. You've got a big open trailer, and actually you've really got to get them back for that coffin combination. Josie Smales coming down to the first water. Really nicely through there on the 2.
Combination that have had a good number of starts at this level previously as a partnership, both having left the start box 3 times in a 4-star long format.
Just seen Charlotte Rowan, HHS, Learcourt Cavalier coming through the finish flags.
I think they had a good clear jumping round. I'm just going to double check that. But certainly, I think they are clear. Just a few time penalties, 16.4 to add to their total. But otherwise, a really good round from them. As Josie in this influential Jockey Club water.
And actually, coming through there on the, was that on the 4? Or the, on one less stride coming through there, made it look really smooth.
Swap one of us in, get settled, and swap the other rather than do both at the same time. Nicole Mills through the NFU mutual brushes in the main arena. Those Aintree angled hedges.
It's quite a narrow run coming out the arena there as well, actually. A few people were saying the other day, it really breaks the rhythm up.
It's a bit of a chicane,
yeah,
isn't it?
Yeah.
Here's Josie Smales, accommodation actually that completed here 12 months ago. Nicole Mills on away from the NAF Trakehner. NAF, who've been huge supporters, not only of eventing, but of equestrian sport as a whole. As Nicole comes to this combination in front of Blenheim Palace.
Again, a really nice model of an event horse, isn't he? Proper sort.
As Katie McGee Enchiladas safely home through the finish. She'll be frustrated with that 20 penalties up in the top water, but I think the little horse gave her a lot of fun out there, and hopefully we'll see them back here again in the future as well. As Brian Morrison away on course with Global Mentor, 39.0 their starting score. Brian, who rides for Global Sport Horses over in Ireland, has a real name for producing very, very smart young horses. And it's nice to see him keeping a few to go on to the top levels with himself as well.
Josie Smales just popping through that coffin combination like it was an exercise in the school. Made it look effortless.
It's an absolute flyer at that fence. And great to see so many people out, so many families out enjoying the competition here at Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials. Brilliant to be back, brought to you by the Jockey Club once again this year, and fantastic to see some new partners involved as well. We've mentioned a good number of them throughout the competition so far. So Nicole Mills comes through the Equilate rails. But very grateful to all of the partners, and it's lovely to see some new partners to the sport of eventing as well, the likes of Parfum de Mali, who have some incredible sense, and they're involved here for the very first time.
And the Jockey Club doing a really good job, I know, to think, looking after our owners. They've got a great bit of hospitality for our owners up by the show jumping and the dressage arena. It's something we're often not used to seeing in eventing as much. Ooh. Shame around there, but yeah, they've made real effort, and it's looking after the owners, looking after grooms. It's something that they've probably taken from the racing side and bringing it over to the eventing. It's really good to see.
I think it's a really nice injection of fresh ideas, and they're so used to running incredible sporting events and big shows with large crowds that actually, what new sort of life we can breathe into eventing is only a good thing. And they're being advised by some hugely experienced, knowledgeable and passionate eventing enthusiasts. And so it is brilliant to see. And I have to say, all of the feedback, the feeling around the event this year is very, very positive. And they've put in a lovely touch each day. There's been a very, very emotional 2-minute silence being held in memory of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. And after the 2-minute silence, which if you're watching at home throughout the weekend, we'd very much invite you to observe with us, Laura Wright sings the national anthem, and the whole event has come to a standstill. And really just quite a remarkable moment. Nicole Mills will be really frustrated with that 20 penalties going down into the lake.
No, she's so good through there. It's almost more of a question, that second water.
As Josie Smales looking pretty delighted with Ars Vivere. As they come through the finish, Brian Morrison, meanwhile, Global Mentor, coming to the Tricana, the NAF Tricana. Big enough ditch under there. Again, using those natural features here at Blenheim. Nicole Mills and Fearless W.
Really nice let-up fence that, just off the bend. You know, you've come out that water. It's a big, long galloping stretch. Really nice, that sort of brush open ditch. You can just come out, jump out of a rhythm. And then coming up for this sort of quite influential question next at the furthest point on the course. Beautifully through there.
Josie Smales, Arvivere, 15.2 time. They finish on 55.3. As here is another ride for Ginny Thompson, and she comes forward this time with Gladstone the second on one phase score of 35.8. Getting myself confused between the short format, which of course the 8 and 9-year-olds is. They did their show jumping this morning and will jump a cross-country track tomorrow morning. That'll be around the 6.5 minute marker. And then, of course, this long format 4-star, which has the show jumping on the final day, so the cross country over a longer track. We're at 10 minutes 37 seconds is the optimum time here. Nicole neatly through all 3 elements at the bird's nest.
So gallop on now down to the big log drop before coming back across the lake for the second time.
Lovely gallop on this horse, isn't there? Gladstone the second very quickly away from the early part of the course.
And a nicely designed part of the course here early on. You just get them used to seeing the crowds, the sort of 3 or 4 good big bowling fences, get them in a good rhythm before the questions down at fence 4.
So here comes Brian Morrison, Global Mentor. So it can be a little bit of a surprise, the first of those sort of skinny rails on the mound, because you've been in the woods, you sort of come down that really steep slope, then you've got to swing left-handed. There's a lot all of a sudden to look at.
Yeah, it just comes up on them a bit quick sometimes. Brian just coming down the hill to the first water. Another one getting the job done through there. Very snazzy Irish flag flare strip on the horse's nose.
And then makes this long pull on up the hill. It's interesting, as Nicole Mills just heading towards home with Fearless W, pops through that very nicely. That long pull on up the hill away from the lake crossing, I was interested that actually before that water, the new water up at the top, there is that little bit of flat ground or flatter ground that just gives horses and riders the chance to just get their breath slightly.
Yeah, because I'll definitely go, you know, those short, sharp inclines, often horses will just, you know, you'll just go for the girth and have a good blow there, and actually really nice, like you say, places, get a bit of air back in the tank before coming to that new water.
Ooh.
I'm not sure from our angle what happened there, but he...
Living a little dangerously, yeah. Brian Morrison and Global Mentor at the water. Well, Amanda Starm for Sweden now away. Carilda Rose 80 on a score of 36.5. Amanda, who's got this horse in the 4-star long, but also a horse in the 4-star short as well.
Brian definitely sat in the defensive position there. Chris Bartle will be proud.
It'll be interesting to see. He didn't look in any doubt like he'd jumped it or not.
The horse just almost didn't seem to take off, really. It just sort of galloped over it.
I'm just looking, and it looks to have been marked as clear on the live scores. So
we haven't got the best of angles here, have we, what we're seeing?
No, absolutely. Very much trust those on the ground to be able to report back as Nicole Mills finishes, and she'll be frustrated with that 20 penalties down at the lake, but otherwise a really good round from Fearless W. And we'll see them tomorrow in the jumping.
It's almost frustrating, but then fills with confidence. If you have have an issue of defence like that, and actually then got the more tricky combinations coming up, they've gone through well. At least you're sort of finishing on a really good note.
I was going to say, absolutely, it's one of those that I'm sure she'll look back on and think, well, could have done without it, but he jumped a lot of the really tricky stuff very, very well. And so lots to look forward to. Brian Morrison and Global Mentor coming back towards the water.
Really nicely through the corner combination there at 4. Is it 4 or is it 5?
4.
I keep saying 4. It is 4. Good.
It is 4. 5 is the... It's confusing because most people jump it on 5 strides.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's what gets people a bit confused. Flyer at the 5th for Amanda Starm. And actually, if you are just tuning in here, then a very, very warm welcome to you. Ben Way sat alongside me, Nicole Brown, in the commentary box as Marlon Hansen Hotop and Carlitos Quidditch K, our leaders after dressage. They'll be our leaders after cross-country as well. They have stopped the clock inside the time. They went a short while ago, 24.6. They can't be caught today, as Sarah Bullimore Corraway currently sits second on the live leaderboard. Dark Shroud Casino 80 in third. But still the likes of Pippa Funnel and Gemma Stevens to go. So still a number within the top 10 that could really make some impact on that leaderboard. As Ginny Thompson and Gladstone the second come to the Bentley's brushes.
So Amanda Starm just coming to the 2-angle brushes in the main arena.
Again, another lovely expression on this horse's face. Having a jolly good look. You can't see it, but off to the left of that shot is an enormous hospitality marquee.
It's a lot for them to take in, isn't there? Coming over there, it's sort of overwhelmed slightly by the amount of water. These horses not used to going, these big long runs of water.
And actually last year in the 8 and 9-year-old class, it was quite a lot for the younger horses. When they came over the brow of the hill, all of a sudden there was all this water, there were fences, there were people, and they all just sort of went, woof, okay.
Takes a minute just to sort of settle into it.
Amanda Starm, Carilda Rose 80 on her way to the main arena. As here is Brian Morrison, Global Mentor, coming towards home.
This little horse, probably wouldn't have been the line she wanted, but this little horse just locked straight onto that corner in the middle of the water. Getting a big pat afterwards.
Do you use flags on your fences training at home to help train them?
We do, yeah.
To look
definitely
for the fences?
definite flag training. That's where places like, going to Valeview and, some of those skinny exercises that people like Caroline Moore build, it's very much just flag training. Just getting them to lock on.
Amanda Starm goes on to the Air Equestrian Brush Stump.
So our next starter, Emma Thomas and the Buzz Factor. Emma, one of the riders on the, what's it called now? It's not
Wesco.
I was about to say Windrush. Wesco.
Wesco Equestrian Foundation, which was the brainchild of Christina Knudsen, who was such a huge supporter of eventing. Had, of course, the wonderful Wesco, Tim Price's championship horse and 5-star winner. And when she passed away, it was very much her idea and her wish that there would be a programme in place to help younger riders, not only with the riding element, but also the business side of competing at the top level, of the accountancy, the rider fitness, all of those different elements that perhaps you take for granted. Ultimately, it's not just being able to get on a horse and ride. It's so much more than that. And Emma's been one of those that have benefited so much from the guidance of the likes of Pippa Funnel, as Brian Morrison is home safely with Global Mentor. Should be a few time penalties, but otherwise a good round.
It's actually very nice at work. I let the property that's part of the foundation, so actually it's let out, and the rental income from that property is what goes towards some of the training. So it's rather nice.
Okay. So you work for Butler Sherborne.
Exactly.
Ginny Thompson and Gladstone really nicely through all elements of the
making that look
Bird's
really
Nest.
easy. Oh. Crikey. So yes.
The crowd's moving very quickly. Unfortunately, Amanda Starm.
I did say he was travelling quite. He was going quite quick earlier. And he's just run a bit free down the bank. Run out at the B element.
Just unfortunately, there isn't really anywhere to go, because if you actually jump that Oxer, she's going to eliminate herself.
Yeah.
And actually, that's quite a point. Bless them, they all stand up very quickly and get out the way. But actually, she didn't have anywhere to go. So if she'd have jumped the Oxer, she'd have eliminated herself. But unfortunately, just breaking through the string as she's got to put that behind her now. And thankfully nobody hurt or injured in that. And she can now push on up the hill to the next water.
Spectators on their toes.
Yeah, yeah. Ginny Thompson, Gladstone. This has been a really super spin across the country for this little horse. 11-year-old by Dessinart.
Finding that 3 really easy down that distance for a little horse. But, you know, it's amazing by this point in the course how much these horses' stride length has opened up.
Emma Thomas, the buzz factor, with the colours of the Wesco Equestrian Foundation on her hat through the Palace Arena. Oh, now, I think I would be surprised if she jumped that, but I don't know because we don't get a good view of it.
It's another one we've just seen from the angle that we're looking at it here, which is from the sort of the thick end of the corner. It's another one we've seen just almost not pick up and just sort of canter over it, really.
It's interesting because
she was looking like she was.
She looked very happy with it. It's interesting because there's so much brush on it that you can really get away with it.
The fixed point actually probably is only 2'6".
She's very straight to a line over the final element. So Amanda Starm continues on her way. And she heads right up to the far side of the course, top end of the course, before that psychological turn back towards home. So that the A.W. Jenkinson combination. As Emma Thomas and the buzz factor nicely through there. And Ginny Thompson and Gladstone is home safely. One really to watch for the future.
Yeah, it was a lovely round.
Yeah, actually, Carilda Rose AT marked as clear through that water. So I think it is just the angle that we see doesn't really give us an indication of how you can jump the fence. This is her up at the combination at the top of the hill. And this will be a real question. Oh, sit up. A question of control and accuracy.
Just living a bit dangerously through there.
As here is Kate Rocher-Smith and
HHS Dasset class.
Has that Dasset prefix, which of course Kate runs Dasset Eventing. Has a really, really good base in Northamptonshire, not a million miles away from Aston Lewells. Just looking to have run into problems, Amanda Starm and Carilda Rose AT at the rail ditch and bird's nest. And just ducks out to the right hand side, and I think that will be their third problem out on course, so that will be elimination for them, unfortunately.
That's almost a difficulty there of coming back round on a second attempt. It's almost you end up coming quietly over the ditch and just makes that 2 strides very long, like that horse was there, you know, just slightly off the distance, and therefore looking for the option which was out the side door.
Emma Thomas and the buzz factor down the hill to the Bentley Brushes. Nicely through that.
And Buzz, a hugely scopy horse. Often, you know, he would take out strides. Emma's got a very, very stern-looking game face on.
And he wouldn't be the biggest horse in the field, but he's really game.
Yeah,
a little bit pony-like, and even though he's got an enormous stride, he's very clever. As here's Kate Rocher-Smith and HHS Dasset class. Combination at 4, pops through there very neatly. Ben, thank you so much for all of your insight over the last 45 minutes or so. Really appreciate it. And we're looking forward to watching you in the 8-9-year-old class tomorrow. Good luck.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Oh, just living a little bit dangerously. Kate's Rocher-Smith and HHS Dasset class at the flyer. And as unfortunately Emma Thomas and the buzz factor just running past the corner in the Jockey Club water splash up at the top of the hill. So they'll come round to represent. There isn't actually, in fact, she's popping her hand up and deciding to call it a day. Enormous leap in, and unfortunately didn't leave Emma with a huge amount of time to get her line to that corner. As I'm delighted to say, joining me in the commentary box now, before Tina Cook steps in just a second, Dan Jocelyn. Dan, good to have you.
Hi, yeah, thanks for having me.
You have already had one really good spin around the course this morning. How did it go?
Yeah, Cooley One Too Many gave me a lovely ride. It was nice to be back here at Blenheim. I was a little slow in the end, but very clean jumping and 2 4-star longs for him this season. Very pleasing. bigger things to come next year, hopefully.
I was going to say, ready for the step up to 5-star in 2023.
I would have thought so, yeah. And it's, he's not a big galloping horse, but he's very accurate and he wants to do the job, and it's a pleasure to ride him.
Well, Kate gave HHS Dasset Class a bit of a reminder before that Trakehner, because he had enormously backed off the big ditch and hedge at the Flyer at 5. And so the little horse did come up for her very nicely. 35.3, their score, coming forwards to the cross country.
I mean, it's always important to keep them off the leg when you come to those bigger jumps. And he's just having a little look there, isn't he? But she's done that nicely, and away she goes.
Just looking perhaps a little bit green, almost eyes out on stalk slightly, taking everything in that he can do. As here is Charlotte Agnew, Cooley Carnival Lady, away from the start. And Charlotte comes forward with this 11-year-old by My Oh My. Horse's first run at the level, owned by White Heather Eventing. Well, I'm going to leave the hot seat for a few moments, and I'm going to pass over to the absolute eventing legend that is Tina Cook.
Do I say something?
You only say polite things, Dan Jocelyn. 2 eventing legends. There we go. I'll leave you with my computer screen up so you can see it. Feel free to move between the tabs.
Well, Charlotte sees a flyer there and jumps that really well.
Yeah, you need to be setting out on this course and being really positive. We've seen some horses showing their inexperience by being a little bit pokey, putting in an extra stride, and the riders having to get quite proactive. There's a really good crowd out there. I've just been out on the course, and a lot of support, and I'm really behind the riders. So much action for them to be seeing. And how does this ride down here, Dan?
Well, it's just I didn't see how many strides she put in there, but I know that I walked it and wanted the 4. And when I rode my horse down there this morning, I got there on not quite the 4, but luckily, being nice and experienced, he responded to me saying, "Let's pick up here," and he did it nicely. But there's like you were saying, there's a few questions out there where, and just showing that it's all caught up with him there, hasn't it?
Yeah, this horse started off by backing off and being a little bit uncomfortable with the fences, and Kate Roger-Smith is having to really use her legs. He's put in an extra stride there, got in really close, gone for a 3rd stride, and there's some flowers on the takeoff side of that, which helps the horses to stand off, but he had already backed off and wanting to have...
at the last minute he just saw that water, didn't he, in the dip, and that was enough to...
Exactly. So she's going to have to work extra hard from now on. Luckily, it's a reasonably straightforward brush as she leaves the water, but he's got that look in his eye that he's finding this quite overwhelming. But the further around the course, if Kate can really get behind him, he might actually learn from this experience. Here we have...
Well, that's ridden very well all day, hasn't it? And again, another horse goes through there. When I walked the course, I didn't really know where I was aiming at that fence, but I was going for the pot plant, but actually I just jumped in the middle.
Yes, that was Charlotte Agnew that had a good run through the main arena. Kate Roger-Smith jumped that corner, just took an extra big canter stride.
It just did that nicely, didn't it, after the last water? Yeah,
it hardly looked like it taken off. Here we have, starting off, Claire Lewis and her 13-year-old bay gelding, Cumwall Culver. Claire has been riding, eventing at this level for so many years. She just has a couple of horses now. She's a real amateur, but has some great results and a real partnership with some horses, and she really enjoys it. And it's this horse's third time at a 4-star long.
Well, Claire's stable beside me too, and she won't mind me saying, but she's 59 and she's out here to have a really good time, so I'm looking forward to watching her around.
Kate Roger-Smith with this lovely chestnut horse popping away. they're not the biggest defences out there, but the way that they're positioned on the mounds, you've just got to take a bit of care and slow them down.
Well, he's really got the sense of home on that turn there, hasn't he? And he's gone through there very well. And now his ears are pricked and he's got a sniff of home. So it might be a nice confidence giver this last part of the course for this horse.
Claire Lewis, horse just stretched over fence 4. You could see the width of that fence. And when you walked the course down there, it sort of walked either a long 4 or a short 5 strides, didn't it?
Yeah, and for my horse, I chose the 5, and in hindsight, and a couple of the decisions I made on the round, having my time faults, perhaps I'm not sure if it was the right option, but yeah, again, there's just a few things where we had to make decisions like that. As we see Kate go through there, chips in a third, but does it nicely and stays straight, and off she goes.
And that's the horse showing a bit more confidence that it's putting in the 3rd stride, but actually wanting to get between the flags. Charlotte Agnew and the 11-year-old mare really galloping.
I mean, this horse is looking full of running. It's something you'd want to be on, isn't it?
And very careful when he gets to the fence. She's had lots of experience. This horse owned by the White Heather Eventing Limited, and really wanting to get on with it.
Very well there, didn't she? And now they're focused on this last part as they come out, get a little bit of angle into it, and nicely done. I just felt my horse, when it came out of that water and got to the top of here, was hoping for a bit of flatter ground to just take a breath, which luckily they do get before they get to that second water. Claire just chips the 3rd stride in there, I think, didn't she? But off she goes.
She does, and if these are great partnership together, and she, as a rider, knew she sat quiet and felt that the horse might put in a 3rd stride, and that's absolutely fine. Here, Charlotte Agnew, huge jump into the water, really pushing the horse forward, and the horse really responding.
It's amazing how fast it can look on this telly.
Did you feel that fast?
No.
Not fast enough. Claire Lewis now.
Coming up to that. Is it the Palace Corner?
She's taken her time to hold the horse together. He's gone very high. She's being a little bit protective of the horse.
Extra stride there and put 7 in. Most of us have walked it on a 5 or a 6, but again, she went up and down a little bit over the first part, but all safely done, and the horse was never in doubt of what it was doing. As we have one of our friends from Germany over, setting off.
Charlotte Agnew really guiding the horse. We've had a couple of horses have mistakes out there, so it needs to be respected. And when you're going for the time, that's where errors can happen.
No, most definitely.
So here we go, just starting up. Lovely big grey horse. Nikolai Aldinger and Timo, the 12-year-old grey gelding. Started off, he's one of the horses that's really fancied. I mean, you wouldn't be making a trip over to Blenheim if you weren't thinking at any point you were going to be competitive. So he would have had a chance to have watched a lot of the other riders going round. Charlotte Agnew looks like she's being held. You could see her look down on her watch. She stopped her watch next to the fence judges that would have stopped her, so that then she'll walk back to them now and find out what the problem is, if it's a fence or a pin that needs to be repaired. It's frustrating being held, but sometimes...
Yeah, now whereabouts is she on the course? She'd done the...
She's sort of 3/4 of the way round.
Nikolai does that nicely on the 5 on the curve. Takes the flag out, doesn't matter. It's really nicely done. Opens the gallop up now for the big ditch and hedge, which as riders we love riding and attacking, and real cross-country feel over that as you zoom on up the hill with the momentum.
And it's great when you feel that the horse really responds, and in the long format you have much more galloping open stretches in between the fences, and when you've got a horse like that that will really lengthen away from its fences, that's a really encouraging feeling.
Yeah. Claire nicely through that water and heads on up now to the second water, the big log, and 4 or 5 strides to the corner.
Well, Charlotte's still smiling. She would have been told roughly how long she's got to wait, going to keep the horse moving.
Yeah, it's tough when this happens, and she's obviously quite a way around the course, and you don't want the horse to switch off. Again, it can be a good thing or it can be a bad thing depending on what you've got coming up next, how far around the course you are. And Claire makes that happen, and off she goes.
She's having a really good ride so
The
far.
horse is going well. She's coming around to the Jockey Club chase fence fairly soon, and then she'll be up to the top part of the course, which is about 6.5 minutes from memory.
She sort of really got into a good rhythm now, and you can see when she really pushed that horse, pushed him away from the fence, and to make up time before this.
Now, I know Claire was up there watching me because I caught a glimpse of her at this fence when I was going round. So,
well, you're not paying attention. When you're going there, were you not looking at the fences? And to be honest, you almost have to ride.
One less than me, so and a similar there.
You almost need to ride one fence to the other, don't you, rather than absolutely counting your strides, seeing how the horse is feeling.
There wasn't so many people out there when I went first thing when I was early on this morning, and so I did notice a few people on the way around. But
I think because we've got really good weather and there's some nice bars on the way round, so people can walk a few fences and then stop and have a nice beer and then move on to another fences. So
I mean, the conditions today are just fantastic for eventing. There's a little chill in the air, but it's sunny and the ground's really good. They've done a great job here in preparing it for us, and I think that's showing with the riders letting the handbrake off.
Into the combination, into the woods, and the horse really getting going now.
Yeah,
where
really
they were
travelling now very well.
And the horse will be fit. You know, Claire has been in this game for a long time, and she knows how to get a horse fit. And the horse is travelling very easily on this fabulous ground that we've had here. Not had as much rain as some parts of the country, but just enough, just at the right time. So it's absolutely perfect going. And it's the same conditions from the early runners to the later runners, because it can change in our sport sometimes if we have downpours, or even if the hot dry day and the ground gets firmer and firmer, but the ground has stayed very, very good for these horses. Now the German horse Nikolai and Timo coming down this steep hill down to the water. You really have to keep the horses going forward, and they're 2 positive strides. That fence has generally jumped well.
And he had a lovely line down there and just a nice angle back into that second part. He's letting the horse drift out here so he can cut back in. It's just a really nice way of riding that fence, and the horse looks very happy and is accelerating away just as you'd like.
He needs to be going for it. He's on a 32.3 dressage, so he's really not far behind.
Yeah. Well, I snuck in 4 strides at that fence and walked along 3, and I'd given myself a lot of room to really attack that table. But I actually realised my horse was tiring and he didn't open up over the table. I felt a couple of hooves on it, and I suddenly sat up and waited, and looked like Claire did something similar. As we see Nikolai, they just don't look like they get in the air over that corner on this telly, and but they're jumping it well. I'm not sure how many strides that one did, but he's done it very economically.
It's a very narrow corner, not a big, but there's not a lot of fence for the horses to look at, and they have to look absolutely that last minute and be very, very honest to jump it.
Yeah, it does surprise you a little bit, the angle of that corner.
We haven't picked up Charlotte Agnew, actually, so she was held or she was stopped. So I'm not quite sure. We presumed she'd been held. We need to find out
Well,
what.
Claire's had a great round, and she's just gone through the final combination, and she's sped off now to the last fence, and there she goes, flying over that. Lost her hat silk, but look at that. Checks the watch, big pats all round.
Yeah, she's had a super round, and it'd be very interesting to see her time, because she just kept going. Early on, she might have lost a few seconds where the horse was adding in extra strides, but the second half was certainly more confident. This horse,
This horse is travelling very easy, isn't it? And Nikolai looks like he's got all the time in the world to plan what's going on, which is a lovely feeling as a rider.
Claire Lewis got 18.4 time penalties, adding to her 38.8 dressage. So,
Okay, well, I think she's going to be pretty pleased with that, having spoken to her beforehand.
right, here we go. From France, we have Fabrice Saint-Amine, and he's in 24th place. And this is another one. The French are renowned to be fast riders.
There's Charlotte in the background.
Charlotte Agnew has now come back into the picture.
That is a big fence at fence 2, and I'm not sure if you've seen it out there, but you come around, you've jumped fence 1, you curve away and you curve back into fence 2, and there's a big tree in the way, and it's quite narrow, and it's just offset, and the horses are really getting in the air over that, but it really feels like you're at a 4-star and something to excite you and get you going for the rest of the round.
Great to see Charlotte Agnew finishing. We didn't pick her up when she was restarted again, and she looks perfectly happy, so that's nice to see that she has completed. We'll get her time as soon as we can. Great viewing for the spectators here. Really don't have to travel too far to see plenty of action.
Was that Nikolai we saw go through there?
I am not sure. We have 2 lovely big grey horses on the course.
Yeah, this is at the end here, so Ditch Palisade.
So this is our German competitor,
And
Nikolai.
he's still travelling very well. Look at that gallop.
On
This
his
is going to be a good time.
very good dressage of 32.3.
Be interesting to see what he does at this final combination, if he cuts inside on the 4 strides or holds it together on the outside 5. Well, he's gone inside on the 4 and made it look very easy. Look at that go.
He knows he's getting close to it, so he's having to really keep the foot down. It'll make a big difference moving up if he can get inside the time. There haven't been that many inside the time.
A relaxed glance at the watch sort of tells you it might be close.
I think it's close. There was possibly a little bit of a grimace there. We haven't got the time up on our screen, so when it comes up, we will let you know. I think he has got 3.6 time penalties to add to his 32.3 dressage.
As Tom Grant sets off on MGH Tokyo Phil. Ears pricked, set for his round.
This horse was produced by Porrig McCarthy and bred by him, I believe. And he has taken over the ride the last year and a half. So what a great man to set off on this horse, and the experience that he would have got and the education the horse would have had from Porrig.
Oh, most definitely. Well, silver medalist, wasn't he, from the Tryon World Equestrian Games? Plenty of mileage and a show jumping background before that.
Exactly. And, you know, it makes, when you're taking on new rides at this level, it makes your life so much easier if they've had a really educational background. And this horse, very easy the way he's going. He's only an 11-year-old, so he's still young at this level. And Tom wouldn't have had that much experience here or competing at 4-star level, so this is a great opportunity.
And a nice picture there, galloping along the ground. Nice light contact. The horses looking very willing for the fences. Tom's in a lovely position there. And easily down on the inside, 4 strides.
That was as nice as...
Yeah, nice tight line there. Very economical, saving every second.
And he did there and thereabouts in the dressage. He did a 35.2. He was in 27th place. So, you know, he really...
play for, yeah.
Absolutely. And this horse really looks like he can gallop. Very easy way of travelling across the ground.
It has too, I agree there. I don't know how to pronounce that word.
Right, we've moved on. French rider. Beautiful looking horse this. Looks very athletic. Coming down the hill, wanting to get the 2 good strides. Oh, and they have... French riders tend to have quite a forward way of riding. Quick.
And a decent length of rein, and they just attack everything, and the horses really respond well to it. It's a real art, the way they ride. And that one's responding to it and going very well. Tom galloping out the arena, just passing the 3-minute mark, which I would suggest he's quite close to. And a lovely feeling turning off the corner here over the Tricana, and anticipation for setting up for the corner in front of the Palace. You know, nice 5 strides coming out of that water combination, and there were people thinking of 4 there, but I think the 5, even on the bold horses, has been the right decision.
And this horse is only a 10-year-old, Caesar de Roy, so it's it's still a young horse at this level.
And still going uphill here. It's uphill all the way up to that top combination. It's been quite popular there, the 6 strides, hasn't it? People are slowing down and just giving it a bit of respect. It's a tight corner to aim for. There's not much to look at. It's not very wide. And some plants on the right on your line, so it's a really definite line you have to have there.
And as we've just started off, now for Ireland, Michael Ryan riding the 10-year-old Barnadown Cornhill.
That doesn't look like Michael Ryan.
No, it is just now.
Oh, Lauren. Number 84.
I've got that wrong. Yes. Right, we're back.
No offence, Michael.
He looks like a young lady going around. Right, we're back with France. Now, he's really attacked this course. This horse still looking very happy. It's so nice to have a horse with his ears pricked, still galloping along. Looking very easy the way he does everything.
So he's coming back down to the Oxer, isn't he, before the rail ditch rail. And it's a lovely stride he saw there. And now it's just a matter of rebalancing the horse, having a little bit of respect for this upright rail. And he rides it very strong. I didn't see what happened there. Just looked like it had a little look out of nowhere.
Back to Lauren Lillywhite.
Oh, and it did, and that's very surprising 20 penalties.
Really interesting, because the horse had really been going very well and very confidently, and that isn't the biggest rail into the wood.
No, but the horse must have been looking down all the way into where that ditch is.
See, he felt it. I mean, he was really kicking the horse to making it go. It gave him
the shadows you can see have come more over that whole jump actually, and it is looking a little darker jumping into there.
Tom Grant, Tokyo Phil, coming out of the water. He's been still been having a good ride so far. Still looks clear. Really keeping the forward momentum and really seizing the opportunity, riding this lovely young horse. Enjoying the experience here at Blenheim, and you can see the steepness of that hill. Really, the horses have to work really hard. It's only a short space of going uphill, but it's really hard work for them. And they really need to then catch a breath before jumping into the next waters. You can see there, Tom's had a big jump in.
Right in the back seat there and made that happen. That's very well done.
And the one thing about riding courses quickly is moving away quickly and not dwelling on what has gone behind you, but thinking about what's coming up. And that's a real art of quick riding cross country. It's Tom Grant coming towards the end of the course. Does it feel as twisty as it looks sometimes?
Well, you know, it is quite twisty, and although my horse doesn't need a lot of setting up, he doesn't have a big top speed. I felt like I was, you know, turning a lot and thinking about the next, not only the next question, but the next turn and what was happening. But it's a lovely feeling. It was real cross country, and that's what we love as riders, the twisting and turning, the up and down and the in and the out of woods. And Tom right at the top end of the course now at that difficult combination, and gets he actually holds for 4 out, so all sorts of combinations of strides are happening at that fence, but it's all working for most. And there's Michael Ryan starting off now.
At last I put my glasses on. I'm actually looking at the right horse. Michael Ryan and Barnadan Cornhill, the 10-year-old he's just started off with. Now, Tom Grant. Still giving this horse a super
coming down
ride.
to this ditch rail now. As Michael skips over the second fence. And what an experienced rider he is. It'll be lovely to watch his round. On another young horse, I guess. I'm not sure. I haven't got the...
Yes, it's only a 10-year-old. He didn't enjoy it so much in the first phase,
Right.
42.7. So the horse obviously got rather overwhelmed in that arena and didn't put his best foot forward. But Michael will be looking at what he can do and learn about the horse at this phase, which is why he's obviously gone ahead to run him, even though he's not in a competitive position. But the horses can learn so much from going around this course. And you can see he's a nice, easy galloping horse.
Yeah,
and you'll be looking...
Most definitely in producing it for another competition. And this is all mileage and a big learning curve for these horses. And it's just putting that experience into them that we will be drawing on when they are in a competitive position later on in their careers.
It's owned by Carol and Tom Henry. So many of these horses have owners that have come over here to watch their horses compete and hopefully really enjoying the experience.
And Lauren goes through there and takes a back seat, but gets it done nonetheless.
Sometimes when
Pops
you've got a
out
fence
nicely.
like that, you have to be proactive. You know, she got behind him, had to slip her reins because the
that
horses...
is a big fence, that little narrow ox going in, and you want them to get up that 2 strides close to jumping into the water. So, and like you say, she got the job done.
Tom Grant there, this big striding horse, MGH Tokyo full, really just had
I
to
was
sit
coming
quiet.
to this fence that Tom's coming to, and all I could think of was Harry Mead last year when his horse was standing there looking at him in it, in the ditch, because he sent me the video.
Oh, that was very
And
kind
so
of him.
I made sure I just took a little extra pull under the tree there till I saw one.
Or Harry was going to pop up in front of you. Lauren Lillywhite living a little bit dangerously. The horse got very low over that corner, but she was the right side of the flag. And she's really being very proactive in giving this young horse, only a 10-year-old, by my oh my. and owned by herself and Janet Pippin, but really giving it a ride. You can see
got a
she's
gallop on it, hasn't it? It's stretching out there up the top end of the course.
Michael Ryan being through the main arena.
And Tom finishing, well, that looked a really good round. Yeah, we'll wait to see his time, but that's going to be competitive, I think.
Tom got 18.8 time, which is a surprise. It looked sort of quicker than that, didn't it? He got into a very good rhythm, but I think with a horse with such a big striding horse, he had to slow him down for some of the more...
I mean, as a fellow competitor, I'm not disappointed to hear that, being in the class. Michael going for that 6 strides and just holding him back and rewarding the horse with a nice pat for responding so well.
Right, we have just started off now. Another young horse, another 10-year-old, Mary Edmondson, riding Lionel II. Horses by Silver Baron. This is their second 4-star long. Nice, big, rangy, flashy horse. And it's lovely when you're riding a horse that naturally canters very uphill, holds their head quite high. It shows they're in a lot more balance and the way that they go across the ground. And
it really is, and in comparison to the horses that are just boring down on you a bit, and not only are you having to worry about the jumps in the course, but you're spending just that little bit more time setting them up and just making them aware of what's in front of them. But like you say, this horse is up in front, and that looks like a lovely horse to gallop around on.
I think you can see yourself riding him down, can't you? But he's did a 39.0 dressage. He was in 37th place, but I think the placing is reasonably irrelevant. The scores were so close together that you can really move up. The time is looking tight to be getting, and so there's places that can be made.
How many people have made the time? Do we know? Do you know? We've only just joined the...
No, we've only just joined the party.
But
so
I think it's been very difficult, hasn't it?
Yeah, there certainly hasn't been as many as was expected. So there is the opportunity to be able to be moving up.
Big opportunity for people. I mean, it's a big class with, 80, 85 horse starters. As Michael comes down, and that looked real nice, and this horse is just getting the job, isn't it?
And when you've got a brush like that, the cross-country horses, the more experienced they get, they know that they can just brush through it. By the horses that get too careful, that actually jump over every single fence, uses up so much energy.
And it just becomes a bit of a cumulative effect when you get towards the end of the course and they're still jumping a bit big because they've just worried themselves a bit. That's why it's nice to see some of the horses that have started like that. This course has been nice coming home for them, and they look like they've increased in confidence for another day.
That was a very sensible jump into the water, and the horse looking where he's going, and it looked like he jumped out. That narrow fence isn't the biggest that we would have seen, and so generally the horses are jumping it very well.
And just a lovely contact on the horse's mouth there, didn't he, Michael, going through that water complex. Balanced as a rider, his shoulder was inside shoulders back. He was looking at the curve he was on, and the balance was really nice to watch.
Right, we've got another starter. There's plenty of action here. Sasha Hargraves riding Woodlands Be Darling, 12-year-old, as we have finishing Laura Lillywhite. So always good to be getting over that last, pushing to the line. We will have a look at her time when it comes through. She got 10 time to add to her 34.6 dressage. So that puts her in 47th place. Michael Ryan having to
Yeah,
jump
it's
those.
interesting for me coming up. I haven't seen much of the class since I rode, but a lot of horses that I've been watching here putting 4 strides in at the end. I don't know if you walked that combination, but I think it was a 3 strides, but a long 3 strides. So depending on what you did on the approach, the other 2 parts of it dictated what you did there, but it's riding nicely nonetheless.
But don't you feel that towards when you're riding a cross-country course that you actually have to ride as how your horse feels? So if they have got a little bit tired and they don't land in that first stride really taking you, sometimes it is safer and more sensible to add.
And there hasn't been any aggressive changes of pace for these horses. They've just sat up and it's weighted nicely on the 4.
Michael Ryan's having a really lovely ride on
Really
this
good
horse.
ride.
You know, as I said earlier, it didn't do so well.
Oh, Sasha gets hung up a little bit on that ditch and brush, but she gives him a pat and hopefully just gets him in front of the leg a bit more for
as you
the
can
big
see,
oxer coming up at 6.
That last stride was a very, very short stride, and then by doing that, the horse looked down into the ditch and just dwelt, but momentum took him over.
They call those fences rider frighteners, and I'm sure next time she sees one, she'll be even more.
And they just really wanted to wrap their legs around it. She felt him backing off, gave him a kick, and just the width. He got his hind legs over it. He won't have hurt himself there, just through the brush. But she's going to have to work hard with him now. You know, has it disrupted his confidence a little bit? So that she really needs to get on and ride him forward.
That was nice down that. I think it went on 4 strides, which was nice to see. Nice and bold.
So here Sasha is in the main arena, and these are relatively straightforward fences in the main arena. So after her little bit of a fright jumping that big ditch, she'll be relieved just to have a little bit of a let-up fence. Now we have Mary Edmondson, Lionel. This lovely big 10-year-old jumping through the water and just keeping the momentum up, Dan. You feel sometimes when horses go across there with water splashing in their face.
It's easy just to be a bit quiet through those 2 water crossings, and you just have to remind yourself, come on, keep going, keep going.
Michael Ryan on Barnadown Cornhill, still galloping along, still going well. He probably won't be too concerned about the time. The most important thing will be this horse having a good experience.
Most definitely, and it has had that, and he's still kicking on though. That was a big jump in.
And actually, for a big horse, he was very careful at that corner. There would have been quite a big gap to the side of it, but he was very honest, and I think that's why she's given him a pat, because she appreciated his honesty.
He'd really locked onto that, and as like you see his ears pricked there, he's wanting to do this, and it's a lovely sight, that's for sure. As Tom Jackson leaves the start box, this will be a competitive round, I'm sure. He's a nice quick rider to watch, and his horses are on great form at the moment, having competed against them all season at 1 days and things.
Yeah, and his second at Burley just a couple of weeks ago.
Of course, yeah.
And so he's being really on fire, and this is a 12-year-old by Hemingway, owned by Anne and Ian Slater. He's got some fantastic owners that are been very, very supportive during his career, and he's worked incredibly hard, but he's now got a really strong team of horses, which is great to see. Mary Edmondson and the big horse Lionel making mincemeat of those fences going around there. I'm sure they don't look that big to him, but he just has to wait and listen as he's going around the corner. You don't want a silly mistake all the way out there on that part of the course. You've got a good gallop now for him to really to make up any time that you've had to do in the steadying him up on the presentation of the fences. But he gallops very easily, so it's lovely to see. Michael Ryan has finished with Barnadown Cornhill. He's got 20 time faults to add to his 42.7 dressage, so he's in 59th place, but he will be pleased because the horse has given, and he has given the horse a great ride all the way round. So
absolutely, yeah,
job done.
Was, like you say, they'll be looking for the next one in the spring next year, and that horse will be much better for it. as Tom did a lovely 4-stride line through that early combination at 4A and B, taking the seconds off his round already.
Got a little bit of tack that's broken the martingale. That won't affect, other than it's annoying that it's going to be flapping around the horse. It won't affect how she's going or any form of safety. It's just annoying that it's just broken between his legs.
Didn't hold a straight line through the A and the B there, but nevertheless, over it went, and that was nice. And yeah, that hedge is not as forgiving, isn't it, when you need it to be?
Yeah, exactly. So she was
that
able
was a
to
lovely turn into that double, and that just shows the confidence you have in your horse's scope and ability to make up distance. Really shaving the seconds early on.
Oof, she was
in a 6th stride there, but pats and thank you, and let's gallop on to the next one. But yeah, that's just a little distracting that the breastplate or the martingale's come off the girth strap there, but hopefully it won't flick around too much.
And you saw a lovely shot of Mary Edmondson and Lionel getting 3 strides across that distance, but that horse, big striding horse, so he made it feel very easy. Tom Jackson in front of the Palace. Not got the biggest of strides, but he looks quite an easy horse to ride cross country, and the fact he doesn't look too strong, so Tom can just keep nudging him along. And Tom's a quick rider, so it'll be very interesting to see how he's getting on the clock. As we start now for America, Valerie Vicario riding this 14-year-old.
Problem here.
Oh,
that's Sasha. So she's looking to take the alternative there, and there's a few different jumps there, which is the A, B, C, D combination. So she'll be going back to find her B or C.
As we see Mary Edmondson and Lionel, she's now finished. So she'll be thrilled with the way he's gone, as we see Sasha having a run out and having to do a circle with Woodlands Be Darling. So she's now just, that's frustrating, because she'd been going well and we didn't actually see what had happened out there, but there was certainly a certain amount of circling going on, which would suggest that 20 penalties for her.
So Valerie coming down, the horse's ears are pricked, it's looking on for the job. Yeah, that was the alternative.
Well,
there's a good group of people up at that end of the course, and it's a long way away, but they've put some good stands, and you can get a drink up there and plenty to eat, and sun's shining. People are enjoying it out there, aren't they?
And it's good that you can have so much to view when you go over to the other side of the park. There's plenty to see.
Complex has really given a focus up there.
And the Jockey Club have done a great job of encouraging people to go out onto the course and actually see the action to its full effect and see the variety of what we're actually asking these horses to do. Whoa.
Well, I was going to say that's the first one I've seen go through on 4, and I think he got 4.5. So that was a real stretch, and nice one, Tom. Just keeps up the gallop.
So he had to really slip his rein so that the horse could use his neck, and then as he turned, he was a long way off it, and the horse half thought about putting an extra stride in, but it picked up
But you see Tom's experience there. He didn't move a muscle and stays in balance beautifully, slips the reins, as you say, and makes it look all part of it.
Great cross-country riding. Right, back to Sasha Hargreaves. Woodlands Be Darling. We're not totally sure what went on up the top part of the course. We didn't really see it, but here she is. Now we jump to... Right, she's just having to encourage him forward. That annoying strap just dangling between the horse's legs, but other than being an annoyance, it's actually not affecting the way he's jumping.
Makes you wonder why we need these things.
Well, that is a topic of discussion.
Tom's still full of running. Look at that. He's pressing on down there. He's just done the combination at the top end of the course, so he's getting a sniff for home now with just this difficult rail ditch rail coming up. We've seen cause a problem with the French rider. As Declan starts riding for Ireland, safely over the first, and off he goes. Now Tom, sweet over the bridge there. Nice downhill section. Big jump coming up for him, that log into space down to the final water crossing as Sasha finishes with lots of pats. And
so she's completed and done a very good job, and we'll look at her time in a minute when it comes up to see how she has done. She did have 60 jumping penalties and 47 time, so she did have a run out probably up the top there, which is when we saw her taking the long route. But for today, she has completed. As we go back to Declan Cullen for Ireland, riding this beautiful coloured 13-year-old Savannah Ash.
yeah, it's not often you see a horse with these markings, is it, out of eventing?
No, but it's beautifully marked and with plenty of quality. Oh, just decided to drop its feet on that fence. That doesn't matter. It can be a little alarming when you're the rider, but the horse felt that it needed to just touch the top, and it's all solid, and so perfectly safe to do that. But that wouldn't have been his A plan, but he's really now needs to get on and ride him forward.
Like you say, it doesn't worry us as event riders for a horse to jump on and off the odd fence. It's just part of cross country, and getting, like Andrew Nicholson always said at the beginning, I stayed with him for a while, and he said all you need to do cross country, Dan, is get between the white and the red flag.
Oh, it'd be lovely if it was that simple all the time.
Was for him.
Yeah, exactly. Tom Jackson still having a really good ride. He's still got very close to that time. He's working for it. You can see he's really driving the horse. Got his stopwatch on. He knows where he needs to be. He's got the opportunity after doing a good test that he's very, very close to those leaders on a 30.9.
Yeah, and that was nicely done there through that second water complex. Tom driving for the line, stops his watch, and that'll be interesting to see.
So Tom Jackson and Farndon has got 1.2 time penalties. So very, very close.
Very close, and just shows how hard the time is to get, because it was a lovely economical round. The lines he was taking in the strides.
As we've just starting with Amy Perry riding PSH Gazelle. So she started off very positively, and she's a young rider that's really wanting to make a name for herself.
And Declan's into the Palace lawn here, and That was nicely done through the top part of the course there by Valerie. You can see it's just asking him to gallop on down the hill.
This horse looks like he's going in a very nice stroll, isn't he? He doesn't look like he wants to go any faster, but looks very happy in the pace that he's at.
Yeah.
Declan Curran now going behind the trees as we pick up Fabian for the United States of America.
You know, that's a big Oxer table jump there to the horse at full flow to then close the canter up for this rail ditch rail, which he does extremely well. But downhill, and as a rider, you know yourself, you want to know that the horse is going to come back nicely for you, and that one did it with no resistance at all. That was a nice picture.
Getting now towards the end of the class. Still plenty for everybody to be watching out there. Everybody hopefully had a nice boozy lunch. Now watching plenty of action. And we have a lot of horses out on the course, but we've got still to come Pepper Funnel and MGH Grafton Street that won't be that far long until they set off.
Straight after her, we've got Speedy Kiwi, Samantha Lissington. And old Bill Levitt's there.
And
well,
Gemma Stevens. And Gemma Stevens, who's already been round once, clear inside the time. She's got Jalapeno to come.
Yeah.
So there's still plenty of action still to come. Declan Curran using a few elbows as well as legs to get Savannah Ash into the water. Really careful, super, really nicely through there. And he's a very competitive rider. He'll be pushing this horse to get as close to the time as he can. Got a 33.1 dressage, so, you know, you wouldn't be a million miles away from getting into a top 15 place.
That's a really nice feeling coming home here over the last few fences, because you're really just steering the horse and keeping it together and not tripping up and not doing anything drastic. And you know you're nearly home. Just got to keep the concentration.
Whoa, it's coming round. That's Declan Curran for Ireland. Having a super spin through the water there.
Really well done through there, wasn't it?
The horse was very brave and very on it. Okay, just started now. Bella Innes Kerr riding Cool Rock Cooley. They're in 20th place at the moment. And as we know, all those scores are very, very close. So she starts off on a 34.4. She's a rider that's really working hard, been based for a while with William Fox Pitt and now set up by herself. And it's great for some of these riders to go to the renowned professional riders and just learn and see how they do things and just gain experience, and it all adds to your skills of training so many different types of horses. There's no one way to do it, but to gain the advice that you can get from anyone that's been in the sport and learn by their mistakes.
Well, I know from myself, when I started, I based with and was a working pupil for 2 show jumping yards in New Zealand, and got the chance to ride a lot of show jumping horses and run an event horse of my own from that yard. And you know, really just time in the saddle, and like you say, watching people jumping at a high level and seeing the way they train the horses and how the horses respond to different things. And you know, I fall back on some of the things I learnt then even now, and it stays with you forever, and it's an apprenticeship everybody should do. But not everybody gets the chance to have, you know, that sort of introduction to the sport.
No, absolutely. Amy Perry on PSH Gazelle, living a little dangerously going into the water, just swerved to the right on her approach, so then made the angle very severe over the second element. The horse really went for it, but Amy just gave her a little tap behind the saddle to say, "Oi, pay attention and keep straight."
We've seen a couple come offline there, haven't we? But they've still gone, but they've just made it look a little harder than it should. But again, the horses are surprised too at the last minute when they see that dip away of the ground and then the water line. There's plenty to do.
And you come into the water again. Made a very nice turn. That was very smooth.
Yeah, really good there. And that's just been the most popular ride, hasn't it? The 5 strides, a little bit right to left on the way in. And then you've got that continuous right-hand curve all the way out. I know since our first course walk, they did open up that corner in the water for us by trimming the brush away a little bit as Declan goes through one of the final combinations. And they took a couple of trees away on the approach just to give us a little bit more room on the way in, and I think it's ridden very well.
Amy Perry being really competitive, really asking Gazelle, the 14-year-old mare, to go forward and make up some time in between the fences, because as you can see, she's just setting her up to balance for the fence into the wood. Declan Curran still really driving forward. He has had the foot on the pedal the whole way round on this lovely 13-year-old horse. Just steadying up now to jump this last combination, the second last, so that he can, so close to home, you don't want to take any chances. And coming round now to the last. As we see, Tom Martin riding Ecuador, the third, has just started. So he's had plenty of time to go and watch and see how this course is riding. This will be a great first time experience here at Blenheim for this young man. Just checking his watch, make sure that it's started as you set off. Easily done. You think you've started and then you haven't. You get to that first minute mark and go, oh my goodness, my watch hasn't started.
Well, and we heard that from Janelle Price, didn't we, at Burley, the only rider to go inside the time. Funnily enough, is one of the only riders whose watch didn't work. And
yeah.
So...
Exactly. It just shows, doesn't it? Go as fast as you dare.
That's it. Of what you feel comfortable.
Right, well, while we've got a gap now, Nicole is hovering by us, coming back in. We're going to thank Dan Jocelyn so much for coming to join us and give us an insight on how it felt for him going around the course.
Nice being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Well, it's good to be back in the hot seat. Oh, and unfortunately, not the first that we've seen do that. Just duck out the left-hand side. Cool Rock Cooley for Bella Inner's car. Those Bentley brushes have certainly played their part today.
We have. You were very unlucky that you just came back into the seat when you saw that happen. You know, he was very quick to nip out there. I'd say a little bit naughty. And I think she just gave him a little smack behind the saddle, because there are a lot of horses that have taken that on. You know, they do see the water rather last minute, but the 2 strides are very much there in front of them.
As Amy Penny heads on towards home. What a day she's enjoyed, actually. PSH Gazelle, the third of her 3 rides, but she had 2 super spins a little bit earlier on with PSH Encore and PSH Catalyst. And 3 mares, all very different, but have given her so much experience to date.
Oh, she's put her hand up. But actually, I didn't mind what the horse did when he went in. He just chipped in a little extra stride, and she was a long way off it going in. And actually, for a big horse, and was very clean jumping in. I think she obviously felt that she was missing the corner.
Yeah, I think she looked to it, because I wondered if for a second it was a planned decision, but she looked to go to the corner and then actually just popped her hand up and when she realised she wasn't going to make the turn. And actually the horse doesn't know that he ran out there, so a bit of an educational one for the future, but unfortunately not her day today. Amy Penny PSH Gazelle we saw just finishing there 16.4 times. They finished on a score of 52.0, and that certainly sees her as one that will be very pleased with her day's efforts. Understand. Did you hear that Thomas Martin and Ecuador had a horse fall, unfortunately parting company at the third? I think that was just as we were swapping over, so unfortunately their day is not continuing on.
Okay, yes, no, we didn't see that, so that's why there is a little hold at the moment.
Well, let's take a look at that leaderboard. This is how things are shaping up. And Marlin Hansen, Hot Top, and Carlitos Quidditch K, 24.6 the score to beat. Still to welcome Pippa Funnel and Gemma Stevens out on course. So these are the standings after the first phase, but still 2 that could go into a podium position here. As away goes Sophie Foraker, Lordana Van Het layers off. Owned by Kay Genman. This is a 12-year-old by Lordanos. Combination that have had some success at the 4-star long level previously. Had a completion here at Bicton. And actually, they went to... They completed Bicton with a clear round cross country last summer, but also completed Burnham Market at the end of 2020 and Bramham in 2019. So good amount of 4-star experience to their name. And they're quickly on their way.
And you see a big horse like this, you can see the length of stride he's got covering the ground. And great to see Sophie back after having her baby in the spring. Back in action and looking very fit and very trim. And when you've been riding for all your life, you sort of have all the right muscles and, okay, yes, you've had your baby, but you do have to work at getting your fitness back to be riding at this level. And Sophie certainly looks like she has done that.
You do. You need to do a lot of work on your core strength. And actually, you know, some people find it much easier and come back more quickly. Others actually need mentally a little bit longer as well. And I think it's really important that there's no one size fits all. Everybody is different.
Absolutely. And you want to be doing your horse justice. So as long as you feel confident and back to your normal self, then there is no reason why you can't do it. And having a horse that you know so well, that makes all the difference.
Well, this is a rider who's already had 1 spin round, David Evans' cross-country track. That was a little bit earlier on this morning. Now comes forward with Quintilius. It is Tom Rowland. This is a horse that finished 11th at Buccalo last year. 10-year-old, so 32.1 his 2-phase score coming forward and actually climbing ever closer to the top 10, courtesy of a couple of others falling by the wayside as the day has progressed. Tom really wanted to be competitive with this horse here. Had one very expensive mistake in his dressage yesterday, which cost him a top 10 placing overnight. But actually, nice kiss down the neck.
Well, it'd be nice if he's giving him that kiss when he's finished.
Yeah, exactly. We'll be watching. Just had a little moment there. And this horse is a really smart horse, actually. He's had some great placings at 4-star short level, was top 10 here in the 8 and 9-year-olds last year. And I think that experience of those 8 and 9-year-old horses, Tina, when they come back here for the 4-star long format, they've seen the crowds, they've seen the main arena. There's already had so much good knowledge and experience of what is being asked of them here.
And you also, as a rider, you've taken them around there, so you know that you can actually come back here and be competitive. You know that the horse gets the trip when you're going around here. And also this horse, you can see the way it gallops. It's a natural galloper, and that makes your life so much easier. But Tom has set off absolutely positively, not going to throw away any time early on. And these first few fences, they're big, but they are straightforward. And so from the horse's confidence point of view, it's good to get into a rhythm really early. Sophie Fouracre galloping amongst the trees on this lovely big grey horse. Grey mare. We've got lots of mares competing here this year, and so many mares did well at Burghley as well. So a good mare can be a very good mare.
A good mare is a great mare.
Yes, absolutely.
Tom, be interesting. He went through here on 4 on his first ride and goes on the 5 with this one.
And sometimes you just have to feel. He just got a little slap down the neck. He felt that the horse just lost his shoulder as he's coming round to that corner. Not necessarily to run out, but he's just got to stay accurate. So he's being positive with him. And we've seen 1 or 2 horses really looking to the bottom of that ditch at fence 5. They're having quite a few questions asked of them early on before heading off now to do this extra loop that the short format have already turned back on themselves the water. This is the difference now between the long format and the short format. But as you can see, as he added in that extra stride, the horse's shoulder was a little bit to the left. That flag coming down wasn't a problem. He jumped the correct side of it, but Tom just gave him a little reminder to keep straight.
Clear of the Equilate rails, Sophie Fouracre and Lordana van het Lysehofzee.
And this horse, even though she has this huge galloping stride, it's quite a lot to hold together when you're coming to these more trickier fences that you just need that little bit of ultra control.
It's interesting. So many horses have a jolly good look at the hospitality tent off to the right-hand side as they come across there. And this mare, absolutely no different. As Tom, you can see he's really set out with an intensity about the early part of this track. Quintilius by Quality Boy, owned by Joe Handman.
And Tom, even though he's tall, he really crouches low, and he looks very fit and ready to do a very good job, but he's keeping the horse really going forward. Whoa!
Oh, sit tight, Sophie.
She went for 1 less stride across there. Most people put 5, but this mare jumped in, and she jumped in a long way. So she kept the forward momentum, whether that was what she was planned or not, but she rode with what she'd got.
Scott Wallace and Over the Moon away now, 43.1. And there's the 16-year-old by Catherston Liberator, owned by Elaine Hack. Quickly on to the Club Cadet picnic table at 2. And even though these are very big, imposing fences, Tina, they're nice to get you into the early part of the round.
Yeah, no, definitely. It sets you up for the course ahead. And Scott actually gave that horse a really good pat, because you could tell that it suddenly realised it's a lot wider than what they normally are.
I was going to say, actually, Sophie's just up at the top of the course at the A.W. Jenkinson combination at 18. And pops really sweetly through all elements there. David Evans has been quite imposing with those fences. So even though they are straightforward, actually, he's kind of set out as he means to go on. It's definitely a more beefed up track to this time 12 months ago. And I think that you can see that in the early part of the track.
And I think he's sort of needed to. When he first came into the designing of the course here, he wanted to introduce himself quite quietly into it. But then there became quite a big gap to 5-star. And as riders, you want to be tested to know whether you and your horses are ready to take on the 5-star combinations courses next year. So David Evans has definitely stepped it up a gear with the questions, with the new waters. 5-star, the fences are bigger. Obviously, it's the next grade up, but it's more continuous big fences. But here, the horses have got a little bit of a taster of that. And, of course, the terrain is so clever here, and where you position the fences. Tom really getting straight and riding Quintilius forward. And he's responded. And I really like this horse, the way his ears are pricked and he's really looking at the job ahead. And when Tom is riding him forward, he's really looking more at the fence and not getting worried about it. And here we are. We gallop down this hill and you're like, oh, don't trip when you go into the water.
And they don't have an obstacle there, do they? Scott Wallace had a rather uncomfortable leap clear of the flyer. They don't have an obstacle, but actually it is an obstacle in itself, and it slows them down a good bit.
It does. And actually, when you're really going for the time, you don't want to waste time by going into that water.
Oh, he said, no, I'm going to put my hand up, call it a day, and save the horse for another occasion. He just obviously felt that maybe she didn't feel quite her normal self. And after that slightly hairy moment, Scott Wallace just pops his hand up.
She's 16-year-old mare, so he's obviously got very, very fond of her and felt that she was being stretched. So that's a very, very sensible decision.
He did a good job there, actually, because she really backed off, but she had a really uncomfortable jump. And actually, that's only going to have knocked her confidence possibly a little bit as well. So a wise decision. Tom Rowland Quintilius are absolutely flying up at the top end of the course. They're heading up towards 7 minutes on their minute markers. Actually, 7-minute marker is just before this combination that they're going to. So would be about where they want to be on the clock. Not a million miles away.
This horse, because he's a neat little jumper, you can be really as quick as you can around those corners. Well, they're not corners, but they are corners. You're all on the turn, jumping narrow, narrow, narrow. And we have seen Alex Bragg had a mistake up there. We have seen some mistakes made up there, which is frustrating because they're not particularly big fences.
Well, away goes the combination who are equal second after dressage. Pippa Funnel, MGH Grafton Street, owned by Jonathan and Jane Clark. It's a horse who is actually bidding to become the only horse in the 4-star long to go clear and inside the time 3 times. Has already been here twice before and jumped clear inside the time twice. Pippa has set out like she means business, Tina.
Absolutely. She was a little bit off that fence, but might have just had a slight moment. But Grafton Street has got plenty of scope, plenty of jump. And she says, right, let's get on with this because we have got this opportunity to be winning here today. Pipsy would have been watching plenty. She'd been watching the World Championships as well to see how Britain have been getting on out there. And so she says, right, now this is my moment, focus.
Tom Rowland Quintilius looking really strong as they go back across the lake. Sophie Fouracre, Lordana van het Liza Hovzi, 4.8 time, a brilliant round from her. 43.4 is the score that she'll take forward to the jumping tomorrow. As there is Pippa Funnel with that black armband in memory of Her Majesty the Queen, going on to the first combination at 4. So 2 combinations out on course at the moment, both of whom could really make an impact on the leaderboard. Here's Pippa Funnel and MGH Grafton Street. This is a horse that has won Land Rover Burghley Horse Trials back in 2019. He's a 5-star winner. And Pippa will have jumped at this flyer a time or 2 in her career. Has actually more runs here in the 4-star long than any other rider going back to 2008. Huge wealth of experience. And Pippa goes on to the main arena.
It really shows how much, okay, this horse, Pippa had 2 other rides at Burghley. She didn't want to be riding 3 horses at Burghley, and she chose to bring Grafton Street here to Blenheim, and it shows how prestigious Blenheim is in a rider's career to be going out here and trying to win it. You know, it shows the ultimate respect that Blenheim has in a rider's career and where you're planning to take the horses. Here you are, Pippa in slow-mo at the 4th fence. And just went for the extra stride. She just caught that with her toe, but he can be a little bit of a cheeky boy sometimes at nipping out. So she was absolutely ready for that, to hold him in.
Well, Tom Rowland, Quintilius flying towards the Pole Rocher Champagne finale at the final fence, and this could well see him put a real marker on the leaderboard as well, because he's going to be in touch tomorrow. The time is going to be very, very close. He might just be a second or so outside. We'll bring you confirmation of it as soon as it comes through, but I think 2 seconds to add. So a pretty impressive round from Tom Rowland, Quintilius, as Pippa Funnell. MGH Grafton Street, swing back left-handed. Going to the Boodles jewellery chest in front of the Palace.
And you can see the way that this horse gallops. He's got such a big stride. He's got so much power. Just sometimes needs to listen to Pippa when she asks him to come round. There he had to slow right up to put in that extra stride. So then Pippa had to drive him away just to get back onto that speed that you need to be.
Away goes Sam Lissington, Bing Bong, owned by Joe and Alex Gianamore, 33.6 at their two-phase score coming forwards. And actually this is a horse that really, really caught our eye yesterday in the first phase in the dressage. Sam, who has been based over here on British soil for a few years now. And this is a horse that they think a massive amount of. 11 years of age by Sercon.
Which I've seen quite a few horses by that stallion Sercon now that have come over. So it's obviously a very popular sire in New Zealand. And this horse looks real quality when it's galloping, doesn't it? It looks like it should be quick.
Yes, and she looks like she's set out with a lot of purpose as well. Tom Rowland, 2 seconds over the time, so 0.8 time penalties, 32.9. That actually does drop him a couple of places on the leaderboard, but still a good round from him. As Pippa and MGH Grafton Street, second after dressage on that score of 26.3. They are safely through the fast 11 and through 12 as well. He got some airtime over that big parallel.
And really hoping that Pippa enjoys this. This should be fun, bringing a horse back down a level and really getting their form back again. And, you know, it's frustrating when you've had a massive big win like that, and the Clarks are tremendous supporters of Pippa and the Billy Stud and of this horse. So she will be wanting to go out and say, come on, we are one of the best, and here we are again. It's
a real example as well, isn't it, to younger riders coming up the levels, that actually, even though this horse is a 5-star winner, that is okay. If things haven't been quite going to plan, you're okay to just drop down a level, have a fun run. And, you know, we saw the same with Sarah Bullimore Corraway earlier, a real 5-star combination, but actually just making that really sensible decision that actually this is what they need here. And it's still a very fair test. It's still, you know, a tough enough question for them, but well within their capabilities.
Absolutely. Whoa, we got very close jumping into the water. Pippa sat very tight and got him back on track again. Whoa, she had to work really hard there.
That was a shake. I think
it'd be nice to see that again in slow motion if we get a chance.
She'll thank you for that later.
Because it just showed all her skill. Don't worry about her age. She really, really sat on that horse, because by coming in, he was a little bit off it, then chipped in, was then super sharp in front, and Pippa back in the saddle, back in the plate, got hold of his head and went, right, we're jumping that corner. That was absolute class.
Showing exactly why she is one of those best in the world. Ginny Howe and CHF Archie away on course. Ginny, who has had a whole wealth of experience here at Blenheim over the years in both the 8 and 9-year-old class and in the long format. Comes forward with this horse owned by Jane Blakesley Grimes. 41.3 her dressage yesterday. Was just, I think, would have been looking forward to the jumping phases in the first phase. Very much ready to tackle David Evans's track as Sam Lissington really nicely away from the Boodle's jewellery chest.
Here's Pippa. We've got this galloping stretch now where, there are a few twists and turns just as an annoyance for the riders when you're really wanting to let the horses open up. But she needs to with this horse so that she can then get him back before the combinations that are coming up as you go into the woods. As you can see, Pippa just trying to get him to listen to her.
Interestingly, she is down on the clock by about 15 seconds here.
Oof, really shaved off that corner. And it's really having to show how quick this time is, that you're having to really go for it.
It certainly has not been sort of easy today. It's been achievable, but you've really had to work for it, and you've had to have a fast horse. We've seen some horses that have been really pushing for the time, but actually have struggled with it. And then Gubby Leach would have been a prime example with Royal Harvest. He took the long route at fence 11 in front of the Palace and still came home inside the time. But the horse just had such an engine, and he covered so much distance that actually you just felt that Gubby knew he had a little bit of a reserve. Pippa Funnel, MGH Grafton Street, crossing over the lake as waiting down at the start. It is Bill Levitt for Australia with Loxley's Last Stand as Sam Lissington and Bing Bong over the Indiba roll top.
The Jennemores have been such a support and of Sam, but of the sport as well.
It's so important to have owners like that, isn't it? You mentioned the Clarks of Pippa's a little bit earlier on. Without them, it just isn't possible.
No, and supporting and having the different horses, and then they come and watch and they really enjoy it, and that's what's so fabulous about the sport. You get the owners also start knowing each other, and then so it becomes a bit of a owners' party.
They have a great time.
A great time, lots of banter.
Yes, and probably a few bubbles along the way as well. And actually, that's one thing that I've heard a few times here today as Pippa Funnel heads on towards home. But the Jockey Club, one of the things that they're bringing over from racing is that real appreciation of the owners and the grooms. And they've put on some brilliant facilities for the owners and riders with hospitality up overlooking the main Palace Arena. And it hasn't gone unnoticed by the riders. And Ben Way echoed it a little bit earlier on as well and said just how important it is for their involvement in the sport and for, helping to buy horses into the country, keep horses into the country, whatever it may be. But we simply can't do it without them, and they need to be acknowledged and supported along the way, and it needs to be an enjoyable experience. Pippa Funnel comes to the last. She is going to have a few time penalties, but a quick check of the watch. MGH Grafton Street is home safely, and
that looked very, very close to the clock. You can just tell by Pippa's body language and expression as she crossed the line. Possibly might have just been a touch over.
I don't think she could have gone much faster. She had to add a couple of strides here and there, which maybe cost her on the clock, but I don't think she could have really gone much quicker.
She'll be hard on herself, but the horse, she's had a good spin on him, but it might just cost her.
Well, it has 31.5, 5.2 time penalties, so that sees her drop to 10th. And still a few more to go in the top 10, so she could rise from there. But Tina, thank you so much for all of your insights throughout the day. It has been a pleasure to have you with us. And we are going to hand...
Lovely, thank you very much. I'll hand you over.
We're going to hand over to the very lovely Alice Fox-Pitt. As Sam Lissington Bing Bong looking pretty strong as she comes to this bird's nest combination at 20 A, B and C. Alice, very good to have you back with us.
Yeah, great. How do you follow the great Tina Cook in the commentary box? I tell you. I'm feeling the pressure here, girls. I'm feeling the pressure. But what a great day of cross-country it's been. And I think the team will be really pleased with the way the course is ridden. There was a little bit of criticism last year that perhaps it was a bit soft. And, this is a qualification, of course, for Badminton and Burghley. And I think, You know, they took the advice. David Evans, so experienced, and Mark Phillips came and cast his eye over. That new water complex has really posed a challenge for the riders, and I think this has been a great day for the sport.
Absolutely agree, and we've got around 10 combinations left to go, so we'll see them home safely. But it's interesting, actually, chatting to David yesterday. The new water has given a real new chapter to this course. There's so much of the Blenheim that we know and love. Oh, Ginny just lost her reins over the first element. The horse never locked on.
It's tricky, wasn't it? Just got the balance too over his head coming down the hill, and Ginny probably would have felt she perhaps could have just taken one more pull. She's a very local rider. Blenheim very much her home track, and she prides herself on really trying to get horses here and get horses qualified. She's brought up just down the road from a real hunting pony club background, a real stalwart of the Heathrow Pony Club. Such a talented rider, works so hard, picking up rides all over the place. But this very much her big one. This is her big B.
Nicely through that combination at 23, Sam Lissington and Bing Bong. It's always so interesting to see the different cross-country styles of so many top riders. Everybody has a little tweak in their way of going.
Yeah, this horse is an 11-year-old now, so as Tina was mentioned, owned by the Ginnemores, who've put so much into the sport, supporting different riders over the years, and a very proud Kiwi as Ginny gets into that top water, and beautiful through there. She'll be kicking herself because he's a horse that's looked really on his A game here this afternoon, and that was a real frustration coming down the hill into the lake.
Sam Lissington and Bing Bong. Actually, there's a horse that was originally produced by New Zealand Jock Paget over in New Zealand after he'd finished his top level career and he'd gone back to New Zealand and was doing a lot of coaching. This was a horse that he had a good deal of fun on internationally, and actually a new ride for Sam, only taken on over the reins this year. The horse missed last season, but they've had some good results as well, so absolutely ones to watch for the future.
And Jock Paget, who now very much involved with the performance squad for the New Zealand team, and they've looked fantastic today at the World Equestrian Games. And Ginny, it's got a bit of a tack issue. No, hang on, that's Sam. Got a bit of a tack issue going on here. Looks like her breastplate is broken and is flapping down between the horse's legs, but he's focused on the job in hand. He won't be worrying about that.
And she's home safely now. 5 seconds over the time, so 2 time penalties, 35.6. She'll be top 20 overnight. Here is Georgie Goss and Fanta Boy, 18th after the first phase, and as things have played out today, Georgie had a super spin round a little bit earlier on with Faloop, as a long wait for the second of her rides this afternoon. But Fanta Boy actually finished 4th in a 3-star at Cornbury last weekend. Ginny Howe, CHF Archie, meanwhile, coming to the Duke's table at 19. His Grace, the Duke of Marlborough, our host here at Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials, and what a incredible venue to be able to enjoy top-level eventing.
It's amazing, isn't it? His Grace has supported the sport over so many years. It's such an established event. Obviously, the Jockey Club only running it for the last couple of years, but great to be back in this extraordinary park, and sort of feels fitting, doesn't it? The birthplace of Winston Churchill, Her Majesty the Queen, the late Her Majesty, his first Prime Minister. So much history in this amazing place at this extraordinary time in our country's history.
Yeah, absolutely. Ginny Howe, CHF Archie, coming back down the hill to the second of the late crossings. Alice, just to quickly ask you, the Jockey Club, obviously in their second year of running the event, and it's fantastic to have them involved in the sport of eventing. You obviously see a huge amount of the work they do in racing, but you come from an eventing background as well yourself. What are you most looking forward to in the future? Because in my mind, it's a really exciting partnership.
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, in this country, it's a first. But if you look internationally, racing jurisdictions have been very much involved in equestrianism. As Bill Levitt looks very tidy and moves away up the hill. We expect a fast time from Bill. He is renowned for being a real speed merchant across the country. But yeah, I think the Jockey Club, if you think about the Japanese Racing Association or the Hong Kong Jockey Club, who organise both the Tokyo and the Beijing Olympics, and very much bring their expertise from racing across into the equestrian side of things. I think it's exciting. You know, the Jockey Club have an incredible team. Their executive team are very experienced in managing big events. Ooh, it's a bit guessy there.
Little bit chancy, Bill. Little bit chancy, but he got away with it.
You know, if you think about the Cheltenham Festival with 75,000 people, the infrastructure and the commercial partnerships that they have involved with that, even if they could bring 10% of that across into this sport, it would be really exciting. And to have brands like Ben & Jerry's and Bentleys and Boodles here supporting our sport, it's great to have. But Ginny,
I think, has popped her hand up and decided to call it a day after that problem she has. I think she had another problem at 23, actually, which is the Townfield Sandler's picnic table combination. The one thing that I've really noticed, and maybe it's just because I'm the parent of a small 4-year-old, but actually the family fun element that the Jockey Club have brought to Blenheim is incredible, and I so hope it encourages more people to come as families.
I think perhaps it hasn't been widely enough publicised that kids go free, and I was walking out past, they've got a big top here with activities going on, there's bouncy castles, and they're all free. I was at an event last weekend with my kids, and it was £5 a go to go on the bouncy castle. It was hemorrhaging cash. You know, you get to a place and mummy.
But if your kids are happy, you have a great day.
And of course, Esme's here doing a meet and greet tomorrow for the younger fans. And just seeing what they've laid on for the kids. There's falconry, Shetland pony racing, there's BMX bike racing going on in the outside rings. There's so much going on here. Of course, the sport is what we love. But what is going on around and about really is great. And as you said, just brings a fantastic family day out.
It's something that's really exciting for the future. And Daisy Barkley, Ballinteskin, Cooper S are away on course. They come to a huge jump clear of the picnic tables.
He's neat, isn't he? I love his front
Yes.
end there. Daisy now 50, she won't mind me saying, and of course with juggling a family with the sport. But 2 horses here this weekend, 2 really lovely looking horses, one in the 8-9-year-old and this lad here, Daisy, who was the pathfinder for the Beijing Olympics, that bronze medal winning team. And
she's a former winner of this 4-star long format as well with the lovely Springboks. So she's had a good taste of success here previously.
Her dad, who won the Grand National, Dave Dick on ESPN, remember when we were doing the youth teams together, he used to be terrifying walking courses together because literally, right, don't get out there like old wet women. Get on and have a kick. That's probably not very politically correct, but she learned her trade early, and she is very, very economical across country. Here comes Georgie. This horse has impressed this weekend. Very attractive on the flat, and it's making light work so far of this cross-country course. Georgie, who came out to the Tokyo test event, really enjoyed the experience, passing back information, such important information to the riders that contributed to that gold medal that they won. She finished 4th out there, now married. And
the new name is treating her well, actually. But it's an incredible opportunity for younger riders. You know, Georgie came through the junior young rider ranks. She's had a whole host of medals. But actually, you know, the step up from young riders to seniors is quite a large one. And, you know, an experience at a test event for a championship, especially somewhere such as Tokyo, is such valuable knowledge to add to the bank and add to the locker for when she will be on teams in the future.
Yeah. Well, this guy, Bill Levitt, needs no more experience. His stats are quite extraordinary.
In fact, I'm just looking. He was actually given a missed flag penalty at fence 4. So we'll get an update on that for you. It could be reviewed by a ground jury. He's got another, actually, that's popped up at fence 22. What generally happens is the ground jury will review those at the end of the day.
So 15 penalties for a flag?
15 penalties if you're deemed to have missed a flag, yeah. And actually, Daisy, I was going to call her Daisy Dick, Daisy Barkley, 20 penalties at the 4th as well. So we didn't see that, but really frustrating for her there. Bill Levitt, though, is home safely. Those 2 missed flags will be reviewed later, I'm sure, as away from the start.
Whoa!
Plenty of airtime over the first. Bubby Upton with Jefferson 18, owned by Cheddington Equestrian. Dr. Geoffrey Guy and his wife Kate have just been such huge supporters, not only of eventing but of equestrian sport over the last few years. Their daughter Ellie is a top-level show jumper. And Bubby, there's a new ride for her this season as Georgie Goss and Fanta Boy. She looks like she'd just taken the...
foot off the pedal a little bit,
foot off the
didn't she?
pedal.
Clear so far?
Yes, but I wonder whether she might have had a problem up at 18. I don't know. It's not come up yet. She was clear to 18. She's still clear, so maybe she's just letting the horse refill his lungs.
Daisy, again, not putting the pressure on. We've seen that she potentially has had a problem at fence 4 earlier on the course, but keen to nurse this horse home.
Georgie Goss, meanwhile, Fanta Boy coming to the Duke's table, as here's Daisy Barkley at the Boodle's jewellery chest.
Go on. Good girl.
It was interesting, actually, a little bit earlier on. It might have been Daisy herself that said it. On some of these forward distances, if we'd seen more riders do it, actually Bobby makes the 4 there look really straightforward with Jefferson 18. He's an enormous striding horse. But if we'd have seen more of the forward distances being taken from earlier in the day, I think we'd have seen more of them.
Yeah.
Whereas as it is, because lots of people have added, everybody else is adding as well.
You're right, because the riders are down in the tent by the stables, all watching, all feeding back. They've walked the course, of course, 4 or 5 times, and they've got an opinion themselves as to what distance they feel will work for their horse. But as you said, if they start to watch and filter back the information, if the early riders are adding, it does start to get into the psyche that that is the way the course needs to be ridden. Daisy coming across the back of the course, and this is a really nice young horse. I think she'll be very excited about him, frustrated of that early mistake.
Yeah, they went to Bramham a little bit earlier on this year and it didn't go to plan for them there. So she was looking for a good qualification run at the 4-star long level. She actually went very well here to finish 11th on the horse back in 2019. But here's Bubby Upton, Jefferson 18. Now, Bubby is on the same score, 29.0, as Dirk Schrader and Casino 80. However, Dirk... did a masterful piece of riding a little bit earlier on, and he finished dot on the optimum time. So what happens is when you're on the same score in dressage, you're equal, and then it gets separated on cross-country time. So it is whoever is closest to the optimum time. Well, by finishing on the optimum time, you can't get much closer. So Bubby, to stay equal with Dirk, must also go clear and stop the clock.
I love watching Bubby ride cross-country. She rides, she's a young, confident girl with so much talent and balance. As here comes Daisy.
Oh! Alice and I both looked at each other.
No comment.
Oh,
That's a tricky one, that one.
We'll let the fence judges review it, and she gets the...
It's tough that they come bowling on down the hill and get onto their front, and it just makes it difficult sometimes to keep the space between the 2 fences coming into the lake. Bubby really enjoying this ride on Jefferson. Georgie's horse looking a little bit tired.
Yeah, she's coming towards home. It's interesting, actually. I wonder if she just felt the horse go a little bit green on her or not. I'm not sure. But she's just sort of nursing him home. And
it's not like her, because she's a competitive rider. She loves to get the time, but she's riding the horse she feels. And that's what you have to do on cross-country rider. It's all about the horse. And you've got to read what you've got underneath you. You can only go as quick as your horse will tells you he can go. And she's looking after him. He's a really special horse. Well, all the horses are special, but she's really reading how he's feeling and not feeling today that she can really push the throttle fully down to metal.
this is Matt Heath and Plum Rowland's Ascari, such an eye-catching looking horse, as Georgie comes through the finish and completes and just undoes her girth. She is home safely. Just a few time penalties to add. Matt, who's been such a competitor up the levels, 29.3, his score here.
I can't believe he's only 36. He seems to have been around forever. He was brilliant on the commentary this morning.
Is he only 36?
Well, unless he's pretending. I agree.
Sorry, Matt.
I know, isn't that mean?
I'm sure he told me he was 38, but I could be wrong.
but brought up locally, another one where Blenheim is so close to his heart. If you live in this area, this is an iconic event growing up. This is a place you want to be involved. This is where you want to be as a rider, and it feels a huge privilege to be here. Bobby just getting the horse back, Jefferson to come down the hill, and we've seen a couple of riders bowl on down here, and I think that is the way you've got to ride it. Really to say, look, hang on, focus, come back on yourself, and then move them forward. Great piece of cross-country riding by Bubs there.
I was going to say that was really classy. This horse is an 11-year-old, but this is his first run at the level. And as you can see, he's got bags and bags of scope, but he's got an enormous stride. And actually, I think David Evans would be really enjoying watching Bubby go because she's been doing the forward distances. Here's Matt Heath, Ascari. And he's again waiting for that extra stride in here.
Just popped that little kink in. Flag went there, but no worries. There's no doubt that the horse and rider passed over the main part of the fence with both shoulders and back end. So yes, the flag went, but that was purely a safety thing to make sure that the horse doesn't get injured on it, but certainly wouldn't incur any penalties.
Daisy Barkley, Ballin, Teskin, Cooper S retiring up at fence 16. They didn't have another problem. They just actually, having put that early problem behind them, elected to call it a day.
She'll be disappointed with that because, as you said, the last time we saw her here was a really good run, and then we've had lockdown, and it's been a funny time that for horses at this level. Some have really benefited from having that 2 quiet years and focusing on the home training, and others it's sort of set them back, and it's taken a bit of time for them to find their mojo again.
It's also been backed up with a tricky season with the ground. We've had such hot weather, and actually it's not even so much as the competitions, but actually just working your horses at home, depending on the facilities that you have available to you. Everything is just that little bit trickier. Matt Heath really nicely through the
he's having a cut, isn't he?
Brushes.
He's landing. You can see him landing, moving away from the fences, as Tina always says. Waste a second here, waste a second there, and they all start to add up. But Matt absolutely making sure that he can do everything he can to get as close as he can to that time without stressing his horse, but land and straight away that first stride.
If you save a second at every fence, maybe that's half a second on approach, half a second on your exit. That's a second. There's 30 fences, say. That's 30 seconds. It's a lot, half a minute. Check me out. I know my numbers. I don't just know the Echo Ratings numbers, Al. I know how to count to 30.
Oh gosh, Ben this morning was doing percentages, and I'm so thick I can't even count to 10. So I was very impressed with him working out what percentage of clears had gone in the 8-9-year-old show jumping at 9 o'clock this morning.
Through on 6 strides at the Boodles Jewellery chests in front of the Palace as away goes Alex Bragg, who has been charged as save of the day with his first ride, Ardeo Premier. Go and check it out on the Blenheim Instagram page. You can see it in full, but he really did come back from
he's so fit, isn't he, this guy? He works incredibly hard on his fitness. Unbelievably strong, Alex. We were talking earlier about another lockdown story where Alex was showing his fitness routine and making it a little bit more interesting for the girls as he was doing it just in his shorts. But so strong, and as you said earlier, started his world in farriery, and it was actually his wonderful wife Simone who was the event rider. But he felt if you can't beat him, join him, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And when Simone was pregnant with their first daughter, Eloise, who is now herself a very, very good jockey, he took on the ride of some of the horses, and he's a very competitive chap, and he'd played semi-pro rugby, and he thought, no, I'm going to give it a go. And actually, they're a really lovely family. They've got 3 girls who are all into their horses, into their ponies, and Simone is a massive linchpin of their yard and their setup and their team. And I think Alex and Eloise, his eldest, who is a very, very keen event rider and is starting to make her own international successes, they must have so much fun, father and daughter, going out in the lorry and kind of going to lots of different big events.
I think he's feeling the pressure. I think he's feeling he's going to have to let her out. There's Daisy walking back as Matt Heath comes down towards the water, and you'll see Matt, there you go. Now that's what we were talking about, the riders that have just let the horses bowl on down the hill. They've ended up on their heads for this combination, and then they've just not been able to get their balance back to jump that second part. But that was a very, very good piece of riding. That shows someone who's ridden here a lot knows the impact of that hill.
It's so important, isn't it? You have ridden around the terrain and you log it for future years, as here is Bubby Upton and Jefferson18 coming towards home. She's at the penultimate combination. She's pretty good on the clock. Now, this is going to be really interesting. So she's a competitive girl, and Dirk Schrader, who is on the same score as her of 29.0, stopped the clock in 10 minutes 37 seconds. If Bubby is also on 10 minutes 37 seconds, she will go equal. If she is any more, then she will actually drop down the places. I think she might have just wished she'd taken an extra pull before she went through the finish, but it was still an exceptional performance, and she's going to be very, very close to that optimum time.
Yeah, that was a really lovely ride.
10 minutes 35. So she goes just behind Dirk Schrader, and I think still absolutely beautifully judged round. And Dirk did play the lottery a little bit earlier, because he could have very easily slipped 1 second over the time.
I think that's the thing, and you start thinking about it too much, you could really end up with egg on your face.
Yeah.
So actually, you know, Bubs, she's ended up 2 seconds wrong, but she's got the jumping to go, and Jefferson, a lovely jumping horse, loads of scopes, done a lot of...
He made it look very easy.
He really
actually.
did,
And
didn't he?
I've seen him a little bit this season, and he's looking a lot more confident than he looked. A little bit green, obviously always very talented, but had looked a little bit green at times. So very exciting
Well
for
done
her.
to Bubs, and I think when, you know, it's taken time probably for the horse to feel like her own. Very different pilot to Chris Burton, who, you know, is world class. Not that Bubby isn't, but world class, experienced, former world #1. And it's daunting taking, even for someone like Bubby, it's daunting taking on a ride like that, and it's great to do. But anyway, listen, Alex Bragg's here. What are we doing? Chatting about Bub still, and he's doing a great job here.
This mare is such a superstar. She's 12 now, by Contender, owned by the Rowe family, Mike and Naomi, who have been such big supporters of Alex's over the years.
And the stars are coming thick and fast.
They absolutely are. Gemma Stevens and Jalapeno III, who were in the top 10 here last year, 26.3 their starting score, and could go second with a fast clear.
And she will be on her A game. She does this to win.
She absolutely does. And do you know what? This mare, who's experienced up to the top level, was originally produced by Karen Donkers over in Belgium, but actually she has been aimed at Blenheim all season. This has been the target for her, and Gemma's already had one really good run on. Flash Cooley will have one inside the top 10 at least overnight into the show jumping, and she'd dearly love to be clear and inside the time again on this mare, who did so 12 months ago.
It's really exciting for the Fox Pit team to be watching Jalapeno, because she's one of the first crop of Chilly Morning. And Chilly Morning, a horse that's so close to our hearts, gave us some of the best days of my life, it's safe to say. And Jalapeno got a lot of his look about that sort of scope and that confidence that Chilly had, and she's a real flagship for him as a stallion.
I have to say, Quindiva showed exactly why she is flagged as one of the best jumpers in the field with that jump over the Equilate parallel, because my goodness, this spring-heeled leap. And
very solid there, isn't it? When you watch it go like that, you think, how can anyone make a mistake there? He made it look so easy.
And this horse is very much one that Alex has toyed with stepping up to 5-star. I think she had a tiny little setback in her preparation, which meant that Alex didn't take her to Burley and that he targeted her here instead. But she's a mare that he's always thought a huge amount of, as Gemma just gives Jalapeno a bit of a reminder as she goes clear of the Flyer, owned by Chris and Lisa Stone, who've been massive supporters not only of Gemma but of the sport over the years, and actually Gemma based at their base.
And she's done so much work with Chris and Lisa's young horses. Lisa, incredibly knowledgeable, and building up a young horse program, breeding program with the offspring of Chilly, and of course cloning Chilly as well. There's 3 or maybe 2 Chilly clones. 3 Chilly clones that are coming through. I think they're 5-year-olds now.
They are. They're all aiming for Le Lion d'Angers 6-year-olds next year. And interestingly, there's one with Gemma. There's one with Julia Krajewski, the Olympic champion, and there's one with Alex Matian. So 3 very different riders.
I know, and it was really kind of them, because they did offer one to William, and he said, "Oh, I think I won't be doing, and I won't be riding when they're doing anything interesting. And here we are.
He's still going, Al. He's still going.
He's still riding. I think he's regretting that decision because they look fantastic.
Well,
what a good performance by Matt Heath. That was a real pro ride.
It was. I'm just interested to see his time because I think he might pick up a few time faults, which I'd be surprised by, to be honest. 10.8 time penalties. 11.04 he was round in, which is just proves quite expensive. Drops him out of the top 10. As here is Willa Newton. Cock-a-doodle-doo at 13th as things stand at the moment. 33.5. This is such a flashy looking horse.
So flashy, isn't he? Really catches the eye. And Willa, of course, a former winner of the 8-9-year-olds here, which she would definitely put up there as one of her real career highlights. Jem just giving Jalapeno a little pat, saying, come on, girl. We're halfway. Let's get going. She's really determined, isn't she? I mean, literally, I wouldn't want to be her granny in her way when she's in the sort of focused mood she's in today.
As Willa Newton, cock-a-doodle-doo, going on to the Brookfield Equestrian Combination at 4 in a second. Gemma Tattersall, Jalapeno, going to the big brush that sees them before they run down through the woods.
And experience really tells, isn't it? I mean, this is this horse's 4th start at this level. We've seen a lot of riders using Blenheim as their first exposure to 4-star long. And, it's tricky. Willa takes the flag again, but don't worry about that. There's definitely no worry.
No, and do you know what? She went through on the 4 strides and made it look really beautiful. It's interesting, isn't it? You know, David Evans, there's a real responsibility here to create a track that is a really, really good sort of platform for the Badmintons and the Burleys of next year. But you don't want to give the younger horses, the younger riders coming through a bad experience. And so you've got to balance the two. And ultimately, I think so far today, actually, we've only got a couple of horses to leave the start box. He has done an exceptional job. And I think he will be breathing a big sigh of relief tonight.
Yeah, and I'd agree with that. And don't forget, today we've had the optimum conditions for cross-country. Beautiful sun, but not too hot. The footing's absolutely perfect. The team have worked really hard on that in a very dry summer. The rain probably came just in time. Right, Jem, let's see what she does here.
Wonderful to see so many crowds out still as well, having totally settled in for the day.
Massive crowd here today. If you're not here, it's just been buzzing here at Blenheim. And if you've never been here before, put it on your bucket list because it is a great day of sport in one of the most iconic settings you can imagine. It could not be better.
Agreed completely. Everything from the family entertainment, the shopping, the hospitality, the competition, it really is brilliant. And it's quieter than the likes of the Badmintons and the Burleys.
Yeah, and actually love that.
Which is really nice.
Yeah.
You get to see a little bit more. There's other things going on, and it just is absolutely top class. Alex Bragg, Quindiva, heading towards home, and this has been a really good round from this mare. 34.6 is her score going towards the end of her cross-country.
Willa heads. She's got plenty of gallop left here. Such an attractive horses. We keep on saying it, but she lives in Melton Mowbray and of course comes from a family with great equestrian history. Her dad, Joey, won the Fox Hunters at Aintree twice and has been a huge supporter of Racing Welfare through his role as a jockey club. Racing Welfare, the jockey club's charity that supports anyone involved in racing, and it's an amazing, amazing charity that supports stable lads, lasses, owners, trainers, from mental health to well-being to financial support. The industry is incredible like that with the Injured Jockeys Fund, Racing Welfare, and then of course the retraining of racehorses that we've seen showcased so well here at Blenheim over the weekend.
And I think that's something that the Jockey Club will help bring and develop in eventing as well, because they're areas that we can develop. I know the British Eventing Support Trust launched at the end of last year. Ian Stark is the chairman, and they've got a really knowledgeable group of people on the board. But ultimately, that is sort of following in the footsteps of organisations such as the Injured Jockeys Fund.
Here goes Wills Oakton.
Here he is, his last horse on course, in fact, and his third ride of the day. Wills with DHI by Design, owned by Daisy Cross. Wills comes forward on a score of, in fact, we might have one more to go out the start box. This 9-year-old on a score of 36.9. Wills actually showed us that the optimum time this morning was achievable. He was the only one in the first group to make it, and that was with Arclo Puissance. He had a really unfortunate 20 penalties on his next ride. But DHI by design, 9-year-old by Bisco Bello, Van der Misplayer.
Yeah, I keep leaving that one to you.
The mare's called Fiona. That would be much easier.
Owned by Daisy Cross, and Wills does a great job because he's based up in Scotland and a long way to travel, but really enjoys being up there and gets supported by Horse Scotland Performance Programme. Burley, he really... Oh, that's a funny little look.
Just had a little look at what was coming over the other side of that roll top.
He had a good
Cock-a-doodle
performance
do.
at Burley. But here's Willa coming down to the water. We get the different angle looking at it from behind as we cut through to the front, and very easy. Look at this horse's expression as he comes across the water.
Just eyeing up the hospitality tent. I actually really like that other angle from behind of the lake, because you really appreciate the angle on the second of those brushes, which from this side you don't really understand exactly how acute that second brush is. Just inviting that run out to the left hand side, and a cock-a-doodle do. What
Look
a
at that
picture.
face.
What a picture. Quinn Diva, Alex Bragg, 1 second inside the time. They finish on 34.6, will be top 15 overnight. Gemma Tattersall, Gemma Stevens, I must say, Jalapeno is well on her way home. And actually she comes to the combination at 23. Oh! Interestingly, the horse just looked a little bit green, a little bit inexperienced at the top of the hill going into the next one. And jumps in well enough, just tips Willa forward, but doesn't get the line.
Got past the line, didn't she? And then she was trying to pull back in. The ones that have managed to get that inside line. But he almost jumped too well, jumping into the water, and kind of jumped her out of her balance. And that left her getting wide and then trying to knife back in, which made that corner very difficult. I don't think you could say the horse was ungenuine. I think actually he was almost too bold coming in, and that's where it all started to unfold.
And I think actually Willa's popped her hand up and decided to call it a day there. So that will be a horse that we'll see here perhaps on another occasion. As here is Gemma Stevens, and Jalapeno already had one clear inside the time. Could she put the pressure on Marlin Hansen-Hotop at the top of the table? Gemma Stevens, just the one to go. The time is looking pretty good on my clock. And she just has the final fence, the Paul Roger Champagne finale, that will see her come safely home. And
what a ride. She definitely thinks she's got that time.
I tell you what, she'll be pretty close to it, but I think she's gone inside. And big pats for Jalla, as she's known at home. Days like today, 2 clear rounds inside the time cross country will just remind Gemma Stevens what she loves about eventing. She can't go pure show jumping all the time.
We won't let her go. We won't let her go yet. That was class cross country riding, and she, you know, this is a lady who's represented Great Britain on 4 senior teams. She knows, you know, there's no one more competitive. There's no one more focused, and she's splitting her time, as you said, between the two, but she's still got it.
She absolutely has. Here is Gillian Beale King with Richard Ames's Rebelliant. Big pats for Jalapeno as she comes through the finish. Gemma with her very familiar lavender cross-country colours. Gillian Beale King, who's been based over in Ireland for the last year or so, came over as stable jockey to Richard Ames, having been doing a lot of pure jumping over in the United States. The opportunity arose to focus on her eventing.
Brave call, though. I mean, she's a very successful business in America, and she just felt, you know, if she was going to up her game, she needed to be in the mix over in Europe, where the best of the best are. Of course, you know, the American scene is a fantastic scene, but to get that sort of exposure where you're competing week in, week out with the likes of the Prices and Laura Collett and Ollie Townend and Tom Jackson and all these great rides.
Now, that is a frangible device that has gone for Wills Oakton and DHI by design. He didn't look back. I imagine he probably heard it. And interesting, actually, the horse really did drop his back legs on it. We can see it again here. Cleared it in front, just didn't pick up really behind. But definitely gave it a very solid rub.
It's a difficult one, isn't it? Because with the frangibles, the whole aim of them is for the safety of the horse and the rider, to prevent the rotational fall. That the way that you hit that has to be that you would have fallen if the fence hadn't gone. I'm not convinced he would have done, but that's
also,
the way it's going, isn't it?
I was going to say also, there is still that line of we're driving the sport to be as safe as it possibly can be, and sometimes it's difficult for those riders that it happens to, but you kind of say, okay, well, one day I'm probably going to need a frangible device to go to actually save me from something stickier. And so Wills will be so frustrated with it, but actually the horse really picked up over the parallel and is jumping beautifully from here. So under the FEI eventing rules, he will get 11 penalties for that frangible device. I don't think Wills knows he's had it.
No, I don't think he does either. But it seems amazing because when you look at what collapsed behind him, you must have made a noise. As Gillian comes into the arena, this is ridden really well, not caused a single problem all day. We were talking about, the bold shout she's made moving to Ireland, moving away from her family, but a family with a great illustrious history of equestrian sport. She just feels he needs a little smack just to remind him that he's got to keep galloping, and the horse is just getting into that territory where they want to find their second wind to get back home. Wills definitely doesn't think he's had a pin because he's going for it.
Yeah, it's interesting actually. We'll get a clock check it for him in a moment, but he's around the 7-minute marker and probably about where he needs to be. Gillian Beale-King, her first run at the 4-star long level, as Wills at the combination up at 18.
So it's a big moment for her in her career. And I'm surprised, actually, that the opportunity for her to ride at this level hasn't come along, because she's an experienced, talented jockey. And that's probably one of the reasons why, she moved over here, for the opportunity to get the rides on these sort of horses that are up at this level.
And actually, that is very much one of the things she's looking for. It's the experience, the mileage here. She said she wants this horse to have a good experience, but actually she's got a couple in the 8 and 9-year-old class that could be here in 12 months' time. And so she'll have already ticked something else off her list. But she's come a long way in 12 months, because actually she'd had a good number of years out of sort of top-level eventing. And
do you know, it's funny, this horse, Wills Oakton's horse, I watched him in the dressage and felt that, he was going to be a horse that was going to be, the cross-country phase was going to play to his strengths. It wasn't that easy.
Interestingly, just that rail going down into the ditch combination would have been a very similar rail and kind of the way it sits to the one that he had on the frangible device here at the B element. And actually, he jumped it beautifully.
Yeah, he really did. Just shut down behind, didn't he, through there, and just couldn't hit it very low, below his stifles. So, yeah, but he's a horse that got class. He's nimble, isn't he? Lovely, athletic horse galloping across the country. Frustrating for him to have taken that pin. Really annoying. Gillian, no problems for her as she comes down to the last element. She just needs to just watch it with her stick. It's okay every now and then down the shoulder. Right, sit up. Sit up. Good girl. Through there well. This is a determined ride, and as you said, a first ride at this level. She is making it happen. Girl.
Takes one of the highest parts of that brush coming away from the water. The first of those lake crossings is Wills Oakton, DHI by design. He is so silky smooth, isn't he, Wills? He really is a class cross-country jockey. And
the Woodhead team bringing in so many nice horses with that DHI prefix, aren't they?
They are Ian and Heidi Woodhead. And Wills is heading on towards home. He's got 3 jumping efforts remaining as Gillian Beale-King up at the new Jockey Club Borsa.
Oh, good girl. He was really honest there, wasn't he? Really picked up that line, locked on, very smooth. Very smooth. Always continually urging him. He's a horse that doesn't give more than you ask, but she's chucking the reins at him.
As Wills Oakton, just the one to go. And actually, his clock looks pretty good as well. So DHI by design could well be sat just outside the top 20 going into the jumping. It'd be on a pretty similar score to Arclo Puissance that Wills headed out on first of all today. In fact, I think the same score, 36.9. And he comes home safely. Might just be a second over the time. We'll be very close to it. But still, a very, very good performance from him. In fact, he won't be because he had the 11 penalties to add to his score. But still, a very, very good performance otherwise. And we'll look forward to seeing him tomorrow. So just one combination, Will Oakton riding a finish. I really don't think he knows he had that 11 penalties.
No, I don't want to be the person that tells him. Either.
Big pats for DHI by design as a Rebellion's just making Gillian Beale-King work pretty hard out on course.
Let's see. She just needs to nurse him home now. He's a horse that just finding that stamina test tricky, and she just needs to look after him now and work on just containing him, just focusing on jumping from A to B and nursing him home.
It's interesting, isn't it? You know, horses stepping up to the 4-star long level for the first time haven't really galloped for 10.5 minutes yet in their career. And so it's a bit of a stamina question. They, generally speaking, learn from it.
Still jumping really well. There's plenty of jump left in there. Yeah, and she's being pulled up.
She just elected to call it a day.
I would suggest she's been pulled up.
So Gillian Beale-King, pat for Rebellion, just deciding things aren't quite going to plan. Not sure if that was her decision or that of the ground jury. But it brings our cross-country day in this 4-star long format to a close. This is how things are shaking up on that leaderboard. Marlin Hansen-Hotop, clear inside the time over David Evans' cross-country track, retains her lead. Gemma Stevens-Jalapeno puts the pressure on, though, also clear inside the time. Sarah Bullimore-Corraway, one of my rounds of the day. Absolutely beautiful from them. Great to see them back on form. Dirk Schrader, an absolute masterclass of horsemanship. 29.0, the same as Bubby Upton, but Dirk dot on the optimum time. Bubby 2 seconds inside, so Dirk takes the higher position. Felicity Collins and Lizzie Boff flying the flag for the young guns inside the top 10. Gemma Stevens, 2 for her. And
tight it
Flash
is,
Cooley
though.
is on the 8th position on the table. Pippa Funnell, MGH Grafton Street, a few time penalties, drops her to 9th. Tom Jackson moves into the top 10 with Farndon 32.1. But you are completely right, Alice, because One Rail covers the top 3, but actually One Rail covers the rest of the top 10. Tom Rowland, Quintilius will be cursing those 2 seconds over the time, but still a very good round from them. Izzy Power, Senza Fine were brilliant as well. And the likes of
Great to see Gubby Leach up there with a good round with Royal Harvest. Well done to him.
Gubby actually proved that you could go inside the time with a long route, which was exceptional. There'd have been a few people scratching their heads at that, but Royal Harvest was brilliant. Wills Oakton and Arclo Puissance, the first to achieve that optimum time a little bit earlier on this morning. But the most superb day of cross-country action here in the 4-star long format at Blenheim. And I would say, Alice, David Evans, in my mind, has really pulled it out of the bag this year.
Absolutely. I think take a bow, David Evans, and your team. And, of course, with the support of Captain Mark Phillips, because he really provided a test that was clear to the horses, that challenged the riders, that made the riders think, but rewarded forward cross-country riding, a lovely galloping track over this beautiful old parkland with the undulations. And I think, I don't know whether numbers will say that, but it felt like it was a challenge, and a challenge that gave the horses the sort of ammunition that they need to step up to the next level. But I think we also have to be careful to always be talking about stepping up to the next level, because this is an event that people really want to win. Pippa Funnell's here with her Burley winner. Gemma Stevens has targeted this event. We've already seen Carraway, the bronze medalist from the Europeans. Yes, he was rerouted from Burley, but this was very much in the wing mirrors when she was at Burley. Do I run, don't I? Do I save him for the Worlds and then come to Blenheim? Because this is an iconic venue, an iconic event, and an event that the top riders, in fact any rider, is absolutely on their wish list to win.
It really is. And what a backdrop for all 3 phases of competition. We hope that you have enjoyed all of the cross-country as much as we have. A big thank you to all of our guests. If you've not got any plans tomorrow, why don't you pop on down, come and visit for yourself, because there is so much on offer for the whole family. Kids go free, remember, lots of entertainment for them. And if
Esme's
you can't,
here, meet and greet with Esme. We've got falconry, we've got the BMX Olympic medalists, the Shetland Pony Gold Cup happening in the Ben & Jerry's Arena. Of course, the 8-9-year-olds go cross country tomorrow, and the finale of this great competition, the show jumping in reverse order of merit. So a real full day of action, and it gets underway pretty early, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. First thing in the morning, I think first horse goes out on course in the 8 and 9-year-old class at, I want to say 9 o'clock. You threw me a hospital pass there, Al.
Sorry, it's certainly early.
I think it's 9 o'clock. But the one thing I would say is if you can't come in person, then stay tuned to the live stream. Both of the 8 and 9-year-olds, Ben King and Guess, will be guiding you through all of the cross country there. Myself and Guess will be with you every single step of the way through to the end of the long format 4-star. But from us here at Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials, brought to you by the Jockey Club, from Alice and myself, thank you very much for watching. Goodbye.
Good night.